the science of the causes of change includes the productions of man as well as of nature. The history of the Earth and the history of the Earth's inhabitants, as collected from phenomena, are governed by the same principles. Thus the portions of knowledge which seek to travel back towards the origin, whether of inert things or of the works of man, resemble each other. Both of them treat of events as connected by the thread of time and causation. In both, we endeavor to learn accurately what the present is, and hence what the past has been. Both are historical sciences in the same sense. It must be recollected that I am now speaking of history as etiological, as it investigates causes, and as it does this in a scientific, that is, in a rigorous and systematic manner. And I may observe here, though I cannot now dwell on the subject, that all etiological sciences will consist of three portions: the description of the facts and phenomena, the general theory of the causes of change appropriate to the case, and the application of the theory to the facts. Thus, taking geology for our example, we must have, first, descriptive or phenomenal geology. Next, the exposition of the general principles by which such phenomena can be produced, which we may term geological dynamics. And lastly, doctrines hence derived, as to what have been the causes of the existing state of things, which we may call physical geology. These three branches of geology may be found frequently or constantly combined in the works of writers on the subject, and it may not always be easy to discriminate exactly what belongs to each subject. But the analogy of this science with others, its present 504 condition and future fortunes, will derive great illustration from such a distribution of its history. And in this point of view, therefore, we shall briefly treat of it, dividing the history of geological dynamics, for the sake of convenience, into two chapters, one referring to inorganic and one to organic phenomena. Note 4/18. The Wernerians, in distinguishing their study from geology and designating it as geognosy, the knowledge of the earth, appear to have intended to select descriptive geology for their peculiar field. In like manner, the original aim of the Geological Society of London, which was formed 1807, with a view to record and multiply observations, recognized the possibility of a descriptive geology separate from the other portions of the science. 505. Descriptive Geology. Chapter 1. Prelude to Systematic Descriptive Geology. Sect 1. Ancient Notices of Geological Facts. The recent history of geology, as to its most important points, is bound up with what is doing at present from day to day, and that portion of the history of the science which belongs to the past has been amply treated by other writers. I shall, therefore, pass rapidly over the series of events of which this history consists, and shall only attempt to mention what may seem to illustrate and confirm my own view of its state and principles. Agreeably to the order already pointed out, I shall notice, in the first place, phenomenal geology, or the description of the facts, as distinct from the inquiry into their causes. It is manifest that such a merely descriptive kind of knowledge may exist, and it probably will not be contested that such knowledge ought to be collected before we attempt to frame theories concerning the causes of the phenomena. But it must be observed that we are here speaking of the formation of a science, and that it is not a collection of miscellaneous, unconnected, unarranged knowledge that can be considered as constituting science, but a methodical, coherent, and as far as possible, complete body of facts, exhibiting fully the condition of the earth as regards those circumstances which are the subject matter of geological speculation. Such a descriptive geology is a prerequisite to physical geology, just as phenomenal astronomy necessarily preceded physical astronomy, or as classificatory botany is a necessary accompaniment to botanical physiology. We may observe also that descriptive geology, such as we now speak of, is one of the classificatory sciences, like 506, mineralogy or botany, and will be found to exhibit some of the features of that class of sciences. Since then, our history of descriptive geology is to include only systematic and scientific descriptions of the earth or portions of it, we pass over, at once, all the casual and insulated statements of facts, though they may be geological facts, which occur in early writers. Such, for instance, as the remark of Herodotus that there are shells in the mountains of Egypt, or the general statements which Ovid puts in the mouth of Pythagoras, vidi ego quod furet solidissima tellus, s fretum. Vidi factas ex equor terras, Et procol a pelego conqui jacura murini. We may remark here already how generally there are mingled with descriptive notices of such geological facts, speculations concerning their causes. Herodotus refers to the circumstance just quoted, for the purpose of showing that Egypt was formerly a gulf of the sea. And the passage of the Roman poet is part of a series of exemplifications which he gives of the philosophical tenet that nothing perishes but everything changes. It will be only by constant attention that we shall be able to keep our provinces of geology distinct. Sect 2. Early descriptions and collections of fossils. If we look, as we have proposed to do, for systematic and exact knowledge of geological facts, we find nothing which we can properly adduce till we come to modern times. But when facts such as those already mentioned, that seashells and other marine objects are found embedded in rocks, and other circumstances in the structure of the earth had attracted considerable attention, the exact examination, collection, and record of these circumstances began to be attempted. Among such steps in descriptive geology, we may notice descriptions and pictures of fossils, descriptions of veins and mines, collections of organic and inorganic fossils, maps of the mineral structure of countries, and finally, the discoveries concerning the superposition of strata, the constancy of their organic contents, their correspondence in different countries, and such great general relations of the materials and features of the earth as have been discovered up to the present time. 507. Without attempting to assign to every important advance its author, I shall briefly exemplify each of the modes of contributing to descriptive geology which I have just enumerated. The study of organic fossils was first pursued with connection and system in Italy. The hills which on each side skirt the mountain range of the Apennines are singularly rich in remains of marine animals. When these remarkable objects drew the attention of thoughtful men, controversies soon arose whether they really were the remains of living creatures, or the productions of some capricious or mysterious power by which the forms of such creatures were mimicked. And again, if the shells were really the spoils of the sea, whether they had been carried to the hills by the deluge of which the scripture speaks, or whether they indicated revolutions of the earth of a different kind. The earlier works which contain the descriptions of the phenomena have, in almost all instances, by far the greater part of their pages occupied with these speculations. Indeed, the facts could not be studied without leading to such inferences, and would not have been collected but for the interest which such reasonings possessed. As one of the first persons who applied a sound and vigorous intellect to these subjects, we may notice the celebrated painter Leonardo da Vinci, whom we have already had to refer to as one of the founders of the modern mechanical sciences. He strenuously asserts the contents of the rocks to be real shells and maintains the reality of the changes of the domain of land and sea which these spoils of the ocean imply. It will tell me, he says, that nature and the influence of the stars have formed these shelly forms in the mountains. Then show me a place in the mountains where the stars at the present day make shelly forms of different ages and of different species in the same place. And how, with that, will you explain the gravel which is hardened in stages at different heights in the mountains? He then mentions several other particulars respecting these evidences that the existing mountains were formerly in the bed of the sea. Leonardo died in 1519. At present, we refer to geological essays like his only so far as they are descriptive. Going onwards with this view, we may notice Fracastoro, who wrote concerning the petrifactions which were brought to light in the mountains of Verona, when, in 1517, they were excavated for the purpose of repairing the city. Little was done in the way of collection of facts for some time after this. In 1669, Steno, a Dane resident in Italy, put forth his treatise, De Solido intra solidum naturaliter contento. And the 508 following year, Agostino Silla, a Sicilian painter, published a Latin epistle, De corporibus marinis lapidcentibus, illustrated by good engravings of fossil shells, teeth, and corals. After another interval of speculative controversy, we come to Antonio Vallisneri, whose letters, De corpi marini ci su monti si trovano, appeared at Venice in 1721. In these letters, he describes the fossils of Monte Balca and attempts to trace the extent of the marine deposits of Italy and to distinguish the most important of the fossils. Similar descriptions and figures were published with reference to our own country at a later period. In 1766, Brander's Fossilia hamptoniensia, or Hampshire fossils, appeared, containing excellent figures of fossil shells from a part of the south coast of England, and similar works came forth in other parts of Europe. Note 8/18. Augustine Sylla's original drawings of fossil shells, teeth, and corals, from which the engravings mentioned in the text were executed, as well as the natural objects from which the drawings were made, were bought by Woodward and are now in the Woodwardian Museum at Cambridge. However exact might be the descriptions and figures thus produced, they could not give such complete information as the objects themselves, collected and permanently preserved in museums. Vallisnery says that having begun to collect fossils for the purpose of forming a grotto, he selected the best and preserved them as a noble diversion for the more curious. The Museum of Calceolarius at Verona contained a celebrated collection of such remains. A copious description of it appeared in 1622. Such collections had been made from an earlier period, and catalogues of them published. Thus Gesner's work, De Rerum Fossilium, Lapidum et Gemmarum Figuris, 1565, contains a catalogue of the cabinet of petrifactions collected by John Kentman. Many catalogues of the same kind appeared in the 17th century. L. H. Widd's Lithophilisae Britannicae Iconographia, published at Oxford in 1669, and exhibiting a very ample catalogue of English fossils contained in the Ashmolean Museum, may be noticed as one of these. One of the most remarkable occurrences in the progress of descriptive geology in England was the formation of a geological museum by William Whewell as early as 1695. This collection, formed with great labor, systematically arranged, and carefully catalogued, he bequeathed to the University of Cambridge, founding and endowing, 509, at the same time a professorship of the study of geology. The Woodwardian Museum still subsists, a monument of the sagacity with which its author so early saw the importance of such a collection. Collections and descriptions of fossils, including in the term specimens of minerals of all kinds, as well as organic remains, were frequently made, and especially in places where mining was cultivated. But under such circumstances, they scarcely tended at all to that general and complete knowledge of the earth of which we are now tracing the progress. In more modern times, collections may be said to be the most important books of the geologist, at least next to the strata themselves. The identifications and arrangements of our best geologists, the immense studies of fossil anatomy by Cuvier and others, have been conducted mainly by means of collections of specimens. They are more important in this study than in botany, because specimens which contain important geological information are both more rare and more permanent. Plants, though each individual is perishable, perpetuate and diffuse their kind, while the organic impression on a stone, if lost, may never occur in a second instance. But on the other hand, if it be preserved in the museum, the individual is almost as permanent in this case as the species in the other. I shall proceed to notice another mode in which such information was conveyed. Sect 3. First construction of geological maps. Dr. Lister, a learned physician, sent to the Royal Society in 1683 a proposal for maps of soils or minerals, in which he suggested that in the map of England, for example, each soil and its boundaries might be distinguished by color or in some other way. Such a mode of expressing and connecting our knowledge of the materials of the earth was, perhaps, obvious when the mass of knowledge became considerable. In 1720, Fontenelle, in his observations on a paper of de Réaumur's, which contained an account of a deposit of fossil shells in Touraine, says that in order to reason on such cases, we must have a kind of geographical charts, constructed according to the collection of shells found in the earth. But he justly adds, what a quantity of observations, and what time would it not require to form such maps? The execution of such projects required, not merely great labor, but 510 several steps in generalization and classification before it could take place. Still such attempts were made. In 1743 was published a new philosophico-chorographical chart of East Kent, invented and delineated by Christopher Packie, M.D., in which, however, the main object is rather to express the course of the valleys than the materials of the country. Guettard formed the project of a mineralogical map of France, and Monnet carried this scheme into effect in 1780, by order of the king. In these maps, however, the country is not considered as divided into soils, still less strata, but each part is marked with its predominant mineral only. The spirit of generalization, which constitutes the main value of such a work, is wanting. Note 12/18. Atlas et description minéralogique de la France entreprise par ordre du Roi, Parme, Guédard et Monet, Paris, 1780 pp. 212 with 31 maps. Geological maps belong strictly to descriptive geology. They are free from those wide and doubtful speculations which form so large a portion of the earlier geological books. Yet even geological maps cannot be usefully or consistently constructed without considerable steps of classification and generalization. When, in our own time, geologists were become weary of controversies respecting theory, they applied themselves with extraordinary zeal to the construction of stratigraphical maps of various countries, flattering themselves that in this way they were merely recording incontestable facts and differences. Nor do I mean to intimate that their facts were doubtful or their distinctions arbitrary. But still, they were facts interpreted, associated, and represented by means of the classifications and general laws which earlier geologists had established. And thus even descriptive geology has been brought into existence as a science by the formation of systems and the discovery of principles. At this, we cannot be surprised when we recollect the many steps which the formation of classificatory botany required. We must now notice some of the discoveries which tended to the formation of systematic descriptive geology. 511. Chapter 2. Formation of systematic descriptive geology. Sect 1. Discovery of the order and stratification of the materials of the earth. That the substances of which the earth is framed are not scattered and mixed at random, but possess identity and continuity to a considerable extent, Lister was aware when he proposed his map. But there is, in his suggestions, nothing relating to stratification, nor any order of position, still less of time, assigned to these materials. Woodward, however, appears to have been fully aware of the general law of stratification. On collecting information from all parts, the result was, he says, that in time I was abundantly assured that the circumstances of these things in remoter countries were much the same with those of ours here. That the stone and other terrestrial matter in France, Flanders, Holland, Spain, Italy, Germany, Denmark, and Sweden was distinguished into strata or layers as it is in England, that these strata were divided by parallel fissures, that there were enclosed in the stone and all the other denser kinds of terrestrial matter, great numbers of the shells, and other productions of the sea, in the same manner as in that of this island. So remarkable a truth, thus collected from a copious collection of particulars by a patient induction, was an important step in the science. These general facts now began to be commonly recognized and followed into detail. Stukely, the antiquary, 1724, remarked an important feature in the strata of England, that their escarpments, or steepest sides, are turned towards the west and northwest. And Strachey, 1719, gave a stratigraphical description of certain coal mines near Bath. Mitchell, appointed Woodwardian professor at Cambridge, 512 in 1762, described this stratified structure of the earth far more distinctly than his predecessors, and pointed out, as the consequence of it, that the same kinds of earths, stones, and minerals will appear at the surface of the earth in long parallel slips, parallel to the long ridges of mountains. And so, in fact, we find them. Note 15/18. Phil, Trans 1719, and Observations on Strata and Sea, 1729. Note 16/18. Fitton, Annals of Philosophy, NS Volume I and Roman II. 1832, 3, p. 157. Mitchell, as appeared by papers of his which were examined after his death, had made himself acquainted with the series of English strata which thus occur from Cambridge to York, that is, from the chalk to the coal. These relations of position required that geological maps, to complete the information they conveyed, should be accompanied by geological sections, or imaginary representations of the order and mode of superpositions, as well as of the superficial extent of the strata, as in more recent times has usually been done. The strata, as we travel from the higher to the lower, come from under each other into view, and this outcropping, bassetting, or by whatever other term it is described, is an important feature in their description. It was further noticed that these relations of position were combined with other important facts, which irresistibly suggested the notion of a relation in time. This, indeed, was implied in all theories of the Earth, but observations of the facts most require our notice. Steno is asserted by Humboldt to be the first who, in 1669, distinguished between rocks anterior to the existence of plants and animals upon the globe, containing therefore no organic remains, and rocks superimposed on these and full of such remains. Turbidi maris sedimenta sibi in visum imposita. Whewell is stated by his pupil Desmarest to have made some additional and important observations. He saw, it is said, that the shells which occur in rocks were not the same in all countries, that certain species occur together, while others do not occur in the same beds, that there is a constant order in the arrangement of these shells, certain species lying in distinct bands. Note 19/18, Encycle, Method, Geogger, Fies, Tom, IP 416, as quoted by Fitton as above, p. 159. Such divisions as these required to be marked by technical names. A distinction was made of L'Ancien Terre and La Nouvelle Terre, to which Whewell added a travail intermediaire. Whewell died in 1770, having been known by lectures, not by books. Lehmann, in 1756, claims for himself the credit of being the first to observe and describe correctly the structure of stratified countries, being ignorant, 513, probably, of the labors of Strachey in England. He divided mountains into 3 classes: primitive, which were formed with the world, those which resulted from a partial destruction of the primitive rocks, and a 3rd class resulting from local or universal deluges. In 1759, also Arduin, in his memoirs on the mountains of Padua, Vicenza, and Verona, deduced, from original observations, the distinction of rocks into primary, secondary, and tertiary. The relations of position and fossils were, from this period, inseparably connected with opinions concerning succession in time. O'Doherty remarked that the strata of the subapennine hills are unconformable to those of the Apennine, as Strachey had observed that the strata above the col were unconformable to the col, and his work contained a clear argument respecting the different ages of these 2 classes of hills. Factual was, in 1762, aware of the distinctness of strata of different ages in Germany. Pallas and Saussure were guided by general views of the same kind in observing the countries which they visited. But perhaps the general circulation of such notions was most due to Werner. Sect 2, systematic form given to descriptive geology, Werner. Werner expressed the general relations of the strata of the Earth by means of classifications which, so far as general applicability is concerned, are extremely imperfect and arbitrary. He promulgated a theory which almost entirely neglected all the facts previously discovered respecting the grouping of fossils, which was founded upon observations made in a very limited district of Germany, and which was contradicted even by the facts of this district. Yet the acuteness of his discrimination in the subjects which he studied, the generality of the tenets he asserted, and the charm which he threw about his speculations, gave to geology, or, as he termed it, geognosy, a popularity and reputation which it had never before possessed. His system had asserted certain universal formations, which followed each other in a constant order, granite the lowest, then mica slate and clay slate. Upon these primitive rocks, generally highly inclined, rest other transition strata. Upon these lie secondary ones, which being more nearly horizontal are called flots or flat. The term formation, 514, which we have thus introduced, indicating groups which, by evidence of all kinds of their materials, their position, and their organic contents, are judged to belong to the same period, implies no small amount of theory. Yet this term, from this time forth, is to be looked upon as a term of classification solely, so far as classification can be separately attended to. Werner's distinctions of strata were for the most part drawn from mineralogical constitution. Doubtless, he could not fail to perceive the great importance of organic fossils. I was witness, says M. de Humboldt, one of his most philosophical followers, of the lively satisfaction which he felt when, In 1792, M. de Schlotheim, one of the most distinguished geologists of the school of Freiburg, began to make the relations of fossils to strata the principal object of his studies. But Werner and the disciples of his school, even the most enlightened of them, never employed the characters derived from organic remains with the same boldness and perseverance as those who had from the first considered them as the leading phenomena. Thus M. de Humboldt expresses doubts which perhaps many other geologists do not feel when, in 1823, he says, "Are we justified in concluding that all formations are characterized by particular species? That the fossil shells of the chalk, the Muschelkalk, the Jura limestone, and the Alpine limestone are all different? I think this would be pushing the induction much too far." In Prof. Jamieson's Geognosy, which may be taken as a representation of the Wernerian doctrines, organic fossils are in no instance referred to as characters of formations or strata. After the curious and important evidence contained in organic fossils, which had been brought into view by the labors of Italian, English, and German writers, the promulgation of a system of descriptive geology in which all this evidence was neglected cannot be considered otherwise than as a retrograde step in science. Werner maintained the aqueous deposition of all strata above the primitive rocks, even of those trap rocks, to which, from their resemblance to lava and other phenomena, Rasp, Arduino, and others, had already assigned a volcanic origin. The fierce and long controversy between the volcanists and Neptunists, which this dogma excited, does not belong to this part of our history, but the discovery of veins of granite penetrating the superincumbent slate, to which the controversy led, was an important event in descriptive geology. Hutton, the 515, author of the theory of igneous causation, which was in this country opposed to that of Werner, sought and found this phenomenon in the Grampian Hills in 1785. This supposed verification of his system filled him with delight and called forth such marks of joy and exultation that the guides who accompanied him were persuaded, says his biographer, that he must have discovered a vein of silver or gold. Desmarest's examination of Auvergne, 1768, showed that there was there an instance of a country which could not even be described without terms implying that the basalt, which covered so large a portion of it, had flowed from the craters of extinct volcanoes. His map of Auvergne was an excellent example of a survey of such a country, thus exhibiting features quite different from those of common stratified countries. The facts connected with metalliferous veins were also objects of Werner's attention. A knowledge of such facts is valuable to the geologist as well as to the miner, although even yet much difficulty attends all attempts to theorize concerning them. The facts of this nature have been collected in great abundance in all mining districts, and form a prominent part of the descriptive geology of such districts, as, for example, the Harz and Cornwall. Without further pursuing the history of the knowledge of the inorganic phenomena of the earth, I turn to a still richer department of geology, which is concerned with organic fossils. Sect 3. Application of organic remains as a geological character. Smith. Whewell and O'Doherty had perceived, as we have seen, that fossils were grouped in bands. But from this general observation to the execution of a survey of a large kingdom, founded upon this principle, would have been a vast stride, even if the author of it had been aware of the doctrines thus asserted by these writers. In fact, however, William Smith executed such a survey of England, with no other guide or help than his own sagacity and perseverance. In his employments as a civil engineer, he noticed the remarkable continuity and constant order of the strata in the neighborhood of Bath, as discriminated by their fossils. And about the year 1793, he drew up a tabular view of the 516 strata of that district, which contained the germ of his subsequent discoveries. Finding in the north of England the same strata and associations of strata with which he had become acquainted in the west, he was led to name them and to represent them by means of maps, according to their occurrence over the whole face of England. These maps appeared in 1815, and a work by the same author, entitled The English Strata Identified by Organic Remains, came forth later. But the views on which this identification of strata rests belong to a considerably earlier date, and had not only been acted upon, but freely imparted in conversation many years before. In the meantime, the study of fossils was pursued with zeal in various countries. Lamarck and de France employed themselves in determining the fossil shells of the neighborhood of Paris, and the interest inspired by this subject was strongly nourished and stimulated by the memorable work of Cuvier and Brongniart on the environs of Paris, published in 1811, and by Cuvier's subsequent researches on the subjects thus brought under notice. For now, not only the distinction, succession, and arrangement, but many other relations among fossil strata irresistibly arrested the attention of the philosopher. Brongniart showed that very striking resemblances occurred in their fossil remains between certain strata of Europe and of North America, and proved that a rock may be so much disguised that the identity of the stratum can only be recognized by geological characters. The Italian geologists had found in their hills, for the most part, the same species of shells which existed in their seas, but the German and English writers, as Gessner, Rasp, and Brander, had perceived that the fossil shells were either of unknown species or of such as lived in distant latitudes. To decide that the animals and plants of which we find the remains in a fossil state were of species now extinct obviously required an exact and extensive knowledge of natural history. And if this were so, to assign the relations of the past to the existing tribes of beings and the peculiarities of their vital processes and habits were tasks which could not be performed without the most consummate physiological skill and talent. Such tasks, however, have been the familiar employments of geologists, and naturalists incited, and 517 appealed to by geologists, ever since Cuvier published his examination of the fossil inhabitants of the Paris Basin. Without attempting a history of such labors, I may notice a few circumstances connected with them. Sect 4 Advances in Paleontology, Cuvier. So long as the organic fossils which were found in the strata of the earth were the remains of marine animals, it was very difficult for geologists to be assured that the animals were such as did not exist in any part or clime of the existing ocean. But when large land and river animals were discovered, different from any known species, the persuasion that they were of extinct races was forced upon the naturalist. Yet this opinion was not taken up slightly, nor acquiesced in without many struggles. Bones supposed to belong to fossil elephants were some of the first with regard to which this conclusion was established. Such remains occur in vast numbers in the soil and gravel of almost every part of the world, especially in Siberia, where they are called the bones of the mammoth. They had been noticed by the ancients, as we learn from Pliny, and had been ascribed to human giants, to elephants imported by the Romans, and to many other origins. But in 1796, Cuvier had examined these opinions with a more profound knowledge than his predecessors, and he thus stated the result of his researches. With regard to what have been called the fossil remains of elephants, from Tentselius to Pallas, I believe that I am in the condition to prove that they belong to animals which were very clearly different in species from our existing elephants, although they resembled them sufficiently to be considered as belonging to the same genera. He had founded this conclusion principally on the structure of the teeth, which he found to differ in the Asiatic and African elephant, while, in the fossil animal, it was different from both. But he also reasoned in part on the form of the skull, of which the best-known example had been described in the Philosophical Transactions as early as 1737. As soon, says Cuvier, at a later period, as I became acquainted with Messerschmitt's drawing, and joined to the differences which it presented, those which I had myself observed in the inferior jaw and the 518 molar teeth, I no longer doubted that the fossil elephants were of a species different from the Indian elephant. This idea, which I announced to the Institute in the month of January, 1796, opened to me views entirely new respecting the theory of the earth, and determined me to devote myself to the long researches and to the assiduous labors which have now occupied me for 25 years. Note 38/18, described by Brain from a specimen found in Siberia by Messerschmitt in 1722. Phil, Trans, XL, 446. We have here, then, the starting point of those researches concerning extinct animals, which, ever since that time, have attracted so large a share of notice from geologists and from the world. Cuvier could hardly have anticipated the vast storehouse of materials which lay under his feet, ready to supply him occupation of the most intense interest in the career on which he had thus entered. The examination of the strata on which Paris stands, and of which its buildings consist, supplied him with animals, not only different from existing ones, but some of them of great size and curious peculiarities. A careful examination of the remains which these strata contain was undertaken soon after the period we have referred to. In 1802, de France had collected several hundreds of undescribed species of shells, and Lamarck began a series of memoirs upon them, remodeling the whole of conchology in order that they might be included in its classifications. And 2 years afterwards, 1804, appears the first of Cuvier's grand series of memoirs containing the restoration of the vertebrate animals of these strata. In this vast natural museum, and in contributions from other parts of the globe, he discovered the most extraordinary creatures: the Paleotherium, which is intermediate between the horse and the pig; the Anoplotherium, which stands nearest to the rhinoceros and the tapir; the Megalonyx and Megatherium, animals of the sloth tribe, but of the size of the ox and the rhinoceros. The memoirs which contained these and many other discoveries set the naturalists to work in every part of Europe. Note 40/18, Annales du Muséum de Hist. Nat. Tom. IP 308 and the following volumes. Another very curious class of animals was brought to light principally by the geologists of England. Animals of which the bones, found in the Lias stratum, were at first supposed to be those of crocodiles. But in 1816, Sir Everard Home says, "In truth, on a consideration of this skeleton, we cannot but be inclined to believe that among the animals destroyed by the catastrophes of remote antiquity, there had 519 been some at least that differ so entirely in their structure from any which now exist as to make it impossible to arrange their fossil remains with any known class of animals." The animal thus referred to, being clearly intermediate between fishes and lizards, was named by Mr. Koenig Ichthyosaurus, and its structure and constitution were more precisely determined by Mr. Knibber in 1821, when he had occasion to compare with it another extinct animal of which he and Mr. de la Becche had collected the remains. This animal, still more nearly approaching the lizard tribe, was by Mr. Knibber called Plesiosaurus. Of each of these two genera, several species were afterwards found. Before this time, the differences of the races of animals and plants belonging to the past and the present periods of the Earth's history had become a leading subject of speculation among geological naturalists. The science produced by this study of the natural history of former states of the Earth has been termed paleontology, and there is no branch of human knowledge more fitted to stir men's wonder, or to excite them to the widest physiological speculations. But in the present part of our history, this science requires our notice, only so far as it aims at the restoration of the types of ancient animals on clear and undoubted principles of comparative anatomy. To show how extensive and how conclusive is the science when thus directed, we need only refer to Cuvier's Ossamens Fossils, a work of vast labor and profound knowledge, which has opened wide the doors of this part of geology. I do not here attempt even to mention the labors of the many other eminent contributors to paleontology, as Brockhaus, Des Hayes, Sowerby, Goldfuss, Agassiz, who have employed themselves on animals, and Schlotheim, Bronghart, Hutton, Lindley on plants. Note 44/18. The first edition appeared in 1812, consisting principally of the memoirs to which reference has already been made. Among the many valuable contributions to paleontology in more recent times, I may especially mention Mr. Owen's reports on British fossil reptiles, on British fossil mammalia, and on the extinct animals of Australia, with descriptions of certain fossils indicative of large marsupial pachydermata; and M. Agassiz's report on the fossil fishes of the Devonian system, his synoptical table of British fossil fishes, and his report on the fishes of the London clay. All these are contained in the volumes produced by the British Association from 1839 to 1845. 520. A new and most important instrument of paleontological investigation has been put in the geologist's hand by Prof. Owen's discovery that the internal structure of teeth, as disclosed by the microscope, is a means of determining the kind of the animal. He has carried into every part of the animal kingdom an examination founded upon this discovery, and has published the results of this in his odontography. As an example of the application of this character of animals, I may mention that a tooth brought from Riga by Sir R. Murchison was in this way ascertained by Mr. Owen to belong to a fish of the genus Dendrotus. Geology of Russia, I-67. When it had thus been established that the strata of the earth are characterized by innumerable remains of the organized beings which formerly inhabited it, and that anatomical and physiological considerations must be carefully and skillfully applied in order rightly to interpret these characters, the geologist and the paleontologist obviously had, brought before them, many very wide and striking questions. Of these we may give some instances, but in the first place, we may add a few words concerning those eminent philosophers to whom the science owed the basis on which succeeding speculations were to be built. Sect 5. Intellectual characters of the founders of systematic descriptive geology. It would be in accordance with the course we have pursued in treating of other subjects, that we should attempt to point out in the founders of the science now under consideration those intellectual qualities and habits to which we ascribe their success. The very recent date of the generalizations of geology, which has hardly allowed us time to distinguish the calm expression of the opinion of the wisest judges, might, in this instance, relieve us from such a duty. But since our plan appears to suggest it, we will, at least, endeavor to mark the characters of the founders of geology by a few of their prominent lines. The three persons who must be looked upon as the main authors of geological classification are Werner, Smith, and Cuvier. These three men were a very different mental constitution, and it will, perhaps, not be difficult to compare them in reference to those qualities which we have all along represented as the main features of the discoverer's genius, clearness of ideas, the possession of numerous facts, and the power of bringing these two elements into contact. 521. In the German, considering him as a geologist, the ideal element predominated. That Werner's powers of external discrimination were extremely acute, we have seen in speaking of him as a mineralogist, and his talent and tendency for classifying were, in his mineralogical studies, fully fed by an abundant store of observation. But when he came to apply this methodizing power to geology, the love of system, so fostered, appears to have been too strong for the collection of facts he had to deal with. As we have already said, he promulgated, as representing the world, a scheme collected from a province, and even too hastily gathered from that narrow field. Yet his intense spirit of method in some measure compensated for other deficiencies, and enabled him to give the character of a science to what had been before a collection of miscellaneous phenomena. The ardor of system-making produced a sort of fusion, which, however superficial, served to bind together the mass of incoherent and mixed materials, and thus to form, though by strange and anomalous means, a structure of no small strength and durability, like the ancient vitrified structures which we find in some of our mountain regions. Of a very different temper and character was William Smith. No literary cultivation of his youth awoke in him the speculative love of symmetry and system, but a singular clearness and precision of the classifying power, which he possessed as a native talent, was exercised and developed by exactly those geological facts among which his philosophical task lay. Some of the advances which he made had, as we have seen, been at least entered upon by others who preceded him, but of all this he was ignorant, and, perhaps, went on more steadily and eagerly to work out his own ideas, from the persuasion that they were entirely his own. At a later period of his life, he himself published an account of the views which had animated him in his earlier progress. In this account, he dates his attempts to discriminate and connect strata from the year 1790, at which time he was 20 years old. In 1792, he had considered how he could best represent the order of superposition continuity of coarse-end general eastern declination of the strata. Soon after, doubts which had arisen were removed by the discovery of a mode of identifying the strata by the organized fossils respectively embedded therein. And thus stored with ideas, as he expresses himself, he began to communicate them to his friends. In all this, we see great vividness, 522, of thought and activity of mind, unfolding itself exactly in proportion to the facts with which it had to deal. we are reminded of that cyclopean architecture in which each stone, as it occurs, is, with wonderful ingenuity, and with the least possible alteration of its form, shaped so as to fit its place in a solid and lasting edifice. Different yet again was the character, as a geological discoverer, of the great naturalist of the beginning of the 19th century. In that part of his labors of which we have now to speak, Cuvier's dominant ideas were rather physiological than geological. In his views of past physical changes, he did not seek to include any ranges of facts which lay much beyond the narrow field of the Paris Basin. But his sagacity in applying his own great principle of the conditions of existence gave him a peculiar and unparalleled power in interpreting the most imperfect fossil records of extinct anatomy. In the constitution of his mind, all philosophical endowments were so admirably developed and disciplined that it was difficult to say whether more of his power was due to genius or to culture. The talent of classifying which he exercised in geology was the result of the most complete knowledge and skill in zoology, while his views concerning the revolutions which had taken place in the organic and inorganic world were in no small degree aided by an extraordinary command of historical and other literature. His guiding ideas had been formed, his facts had been studied, by the assistance of all the sciences which could be made to bear upon them. In his geological labors we seem to see some beautiful temple, not only firm and fair in itself, but decorated with sculpture and painting, and rich in all that art and labor, memory and imagination can contribute to its beauty. Sir Charles Lyell, BIC Roman 4, has quoted with approval what I have elsewhere said, that the advancement of three of the main divisions of geology in the beginning of the present century was promoted principally by the three great nations of Europe, the German, the English, and the French, mineralogical geology by the German school of Werner, secondary geology by Smith and his English successors, tertiary geology by Cuvier and his fellow laborers in France. 523. Chapter 3. Sequel to the formation of systematic descriptive geology. Sect 1. Reception and diffusion of systematic geology. If our nearness to the time of the discoveries to which we have just referred embarrasses us in speaking of their authors, it makes it still more difficult to narrate the reception with which these discoveries met. Yet here we may notice a few facts which may not be without their interest. The impression which Werner made upon his hearers was very strong, and, as we have already said, disciples were gathered to his school from every country, and then went forward into all parts of the world, animated by the views which they had caught from him. We may say of him, as has been so wisely said of a philosopher of a very different kind, he owed his influence to various causes, at the head of which may be placed that genius for system, which, though it cramps the growth of knowledge, perhaps finally atones for that mischief by the zeal and activity which it rouses among followers and opponents, who discover truth by accident, when in pursuit of weapons for their warfare. The list of Werner's pupils for a considerable period included most of the principal geologists of Europe: Freysleben, Mohs, Esmark, D'Andrada, Römer, Engelhart, Charpentier, Brackay. Alexander von Humboldt and Leopold von Buch went forth from his school to observe America and Siberia, the isles of the Atlantic, and the coast of Norway. Professor Jameson established at Edinburgh a Wernerian society, and his lecture room became a second center of Wernerian doctrines, whence proceeded many zealous geological observers. Among these we may mention as one of the most distinguished, M. Ami Bauer, though, like several others, he soon cast away the peculiar opinions of the Wernerian school. The classifications of this school were, however, diffused over the civilized world with 524 extraordinary success, and were looked upon with great respect till the study of organic fossils threw them into the shade. Smith, on the other hand, long pursued his own thoughts without aid and without sympathy. About 1799, he became acquainted with a few gentlemen, Dr. Anderson, Mr. Richardson, Mr. Townsend, and Mr. Davies, who had already given some attention to organic fossils, and who were astonished to find his knowledge so much more exact and extensive than their own. From this time, he conceived the intention of publishing his discoveries, but the want of literary leisure and habits long prevented him. His knowledge was orally communicated without reserve to many persons, and thus gradually and insensibly became part of the public stock. When this diffusion of his views had gone on for some time, his friends began to complain that the author of them was deprived of his well-merited share of fame. His delay in publication made it difficult to remedy this wrong, for soon after he published his geological map of England, another appeared, founded upon separate observations, and though, perhaps, not quite independent of his, yet in many respects much more detailed and correct. Thus, though his general ideas obtained universal currency, he did not assume his due prominence as a geologist. In 1818, a generous attempt was made to direct a proper degree of public gratitude to him. In an article in the Edinburgh Review, the production of Dr. Fitton, a distinguished English geologist. And when the eminent philosopher, Wollaston, had bequeathed to the Geological Society of London a fund from which a gold medal was to be awarded to geological services, the first of such medals was, in 1831, given to Mr. William Smith, in consideration of his being a great original discoverer in English geology, and especially for his having been the first in this country to discover and to teach the identification of strata, and to determine their succession by means of their embedded fossils. Cuvier's discoveries, on the other hand, both from the high philosophic fame of their author and from their intrinsic importance, arrested at once the attention of scientific Europe and, notwithstanding the undoubted priority of Smith's labors, for a long time were looked upon as the starting point of our knowledge of organic fossils. And in reality, although Cuvier's memoirs derived the greatest part of their value from his zoological conclusions, they reflected back no small portion of interest on the classifications of strata which were involved in his inferences. And the views which he presented gave to geology an attractive and striking character, and a connection with 525 large physiological as well as physical principles, which added incomparably to its dignity and charm. In tracing the reception and diffusion of doctrines, such as those of Smith and Cuvier, we ought not to omit to notice more especially the formation and history of the Geological Society of London, just mentioned. It was established in 1807 with a view to multiply and record observations and patiently to await the result of some future period. That is, its founders resolved to apply themselves to descriptive geology, thinking the time not come for that theoretical geology which had then long fired the controversial ardor of Neptunists and Plutonists. The first volume of the Transactions of this society was published in 1811. The greater part of the contents of this volume savor of the notions of the Wernerian school, and there are papers on some of the districts in England most rich in fossils, which Mr. Cniber says well exhibit the low state of secondary geology at that period. But a paper by Mr. Parkinson refers to the discoveries both of Smith and of Cuvier. And in the next volume, Mr. Webster gives an account of the Isle of Wight, following the admirable model of Cuvier and Brongniart's account of the Paris Basin. If we compare this memoir of Mr. Webster with the preceding one of Dr. Berger, also of the Isle of Wight, they at once show themselves to belong to two very distinct eras of science, and it is difficult to believe that the interval which elapsed between their respective publication was only 3 or 4 years. Among the events belonging to the diffusion of sound geological views in this country, we may notice the publication of a little volume entitled The Geology of England and Wales by Mr. Cniber and Mr. Phillips in 1821, an event far more important than, from the modest form and character of the work, it might at first sight appear. By describing in detail the geological structure and circumstances of England, at least as far downwards as the coal, it enabled a very wide class of readers to understand and verify the classifications which geology had then very recently established, while the extensive knowledge and philosophical spirit of Mr. Cniber rendered it, under the guise of a topographical enumeration, in reality a profound and instructive scientific treatise. The vast impulse which it gave to the study of sound descriptive geology was felt and acknowledged in other countries, as well as in Britain. 526. Since that period, descriptive geology in England has constantly advanced. The advance has been due mainly to the labors of the members of the Geological Society, on whose merits as cultivators of their science, none but those who are themselves masters of the subject have a right to dwell. Yet some parts of the scientific character of these men may be appreciated by the general speculator, for they have shown that there are no talents and no endowments which may not find their fitting employment in this science. Besides that they have united laborious research and comprehensive views, acuteness and learning, zeal and knowledge. The philosophical eloquence with which they have conducted their discussions has had a most beneficial influence on the tone of their speculations. And their researches in the field, which have carried them into every country and every class of society, have given them that prompt and liberal spirit, and that open and cordial bearing, which results from intercourse with the world on a large and unfettered scale. It is not too much to say that in our time, practical geology has been one of the best schools of philosophical and general culture of mind. Sect 2. Application of systematic geology, geological surveys and maps. Such surveys as that which Cniber and Phillips's book presented with respect to England were not only a means of disseminating the knowledge implied in the classifications of such a work, but they were also an essential part of the application and extension of the principles established by the founders of systematic geology. As soon as the truth of such a system was generally acknowledged, the persuasion of the propriety of geological surveys and maps of each country could not but impress itself on men's minds. When the earlier writers, as Lister and Fontenelle, spoke of mineralogical and fossilological maps, they could hardly be said to know the meaning of the terms which they thus used. But when subsequent classifications had shown how such a suggestion might be carried into effect, and to what important consequences it might lead, the task was undertaken in various countries in a vigorous and consistent manner. In England, besides Smith's map, another, drawn up by Mr. Greenough, was published by the Geological Society in 1819, and being founded on very numerous observations of the author and his friends, made with great labor and cost, was not only an important 527 correction and confirmation of Smith's labors, but a valuable storehouse and standard of what had then been done in English geology. Leopold von Buch had constructed a geological map of a large portion of Germany about the same period, but aware of the difficulty of the task he had thus attempted, he still forbore to publish it. At a later period, and as materials accumulated, more detailed maps of parts of Germany were produced by Hoffmann and others. The French government entrusted to a distinguished professor of the School of Mines, M. Brachant de Villiers, the task of constructing a map of France on the model of Mr. Greenough's, associating with him two younger persons, selected for their energy and talents, Beaumont and Dufresnoy. We shall have occasion hereafter to speak of the execution of this survey. By various persons, geological maps of almost every country and province of Europe, and of many parts of Asia and America, have been published. I need not enumerate these, but I may refer to the account given of them by Mr. Cniber in the reports of the British Association for 1832, p. 384. These various essays may be considered as contributions, though hitherto undoubtedly very imperfect ones, to that at which descriptive geology ought to aim, and which is requisite as a foundation for sound theory, a complete geological survey of the whole earth. But we must say a few words respecting the language in which such a survey must be written. As we have already said, that condition which made such maps and the accompanying descriptions possible was that the strata and their contents had previously undergone classification and arrangement at the hands of the fathers of geology. Classification, in this as in other cases, implied names which should give to the classes distinctness and permanence. And when the series of strata belonging to one country were referred to in the description of another, in which they appeared, as was usually the case, under an aspect at least somewhat different, the supposed identification required a peculiar study of each case. And thus geology had arrived at the point, which we have before had to notice as one of the stages of the progress of classificatory botany, at which a technical nomenclature and a well-understood synonymy were essential parts of the science. Sect 3. Geological nomenclature. By nomenclature, we mean a system of names, and hence we can 528 not speak of a geological nomenclature till we come to Werner and Smith. The earlier mineralogists had employed names, often artificial and arbitrary, for special minerals, but no technical and constant names for strata. The elements of Werner's names for the members of his geological series were words in use among miners, as gneiss, Grauwecke, Thonskiefer, Roth Tot Legend, Zechstein, or arbitrary names of the mineralogists, as syenite, serpentine, porphyry, granite. But the more technical part of his phraseology was taken from that which is the worst kind of name, arbitrary numeration. Thus he had his first sandstone formation, second sandstone, third sandstone, first Flotz limestone, second Flotz limestone, third Flotz limestone. Such names are, beyond all others, liable to mistake in their application, and likely to be expelled by the progress of knowledge. And accordingly, though the Wernerian names for rocks mineralogically distinguished have still some currency, his sandstones and limestones, after creating endless confusion while his authority had any sway, have utterly disappeared from good geological works. The nomenclature of Smith was founded upon English provincial terms of very barbarous aspect, as cornbrash, lias, galt, clunch clay, coral rag. Yet these terms were widely diffused when his classification was generally accepted. They kept their place, precisely because they had no systematic signification, and many of them are at present part of the geological language of the whole civilized world. Another kind of names which has been very prevalent among geologists are those borrowed from places. Thus the Wernerians spoke of Alpine limestone and Jura limestone, the English of Kimmeridge clay and Oxford clay, Purbeck marble, and Portland rock. These names, referring to the stratum of a known locality as a type, were good as far as an identity with that type had been traced. But when this had been incompletely done, they were liable to great ambiguity. If the Alps or the Jura contain several formations of limestone, such terms as we have noticed, borrowed from those mountains, cease to be necessarily definite and may give rise to much confusion. Descriptive names, although they might be supposed to be the best, have, in fact, rarely been fortunate. The reason of this is obvious. The mark which has been selected for description may easily fail to be essential, and the obvious connections of natural facts may overleap the arbitrary definition. As we have already stated in the history of botany, the establishment of descriptive marks of real classes presupposes the important but difficult step of the discovery of such marks. 529. Hence those descriptive names only have been really useful in geology, which had been used without any scrupulous regard to the appropriateness of the description. The green sand may be white, brown, or red. The mountain limestone may occur only in valleys. The oolite may have no row-like structure. And yet these may be excellent geological names, if they be applied to formations geologically identical with those which the phrases originally designated. The signification may assist the memory, but must not be allowed to subjugate the faculty of natural classification. The terms which have been formed by geologists in recent times have been drawn from sources similar to those of the older ones, and will have their fortune determined by the same conditions. Thus Mr. Lyell has given to the divisions of the tertiary strata the appellations Pliocene, Miocene, Eocene, accordingly as they contain a majority of recent species of shells, a minority of such species, or a small proportion of living species, which may be looked upon as indicating the dawn of the existing state of the animate creation. But in this case, he wisely treats his distinctions, not as definitions, but as the marks of natural groups. The plurality of species indicated by the name Pliocene must not, he says, be understood to imply an absolute majority of recent fossil shells in all cases, but a comparative preponderance wherever the Pliocene are contrasted with strata of the period immediately preceding. Mr. Lyell might have added that no precise percentage of recent species, nor any numerical criterion whatever, can be allowed to overbear the closer natural relations of strata, proved by evidence of a superior kind, if such can be found. And this would be the proper answer to the objection made by de la Becque to these names, namely, that it may happen that the Miocene rocks of one country may be of the same date as the Pliocene of another, the same formation having in one place a majority, in another a minority, of existing species. We are not to run into this incongruity, for we are not so to apply the names. The formation which has been called Pliocene must continue to be so called, even where the majority of recent species fails, and all rocks that agree with that in date without further reference to the numerical relations of their fossils, must also share in the name. To invent good names for these large divisions of the series of strata is indeed extremely difficult. The term oolite is an instance in which 530, a descriptive word, has become permanent in a case of this kind. And, in imitation of it, posolite, from pi omicron iota kappa iota lambda omicron sigma, various asterisk, has been proposed by Mr. Knibber as a name for the group of strata inferior to the oolites, of which the variegated sandstone, Bunter sandstein, Grès Bigoret, is a conspicuous member. For the series of formations which lies immediately over the rocks, in which no organic remains are found, the term transition was long used, but with extreme ambiguity and vagueness. When this series, or rather the upper part of it, was well examined in South Wales, where it consists of many well-marked members, and may be probably taken as a type for a large portion of the rest of the world, it became necessary to give to the group thus explored a name not necessarily leading to assumption or controversy. Mr. Murchison selected the term Silurian, borrowed from the former inhabitants of the country in which his types were found, and this is a term excellent in many respects, but one which will probably not quite supersede transition, because, in other places, transition rocks occur which correspond to none of the members of the Silurian region. Though new names are inevitable accompaniments of new views of classification, and though, therefore, the geological discoverer must be allowed a right to coin them, this is a privilege which, for the sake of his own credit and the circulation of his tokens, he must exercise with great temperance and judgment. M. Brongniart may be taken as an example of the neglect of this caution. Acting upon the principle, in itself a sound one, that inconveniences arise from geological terms which have a mineralogical signification, he has given an entirely new list of names of the members of the geological series. Thus the primitive unstratified rocks are terranes agalicians, the transition semicompact are hemilicians, the sedimentary strata are azemians, the diluvial deposits are clismians, and these divisions are subdivided by designations equally novel. Thus of the terranes azemians, members are the terranes clastiques, tritonians, proteics, paleothurians, epilimniques, thalassiques. Such a nomenclature appears to labor under great inconveniences, since the terms are descriptive in their derivation, yet are not generally intelligible, and refer to theoretical views, yet have not the recommendation of systematic connection. 531. Sect, for geological synonymy, or determination of geological equivalence. It will easily be supposed that with so many different sources of names as we have mentioned, the same stratum may be called by different designations, and thus a synonymy may be necessary for geology, as it was for botany in the time of Bauhin, when the same plants had been spoken of by so many different appellations in different authors. But in reality, the synonymy of geology is a still more important part of the subject than the analogy of botany would lead us to suppose. For in plants, the species are really fixed and easily known when seen, and the ambiguity is only in the imperfect communication or confused ideas of the observers. But in geology, the identity of a stratum or formation in different places, though not an arbitrary, may be a very doubtful matter, even to him who has seen and examined. To assign its right character and place to a stratum in a new country is, in a great degree, to establish the whole geological history of the country. To assume that the same names may rightly be applied to the strata of different countries is to take for granted, not indeed the Wernerian dogma of universal formations, but a considerable degree of generality and uniformity in the known formations. And how far this generality and uniformity prevail, observation alone can teach. The search for geological synonyms in different countries brings before us two questions. First, are there such synonyms? And only in the second place, and as far as they occur, what are they? In fact, it is found that although formations which must be considered as geologically identical, because otherwise no classification is possible, do extend over large regions and pass from country to country, their identity includes certain modifications, and the determination of the identity and of the modifications are inseparably involved with each other and almost necessarily entangled with theoretical considerations. And in two countries, in which we find this modified coincidence, instead of saying that the strata are identical, and that their designations are synonyms, we may, with more propriety, consider them as two corresponding series, of which the members of the one may be treated as the representatives or equivalents of the members of the other. This doctrine of representatives or equivalents supposes that the geological phenomena in the two countries have been the results of 532 similar series of events, which have, in some measure, coincided in time and order, and thus, as we have said, refers us to a theory. But yet, considered merely as a step in classification, the comparison of the geological series of strata in different countries is, in the highest degree, important and interesting. Indeed, in the same manner in which the separation of classificatory from chemical mineralogy is necessary for the completion of mineralogical science, the comparative classification of the strata of different countries according to their resemblances and differences alone is requisite as a basis for a theory of their causes. But as will easily be imagined from its nature, this part of descriptive geology deals with the most difficult and the most elevated problems, and requires a rare union of laborious observation with a comprehensive spirit of philosophical classification. In order to give instances of this process, for of the vast labor and great talents which have been thus employed in England, France, and Germany, it is only instances that we can give. I may refer to the Geological Survey of France, which was executed, as we have already stated, by order of the government. In this undertaking, it was intended to obtain a knowledge of the whole mineral structure of France. But no small portion of this knowledge was brought into view, when a synonymy had been established between the secondary rocks of France and the corresponding members of the English and German series, which had been so well studied as to have become classical points of standard reference. For the purpose of doing this, the principal directors of the survey, Mbrachant de Villiers, de Beaumont, and Dufresnoy, came to England in 1822, and following the steps of the best English geologists, in a few months made themselves acquainted with the English series. They then returned to France, and, starting from the Chalk of Paris in various directions, traveled on the lines which carried them over the edges of the strata which emerge from beneath the chalk, identifying, as they could, the strata with their foreign analogues. They thus recognized almost all of the principal beds of the oolitic series of England. At the same time, they found differences as well as resemblances. Thus, the Portland and Kimmeridge beds of France were found to contain in abundance a certain shell, the Graphia virgula, which had not before been much remarked in those beds in England. With regard to the synonyms in Germany, on the other hand, a difference of opinion, 538, arose between M. Elie de Beaumont and M. Volz, the former considering the Grès de Vosges as the equivalent of the Roth Tot Legend, which occurs beneath the Zechstein, while M. Volz held that it was the lower portion of the red or variegated sandstone which rests on the Zechstein. In the same manner, from the first promulgation of the Wernerian system, attempts were made to identify the English with the German members of the geological alphabet, but it was long before this alphabet was rightly read. Thus the English geologists who first tried to apply the Wernerian series to this country conceived the Old and New Red Sandstone of England to be the same with the Old and New Red Sandstone of Werner. Whereas Werner's Old Red, the Roth Tot Legend, is above the coal, while the English Old Red is below it. This mistake led to a further erroneous identification of our mountain limestone with Werner's First Flotz limestone, and caused an almost inextricable confusion, which, even at a recent period, has perplexed the views of German geologists respecting this country. Again, the lias of England was, at first, supposed to be the equivalent of the Muschelkalk of Germany. But the error of this identification was brought into view by examinations and discussions in which Oyenhausen and Dechen took the lead, and at a later period, Professor Sedgwick, by a laborious examination of the strata of England, was enabled to show the true relation of this part of the geology of the two countries. According to him, the New Red Sandstone of England, considered as one great complex formation, may be divided into 7 members, composed of sandstones, limestones, and marls, 5 of which represent respectively the Roth Tot Legend, the Kupferschiefer, the Zechstein with the Rochwicke, Ash, and Stinkstein of the Thuringenwald, the Bunter Sandstein, and the Kuper, while the Muschelkalk, which lies between the two last members of the German list, has not yet been discovered in our geological series. Such a coincidence, he observes, in the subdivisions of two distant mechanical deposits, even upon the supposition of their being strictly contemporaneous, is truly astonishing. It has not been assumed hypothetically, but is the fair result of the facts which are recorded in this paper. As an example in which the study of geological equivalents becomes still more difficult, we may notice the attempts to refer the strata of 534, the Alps, to those of the northwest of Europe. The dark-colored marbles and schists resembling mica slate were, during the prevalence of the Wernerian theory, referred, as was natural, to the transition class. The striking physical characters of this mountain region, and its long-standing celebrity as a subject of mineralogical examination, made a complete subversion of the received opinion respecting its place in the geological series, an event of great importance in the history of the science. Yet this was what occurred when Dr. Buckland, in 1820, threw his piercing glance upon this district. He immediately pointed out that these masses, by their fossils, approached to the oolitic series of this country. From this view it followed that the geological equivalents of that series were to be found among rocks in which the mineralogical characters were altogether different, and that the loose limestones of England represent some of the highly compact and crystalline marbles of Italy and Greece. This view was confirmed by subsequent investigations, and the correspondence was traced not only in the general body of the formations, but in the occurrence of the red marl at its bottom and the green sand and chalk at its top. The talents and the knowledge which such tasks require are of no ordinary kind, nor, even with a consummate acquaintance with the well-ascertained formations, can the place of problematical strata be decided without immense labor. Thus, the examination and delineation of hundreds of shells by the most skillful conchologists has been thought necessary in order to determine whether the calcareous beds of Maastricht and of Gossau are or are not intermediate, as to their organic contents, between the chalk and the tertiary formations. And scarcely any point of geological classification can be settled without a similar union of the accomplished naturalist with the laborious geological collector. It follows from the views already presented of this part of geology that no attempt to apply to distant countries the names by which the well-known European strata have been described can be of any value, if not accompanied by a corresponding attempt to show how far the European series is really applicable. This must be borne in mind in estimating the import of the geological accounts which have been given of various parts of Asia, Africa, and America. For instance, when the Carboniferous group and the New Red Sandstone are stated to 535 be found in India, we require to be assured that these formations are, in some way, the equivalents of their synonyms in countries better explored. Till this is done, the results of observation in such places would be better conveyed by a nomenclature implying only those facts of resemblance, difference, and order which have been ascertained in the country so described. We know that serious errors were incurred by the attempts made to identify the tertiary strata of other countries with those first studied in the Paris Basin. Fancied points of resemblance, Mr. Lyell observes, were magnified into undue importance, and essential differences in mineral character and organic contents were slurred over. The extension of geological surveys, the construction of geological maps, and the determination of the geological equivalents which replace each other in various countries have been carried on in continuation of the labors mentioned above, with enlarged activity, range, and means. It is estimated that 1/3 of the land of each hemisphere has been geologically explored, and that thus descriptive geology has now been prosecuted so far that it is not likely that even the extension of it to the whole globe would give any material novelty of aspect to theoretical geology. The recent literature of the subject is so voluminous that it is impossible for me to give any account of it here. Very imperfectly acquainted, as I am, even with the English portion and still more, with what has been produced in other countries. While I admire the energetic and enlightened labors by which the philosophers of France, Belgium, Germany, Italy, Russia, and America have promoted scientific geology, I may be allowed to rejoice to see in the very phraseology of the subject the evidence that English geologists have not failed to contribute their share to the latest advances in the science. The following order of strata proceeding upwards is now, I think, recognized throughout Europe. The Silurian, the Devonian Old Red Sandstone, the Carboniferous, the Permian lower part of the New Red Sandstone series, the Trias, upper three members of the New Red Sandstone series, the Lias, the Oolite, in which are reckoned by M. d'Orbigny the Ediges Bathonian, Oxonian, Kimmeridgian, and Portlandian, the Neocomian lower green sand, the Chalk, and above these, tertiary and supertertiary beds. Of these, the Silurian, described by Sir R. Murchison from its types in South Wales, has been traced by European geologists through the Ardennes, Servia, Turkey, the shores of the Gulf of Finland, the Valley 536 of the Mississippi, the west coast of North America, and the mountains of South America. Again, the labors of Prof. Sedgwick and Sir R. Murchison in 1836, 7, and 8, aided by the sagacity of Mr. Lonsdale, led to their placing certain rocks of Devon and Cornwall as a formation intermediate between the Silurian and Carboniferous series. And the Devonian system thus established has been accepted by geologists in general, and has been traced not only in various parts of Europe, but in Australia and Tasmania, and in the neighborhood of the Alleghenies. Above the Carboniferous series, Sir R. Murchison and his fellow laborers, M. de Verneuil and Count Kieserling, have found in Russia a well-developed series of rocks occupying the ancient kingdom of Permia, which they have hence called the Permian Formation, and this term also has found general acceptance. The next group, the Kuiper, Muschelkalk, and Bunter sandstein of Germany, has been termed Trias by the continental geologists. The Neocomian is called from Neuchâtel, where it is largely developed. Below all these rocks come, in England, the Cambrian on which Prof. Sedgwick has expended so many years of valuable labor. The comparison of the Protozoic and Hypozoic rocks of different countries is probably still incomplete. The geologists of North America have made great progress in deciphering and describing the structure of their own country, and they have wisely gone, in a great measure, upon the plan which I have commended at the end of the 3rd chapter. They have compared the rocks of their own country with each other, and given to the different beds and formations names borrowed from their own localities. This course will facilitate, rather than impede, the redaction of their classification to its synonyms and equivalents in the Old World. Of course, it is not to be expected nor desired that books belonging to descriptive geology shall exclude the other two branches of the subject, geological dynamics and physical geology. On the contrary, among the most valuable contributions to both these departments have been speculations appended to descriptive works. And this is naturally and rightly more and more the case as the description embraces a wider field. The noble work on the geology of Russia and the Urals by Sir Roderick Murchison and his companions is a great example of this, as of other merits in a geological book. The author introduces into his pages the various portions of geological dynamics of which I shall have to speak afterwards, and thus endeavors to make out the 537 physical history of the region, the boundaries of its raised sea bottoms, the shores of the great continent on which the mammoths lived, the period when the gold ore was formed, and when the watershed of the Ural chain was elevated. Chapter 4. Attempts to discover general laws in geology. Sect 1. General geological phenomena. Besides thus noticing such features in the rocks of each country as were necessary to the identification of the strata, geologists have had many other phenomena of the Earth's surface and materials presented to their notice, and these they have, to a certain extent, attempted to generalize so as to obtain on this subject what we have elsewhere termed the laws of phenomena, which are the best materials for physical theory. Without dwelling long upon these, we may briefly note some of the most obvious. Thus it has been observed that mountain ranges often consist of a ridge of subjacent rock, on which lie, on each side, strata sloping from the ridge. Such a ridge is an anticlinal line, a mineralogical axis. The sloping strata present their escarpments or steep edges to this axis. Again, in mining countries, the veins which contain the ore are usually a system of parallel and nearly vertical partitions in the rock, and these are, in very many cases, intersected by another system of veins parallel to each other and nearly perpendicular to the former. Rocky regions are often intersected by faults, or fissures interrupting the strata, in which the rock on one side the fissure appears to have been at first continuous with that on the other, and shoved aside or up or down after the fracture. Again, besides these larger fractures, rocks have joint separations or tendencies to separate in some directions rather than in others, and a slaty cleavage in which the parallel subdivisions may be carried on, so as to produce laminae of indefinite thinness. As an example of those laws of phenomena of which we have spoken, we may instance the general law asserted by Prof. 538, Sedgwick, not, however, as free from exception, that in one particular class of rocks, the slaty cleavage never coincides with the direction of the strata. The phenomena of metalliferous veins may be referred to as another large class of facts which demand the notice of the geologist. It would be difficult to point out briefly any general laws which prevail in such cases, but in order to show the curious and complex nature of the facts, it may be sufficient to refer to the description of the metallic veins of Cornwall by Mr. Carne, in which the author maintains that their various contents and the manner in which they cut across and stop or shift each other leads naturally to the assumption of veins of no less than 6 or 8 different ages in one kind of rock. Again, as important characters belonging to the physical history of the Earth, and therefore to geology, we may notice all the general laws which refer to its temperature, both the laws of climate, as determined by the isothermal lines, which Humboldt has drawn by the aid of very numerous observations made in all parts of the world, and also those still more curious facts of the increase of temperature which takes place as we descend in the solid mass. The latter circumstance, after being for a while rejected as a fable or explained away as an accident, is now generally acknowledged to be the true state of things in many distant parts of the globe, and probably in all. Again, to turn to cases of another kind. Some writers have endeavored to state in a general manner laws according to which the members of the geological series succeed each other, and to reduce apparent anomalies to order of a wider kind. Among those who have written with such views, we may notice Alexander von Humboldt, always, and in all sciences, foremost in the race of generalization. In his attempt to extend the doctrine of geological equivalence from the rocks of Europe to those of the Andes, he has marked by appropriate terms the general modes of geological succession. I have insisted, he says, principally upon the phenomena of alternation, oscillation, and local suppression, and on those presented by the passages of formations from one to another by the effect of an interior development. The phenomena of alternation to which M. de Humboldt here refers are, in fact, very curious, as exhibiting a mode in which the transitions from one formation to another may become gradual and insensible, 539, instead of sudden and abrupt. Thus the coal measures in the south of England are above the mountain limestone, and the distinction of the formations is of the most marked kind. But as we advance northward into the coal field of Yorkshire and Durham, the subjacent limestone begins to be subdivided by thick masses of sandstone and carbonaceous strata, and passes into a complex deposit, not distinguishable from the overlying coal measures. And in this manner, the transition from the limestone to the coal is made by alternation. Thus, to use another expression of M. de Humboldt's in ascending from the limestone, the coal, before we quit the subjacent stratum, preludes to its fuller exhibition in the superior beds. Again, as to another point, geologists have gone on up to the present time endeavoring to discover general laws and facts with regard to the position of mountain and mineral masses upon the surface of the earth. Thus M. von Buch, in his physical description of the Canaries, has given a masterly description of the lines of volcanic action and volcanic products all over the globe. And more recently, M. Elie de Beaumont has offered some generalizations of a still wider kind. In this new doctrine, those mountain ranges, even in distant parts of the world, which are of the same age, according to the classifications already spoken of, are asserted to be parallel to each other, while those ranges which are of different ages lie in different directions. This very wide and striking proposition may be considered as being at present upon its trial among the geologists of Europe. Note 59/18. We may observe that the notion of parallelism, when applied to lines drawn on remote portions of a globular surface, requires to be interpreted in so arbitrary a manner that we can hardly imagine it to express a physical law. Note 60/18. Mr. Lyell, in the sixth edition of his Principles, B.I. see Roman 12, has combated the hypothesis of M. Elie de Beaumont, stated in the text. He has argued both against the catastrophic character of the elevation of mountain chains and the parallelism of the contemporaneous ridges. It is evident that the former doctrine may be true, though the latter be shown to be false. Among the organic phenomena, also, which have been the subject of geological study, general laws of a very wide and comprehensive kind have been suggested, and in a greater or less degree confirmed by adequate assemblages of facts. Thus M. Adolf Brongniart has not only, in his fossil flora, represented and skillfully restored a vast number of the plants of the ancient world, but he has also, in the prodromus of the work, presented various important and striking views of the general character of the vegetation of former periods, as 540, insular or continental, tropical or temperate. And M. Agassiz, by the examination of an incredible number of specimens and collections of fossil fish, has been led to results which, expressed in terms of his own ichthyological classification, form remarkable general laws. Thus, according to him, when we go below the lias, we lose all traces of two of the four orders under which he comprehends all known kinds of fish, namely, the Cycloidian and the Ctenoidian, while the other two orders, the Ganoidian and Placoidian, rare in our days, suddenly appear in great numbers, together with large sauroid and carnivorous fishes. Cuvier, in constructing his great work on ichthyology, transferred to M. Agassiz the whole subject of fossil fishes, thus showing how highly he esteemed his talents as a naturalist. And M. Agassiz has shown himself worthy of his great predecessor in geological natural history, not only by his acuteness and activity, but by the comprehensive character of his zoological philosophy, and by the courage with which he has addressed himself to the vast labors which lie before him. In his report on the fossil fish discovered in England, published in 1835, he briefly sketches some of the large questions which his researches have suggested, and then adds, "Such is the meager outline of a history of the highest interest, full of curious episodes, but most difficult to relate. To unfold the details which it contains will be the business of my life." In proceeding downwards through the series of formations into which geologists have distributed the rocks of the earth, one class of organic forms after another is found to disappear. In the Tertiary period, we find all the classes of the present world: mammals, birds, reptiles, fishes, crustaceans, mollusks, zoophytes. In the Secondary period, from the chalk down to the new red sandstone, mammals are not found, with the minute exception of the marsupial Amphitherium and Phascolotherium in the Stonesfield slate. In the Carboniferous and Devonian period, we have no large reptiles, with again a minute amount of exception. In the lower part of the Silurian rocks, fishes vanish, and we have no animal forms but mollusks, crustaceans, and zoophytes. The Carboniferous, Devonian, and Silurian formations, thus containing the oldest forms of life, have been termed Paleozoic. The boundaries of the life-bearing series have not yet been determined, but the series in which vertebrated animals do not appear has been 541, provisionally termed Protozoic, and the lower Silurian rocks may probably be looked upon as its upper members. Below this, geologists place a Hypozoic or Azoic series of rocks. Geologists differ as to the question whether these changes in the inhabitants of the globe were made by determinate steps or by insensible gradations. M. Agassiz has been led to the conviction that the organized population of the globe was renewed in the interval of each principal member of its formations. Mr. Lyell, on the other hand, conceives that the change in the collection of organized beings was gradual, and has proposed on this subject an hypothesis which I shall hereafter consider. Sect 2. Transition to geological dynamics. While we have been giving this account of the objects with which descriptive geology is occupied, it must have been felt how difficult it is, in contemplating such facts, to confine ourselves to description and classification. Conjectures and reasonings respecting the causes of the phenomena force themselves upon us at every step, and even influence our classification and nomenclature. Our descriptive geology impels us to endeavor to construct a physical geology. This close connection of the two branches of the subject by no means invalidates the necessity of distinguishing them. As in botany, Although the formation of a natural system necessarily brings us to physiological relations, we still distinguish systematic from physiological botany. Supposing, however, our descriptive geology to be completed, as far as can be done without considering closely the causes by which the strata have been produced, we have now to enter upon the other province of the science, which treats of those causes, and of which we have already spoken, as physical geology. But before we can treat this department of speculation in a manner suitable to the conditions of science, and to the analogy of other parts of our knowledge, a certain intermediate and preparatory science must be formed, of which we shall now consider the origin and progress. 542. Geological Dynamics. Chapter 5. Inorganic Geological Dynamics. Sect 1. Necessity and object of a science of geological dynamics. When the structure and arrangement which men observed in the materials of the earth instigated them to speculate concerning the past changes and revolutions by which such results had been produced, they at first supposed themselves sufficiently able to judge what would be the effects of any of the obvious agents of change, as water or volcanic fire. It did not at once occur to them to suspect that their common and extemporaneous judgment on such points was far from sufficient for sound knowledge. They did not foresee that they must create a special science, whose object should be to estimate the general laws and effects of assumed causes, before they could pronounce whether such causes had actually produced the particular facts which their survey of the earth had disclosed to them. Yet the analogy of the progress of knowledge on other subjects points out very clearly the necessity of such a science. When phenomenal astronomy had arrived at a high point of completeness, by the labors of ages, and especially by the discovery of Kepler's laws, astronomers were vehemently desirous of knowing the causes of these motions. And sanguine men, such as Kepler, readily conjectured that the motions were the effects of certain virtues and influences by which the heavenly bodies acted upon each other. But it did not at first occur to him and his fellow speculators that they had not ascertained what motions the influences of one body upon another could produce, and that, therefore, they were not prepared to judge whether such causes as they spoke of did really regulate the motions of the planets. Yet such was found to be the necessary course of sound inference. Men needed a science of motion in order to arrive at a science of the 543 heavenly motions. They could not advance in the study of the mechanics of the heavens till they had learned the mechanics of terrestrial bodies. And thus they were, in such speculations, at a stand for nearly a century, from the time of Kepler to the time of Newton, while the science of mechanics was formed by Galileo and his successors. Till that task was executed, all the attempts to assign the causes of cosmical phenomena were fanciful guesses and vague assertions. After that was done, they became demonstrations. The science of dynamics enabled philosophers to pass securely and completely from phenomenal astronomy to physical astronomy. In like manner, in order that we may advance from phenomenal geology to physical geology, we need a science of geological dynamics. That is, a science which shall investigate and determine the laws and consequences of the known causes of changes such as those which geology considers, and which shall do this, not in an occasional, imperfect, and unconnected manner, but by systematic, complete, and conclusive methods, shall, in short, be a science, and not a promiscuous assemblage of desultory essays. The necessity of such a study, as a distinct branch of geology, is perhaps hardly yet formally recognized, although the researches which belong to it have, of late years, assumed a much more methodical and scientific character than they before possessed. Mr. Lyell's work, Principles of Geology, in particular, has eminently contributed to place geological dynamics in its proper prominent position. Of the 4 books of his treatise, the second and third are upon this division of the subject. The second book treating of aqueous and igneous causes of change, and the third of changes in the organic world. There is no difficulty in separating this auxiliary geological science from theoretical geology itself, in which we apply our principles to the explanation of the actual facts of the Earth's surface. The former, if perfected, would be a demonstrative science dealing with general cases. The latter is an etiological view having reference to special facts. The one attempts to determine what always must be under given conditions. The other is satisfied with knowing what is and has been, and why it has been. The first study has a strong resemblance to mechanics, the other to philosophical archaeology. Since this portion of science is still so new, it is scarcely possible to give any historical account of its progress, or any complete survey of its shape and component parts. I can only attempt a few notices, 544, which may enable us in some measure to judge to what point this division of our subject is tending. We may remark, in this as in former cases, that since we have here to consider the formation and progress of a science, we must treat as unimportant preludes to its history the detached and casual observations of the effects of causes of change which we find in older writers. It is only when we come to systematic collections of information, such as may afford the means of drawing general conclusions, or to rigorous deductions from known laws of nature, that we can recognize the separate existence of geological dynamics as a path of scientific research. The following may perhaps suffice, for the present, as a sketch of the subjects of which this science treats, the aqueous causes of change, or those in which water adds to, takes from, or transfers, the materials of the land, the igneous causes. Volcanoes, and closely connected with them, earthquakes and the forces by which they are produced, the calculations which determine, on physical principles, the effects of assumed mechanical causes acting upon large portions of the crust of the earth, the effect of the forces, whatever they be, which produce the crystalline texture of rocks, their fissile structure, and the separation of materials, of which we see the results in metalliferous veins. Again, the estimation of the results of changes of temperature in the earth, whether operating by pressure, expansion, or in any other way, the effects of assumed changes in the superficial condition, extent, and elevation of terrestrial continents upon the climates of the earth, the effect of assumed cosmical changes upon the temperature of this planet, and researches of the same nature as these. These researches are concerned with the causes of change in the inorganic world, but the subject requires no less that we should investigate the causes which may modify the forms and conditions of organic things. And in the large sense in which we have to use the phrase, we may include researches on such subjects also as parts of geological dynamics. Although, in truth, this department of physiology has been cultivated, as it well deserves to be, independently of its bearing upon geological theories. The great problem which offers itself here, in reference to geology, is to examine the value of any hypotheses by which it may be attempted to explain the succession of different races of animals and plants in different strata. And though it may be difficult, in this inquiry, to arrive at any positive result, we, 545, may at least be able to show the improbability of some conjectures which have been propounded. I shall now give a very brief account of some of the attempts made in these various departments of this province of our knowledge, and in the present chapter, of inorganic changes. Sect 2 Aqueous Causes of Change. The controversies to which the various theories of geologists gave rise, proceeding in various ways upon the effects of the existing causes of change, led men to observe, with some attention and perseverance, the actual operation of such causes. In this way, the known effect of the Rhine, in filling up the Lake of Geneva at its upper extremity, was referred to by de Luc, Kirwan, and others in their dispute with the Hattinians, and attempts were even made to calculate how distant the period was when this alluvial deposit first began. Other modern observers have attended to similar facts in the natural history of rivers and seas. But the subject may be considered as having first assumed its proper form when taken up by Mr. von Hoff, of whose history of the natural changes of the earth's surface which are proved by tradition, the first part, treating of aqueous changes, appeared in 1822. This work was occasioned by a prize question of the Royal Society of Göttingen, promulgated in 1818, in which these changes were proposed as the subject of inquiry, with a special reference to geology. Although von Hoff does not attempt to establish any general inductions upon the facts which his book contains, the collection of such a body of facts gave almost a new aspect to the subject, by showing that changes in the relative extent of land and water were going on at every time and almost at every place, and that mutability and fluctuation in the form of the solid parts of the earth, which had been supposed by most persons to be a rare exception to the common course of events, was, in fact, the universal rule. But it was Mr. Lyell's Principles of Geology, being an attempt to explain the former changes of the Earth's surface by the causes now in action, of which the first volume was published in 1830, which disclosed the full effect of such researches on geology, and which attempted to present such assemblages of special facts as examples of general laws. Thus this work may, as we have said, be looked upon as the beginning of geological dynamics, at least among us. Such generalizations and applications as it contains give the most lively, 546, interest to 1,000 observations respecting rivers and floods, mountains and morasses, which otherwise appear without aim or meaning. And thus this department of science cannot fail to be constantly augmented by contributions from every side. At the same time, it is clear that these contributions, voluminous as they must become, must from time to time be resolved into laws of greater and greater generality, and that thus alone the progress of this, as of all other sciences, can be furthered. I need not attempt any detailed enumeration of the modes of aqueous action which are here to be considered. Some are destructive, as when the rivers erode the channels in which they flow, or when the waves, by their perpetual assault, shatter the shores and carry the ruins of them into the abyss of the ocean. Some operations of the water, on the other hand, add to the land, as when deltas are formed at the mouths of rivers or when calcareous springs form deposits of travertine. Even when bound in icy fetters, water is by no means deprived of its active power. The glacier carries into the valley masses of its native mountain, and often, becoming icebergs, float with a lading of such materials far into the seas of the temperate zone. It is indisputable that vast beds of worn-down fragments of the existing land are now forming into strata at the bottom of the ocean, and that many other effects are constantly produced by existing aqueous causes, which resemble some, at least, of the facts which geology has to explain. The effects of glaciers above mentioned are obvious, but the mechanism of these bodies, the mechanical cause of their motions, was an unsolved problem till within a very few years. That they slide as rigid masses, that they advance by the expansion of their mass, that they advance as a collection of rigid fragments, were doctrines which were held by eminent physicists, though a very slight attention to the subject shows these opinions to be untenable. In Professor James Forbes' theory on the subject, published in his Travels Through the Alps, 1843, we find a solution of the problem so simple and yet so exact as to produce the most entire conviction. In this theory, the ice of a glacier is on a great scale, supposed to be a plastic or viscous mass, though small portions of it are sensibly rigid. It advances down the slope of the valley in which it lies as a plastic mass would do, accommodating itself to the varying shape and size of its bed, and showing by its crevasses its mixed character between fluid and rigid. It shows this character still more curiously by a ribboned, 547, structure on a small scale, which is common in the solid ice of the glacier. The planes of these ribbons are, for the most part, at right angles to the crevasses, near the sides of the glacier, while near its central line, they dip towards the upper part of the glacier. This structure appears to arise from the difference of velocities of contiguous moving filaments of the icy mass, as the crevasses themselves arise from the tension of larger portions. Mr. Forbes has, in successive publications, removed the objections which have been urged against this theory. In the last of them, a memoir in the Phil. Trans, 1846, Illustrations of the Viscous Theory of Glacier Motion, he very naturally expresses astonishment at the opposition which has been made to the theory on the ground of the rigidity of small pieces of ice. He has himself shown that the ice of glaciers has a plastic flexibility, by marking 45 points in a transverse straight line upon the Mer de Glace and observing them for several days. The straight line in that time not only became oblique to the side, but also became visibly curved. Both Mr. Forbes and other philosophers have made it in the highest degree probable that glaciers have existed in many places in which they now exist no longer, and have exercised great powers in transporting large blocks of rock, furrowing and polishing the rocks along which they slide, and leaving lines and masses of detritus or moraine which they had carried along with them or pushed before them. It cannot be doubted that extinct glaciers have produced some of the effects which the geologist has to endeavor to explain. But this part of the machinery of nature has been worked by some theorists into an exaggerated form, in which it cannot, as I conceive, have any place in an account of geological dynamics which aims at being permanent. The great problem of the diffusion of drift and erratic blocks from their parent rocks to great distances has driven geologists to the consideration of other hypothetical machinery by which the effects may be accounted for. Especially the Great Northern Drift and boulders the rocks from the Scandinavian chain, which cover the north of Europe on a vast area, having a length of 2,000 and breadth of from 400 to 800 miles. The diffusion of these blocks has been accounted for by supposing them to be embedded in icebergs, detached from the shore, and floated into oceanic spaces, where they have grounded and been deposited by the melting of the ice. And this mode of action may to some extent be safely admitted into geological speculation. For it is a matter of fact that our navigators in Arctic and Antarctic regions have 548 repeatedly seen icebergs and ice floes sailing along laden with such materials. The above explanation of the phenomena of drift supposes the land on which the traveled materials are found to have been the bottom of a sea where they were deposited. But it does not, even granting the conditions, account for some of the facts observed, that the drift and the boulders are deposited in traînées or streaks, which in direction diverge from the parent rock, and that the boulders are of smaller and smaller size as they are found more remote from that center. These phenomena rather suggest the notion of currents of water as the cause of the distribution of the materials into their present situations. And though the supposition that the whole area occupied by drift and boulders was a sea bottom when they were scattered over it much reduces the amount of violence which it is necessary to assume in order to distribute the loose masses. Yet still the work appears to be beyond the possible effect of ordinary marine currents, or any movements which would be occasioned by a slow and gradual rising of the center of distribution. It has been suggested that a sudden rise of the center of distribution would cause a motion in the surrounding ocean sufficient to produce such an effect. And in confirmation of this reference has been made to Mr. Scott Russell's investigations with respect to waves, already referred to. Book 8. The wave in this case would be the wave of translation, in which the motion of the water is as great at the bottom as at the top. And it has hence been asserted that by paroxysmal elevations of 100 or 200 feet, a current of 25 or 30 miles an hour might be accounted for. But I think it has not been sufficiently noted that at each point, this current is transient. It lasts only while the wave is passing over the point, and therefore it would only either carry a single mass the whole way with its own velocity, or move through a short distance a series of masses over which it successively passed. It does not appear, therefore, that we have here a complete account of the transport of a collection of materials, in which each part is transferred through great distances, except, indeed, we were to suppose a numerous succession of paroxysmal elevations. Such a battery might, by successive shocks, transmitting their force through the water, diffuse the fragments of the central mass over any area, however wide. The fact that the erratic blocks are found to rest on the lower drift is well explained by supposing the latter to have been spread on the 549 sea bottom, while rock-bearing ice masses floated on the surface till they deposited their lading. Sir R. Murchison has pointed out another operation of ice in producing mounds of rocky masses, namely, the effects of rivers and lakes in climates where, as in Russia, the waters carry rocky fragments entangled in the winter ice and leave them in heaps at the highest level which the waters attain. The extent to which the effects of glaciers, now vanished, are apparent in many places, especially in Switzerland and in England, and other phenomena of the like tendency have led some of the most eminent geologists to the conviction that, interior to the period of our present temperature, there was a glacial period, at which the temperature of Europe was lower than it now is. Although the study of the common operations of water may give the geologist such an acquaintance with the laws of his subject as may much aid his judgment respecting the extent to which such effects may proceed, a long course of observation and thought must be requisite before such operations can be analyzed into their fundamental principles, and become the subjects of calculation, or of rigorous reasoning in any manner which is as precise and certain as calculation. Various portions of hydraulics have an important bearing upon these subjects, including some researches which have been pursued with no small labor by engineers and mathematicians, as the effects of currents and waves, the laws of tides and of rivers, and many similar problems. In truth, however, such subjects have not hitherto been treated by mathematicians with much success, and probably several generations must elapse before this portion of geological dynamics can become an exact science. Sect 3. Igneous causes of change motions of the Earth's surface. The effects of volcanoes have long been noted as important and striking features in the physical history of our globe, and the probability of their connection with many geological phenomena had not escaped notice at an early period. But it was not till more recent times that the full import of these phenomena was apprehended. The person who first looked at such operations with that commanding general view which showed their extensive connection with physical geology was Alexander von Humboldt, who explored the volcanic phenomena, 550 of the New World, from 1799 to 1804. He remarked the linear distribution of volcanic domes, considering them as vents placed along the edge of vast fissures communicating with reservoirs of igneous matter and extending across whole continents. He observed, also, the frequent sympathy of volcanic and terremotive action in remote districts of the Earth's surface, thus showing how deeply seated must be the cause of these convulsions. These views strongly excited and influenced the speculations of geologists, and since then, phenomena of this kind have been collected into a general view as parts of a natural historical science. Von Hoff, in the second volume of the work already mentioned, was one of the first who did this. At least, he himself says, 1824. It was not known to him that anyone before him had endeavored to combine so large a mass of facts with the general ideas of the natural philosopher so as to form a whole. Other attempts were, however, soon made. In 1825, M. von Ungern-Sternberg published his book on the nature and origin of volcanoes, in which, he says, his object is to give an empirical representation of these phenomena. In the same year, Mr. Poulet-Scrope published a work in which he described the known facts of volcanic action, not, however, confining himself to description, his purpose being, as his title states, to consider the probable causes of their phenomena, the laws which determine their march, the disposition of their products, and their connection with the present state and past history of the globe, leading to the establishment of a new theory of the Earth. And in 1826, Dr. Daubeny of Oxford produced a description of active and extinct volcanoes, including in the latter phrase the volcanic rocks of central France, of the Rhine, of northern and central Italy, and many other countries. Indeed, the near connection between the volcanic effects now going on and those by which the basaltic rocks of Auvergne and many other places had been produced was, by this time, no longer doubted by any, and therefore the line which here separates the study of existing causes from that of past effects may seem to melt away. But yet it is manifest that the assumption of an identity of scale and mechanism between volcanoes now active and the igneous catastrophes of which the products have, 551, survived great revolutions on the Earth's surface is hypothetical, and all which depends on this assumption belongs to theoretical geology. Note 66/18, Werden und Sein des Vulkanischen Gebirges, Karlsruhe, 1825. Confining ourselves, then, to volcanic effects, which have been produced, certainly or probably, since the Earth's surface assumed its present form, we have still an ample exhibition of powerful causes of change, in the streams of lava and other materials emitted in eruptions, and still more in the earthquakes which, as men easily satisfied themselves, are produced by the same causes as the eruptions of volcanic fire. Mr. Lyell's work was important in this, as in other portions of this subject. He extended the conceptions previously entertained of the effects which such causes may produce, not only by showing how great these operations are historically known to have been, and how constantly they are going on if we take into our survey the whole surface of the Earth, but still more, by urging the consequences which would follow in a long course of time from the constant repetition of operations in themselves of no extraordinary amount. A lava stream many miles long and wide, and several yards deep, a subsidence or elevation of a portion of the Earth's surface of a few feet, are by no means extraordinary facts. Let these operations, said Mr. Lyell, be repeated thousands of times, and we have results of the same order with the changes which geology discloses. The most mitigated earthquakes have, however, a character of violence. But it has been thought by many philosophers that there is evidence of a change of level of the land in cases where none of these violent operations are going on. The most celebrated of these cases is Sweden. The whole of the land from Gothenburg to the north of the Gulf of Bothnia has been supposed in the act of rising, slowly and insensibly, from the surrounding waters. The opinion of such a change of level has long been the belief of the inhabitants and was maintained by Celsius in the beginning of the 18th century. It has since been conceived to be confirmed by various observations of marks cut on the face of the rock, beds of shells, such as now live in the neighboring seas, raised to a considerable height, and other indications. Some of these proofs appear doubtful, but Mr. Lyell, after examining the facts upon the spot in 1834, says, "In regard to the proposition that the land, in certain parts of Sweden, is gradually rising, I have no hesitation in assenting to it, after my visit to the districts above alluded to. If this conclusion be generally accepted by 552 geologists, we have here a daily example of the operation of some powerful agent which belongs to geological dynamics, and which, for the purposes of the geological theorist, does the work of the earthquake upon a very large scale, without assuming its terrors. Examples of changes of level of large districts occurring at periods when the country has been agitated by earthquakes are well ascertained, as the rising of the coast of Chile in 1822 and the subsidence of the district of Kutch in the delta of the Indus in 1819. Lyell, B. Roman 2, C. Roman 15. But the cases of more slow and tranquil movement seem also to be established. The gradual secular rise of the shore of the Baltic, mentioned in the text, has been confirmed by subsequent investigation. It appears that the rate of elevation increases from Stockholm, where it is only a few inches in a century, to the North Cape, where it is several feet. It appears also that several other regions are in a like state of secular change. The coast of Greenland is sinking. Lyell, B. Roman 2, C. Roman 18. And the existence of raised beaches along various coasts is now generally accepted among geologists. Such beaches, anciently forming the margin of the sea, but now far above it, exist in many places, for instance, along a great part of the Scotch coast. And among the raised beaches of that country we ought probably, with Mr. Darwin, to include the parallel roads of Glenroy, the subject, in former days, of so much controversy among geologists and antiquaries. Connected with the secular rise and fall of large portions of the Earth's surface, another agency which plays an important part in geological dynamics has been the subject of some bold, yet singularly persuasive speculations by Mr. Darwin. I speak of the formation of coral and coral reefs. He says that the coral-building animal works only at small and definite distances below the surface. How then are we to account for the vast number of coral islands, rings, and reefs, which are scattered over the Pacific and Indian Oceans? Can we suppose that there are so many mountains, craters, and ridges, all exactly within a few feet of the same height through this vast portion of the globe's surface? This is incredible. How then are we to explain the facts? Mr. Darwin replies that if we suppose the land to subside slowly beneath the sea, and at the same time suppose the coralline zoophytes to go on building, so that their structure constantly rises nearly to the surface of the water, we shall have the facts explained. A submerged island will produce a ring, a long coast, a barrier reef, and so on. Mr. Darwin also notes other phenomena, as 553 elevated beds of coral, which, occurring in other places, indicate a recent rising of the land. And on such grounds as these, he divides the surface of those parts of the ocean into regions of elevation and of depression. The labors of coralline zoophytes, as thus observed, form masses of coral, such as are found fossilized in the strata of the earth. But our knowledge of the laws of life which have probably affected the distribution of marine remains in strata has received other very striking accessions by the labors of Prof. Edward Forbes in observing the marine animals of the Aegean Sea. He found that, even in their living state, the mollusks and zoophytes are already distributed into strata. Dividing the depth into 8 regions, from 2 to 230 fathoms, he found that each region had its peculiar inhabitants, which disappeared speedily either in ascending or in descending. The zero of animal life appeared to occur at about 300 fathoms. This curious result bears in various ways upon geology. Mr. Forbes himself has given an example of the mode in which it may be applied, by determining the depth at which the submarine eruption took place, which produced the volcanic isle of Neocamony in 1707. By an examination of the fossils embedded in the pumice, he showed that it came from the fourth region. To the modes in which organized beings operate in producing the materials of the earth, we must add those pointed out by the extraordinary microscopic discoveries of Professor Ehrenberg. It appears that whole beds of earthy matter consist of the cases of certain infusoria, the remains of these creatures being accumulated in numbers which it confounds our thoughts to contemplate. Speculations concerning the causes of volcanoes and earthquakes, and of the rising and sinking of land, are a highly important portion of this science, at least as far as the calculation of the possible results of definite causes is concerned. But the various hypotheses which have been propounded on this subject can hardly be considered as sufficiently matured for such calculation. A mass of matter in a state of igneous fusion, extending to the center of the earth, even if we make such an hypothesis, requires some additional cause to produce eruption. The supposition that this fire may be produced by intense chemical action between combining elements requires further, not only some agency to bring together such elements, but some reason why 554 they should be originally separate. And if any other causes have been suggested, as electricity or magnetism, this has been done so vaguely as to elude all possibility of rigorous deduction from the hypothesis. The doctrine of a central heat, however, has occupied so considerable a place in theoretical geology that it ought undoubtedly to form an article in geological dynamics. Sect 4. The doctrine of central heat. The early geological theorists who, like Leibniz and Buffon, assumed that the Earth was originally a mass in a state of igneous fusion, naturally went on to deduce from this hypothesis that the crust consolidated and cooled before the interior, and that there might still remain a central heat, capable of producing many important effects. But it is in more recent times that we have measures of such effects and calculations which we can compare with measures. It was found, as we have said, that in descending below the surface of the Earth, the temperature of its materials increased. Now it followed from Fourier's mathematical investigations of the distribution of heat in the Earth that if there be no primitive heat, chaleur d'origine, the temperature, when we descend below the crust, will be constant in each vertical line. Hence, an observed increase of temperature in descending appeared to point out a central heat resulting from some cause now no longer in action. The doctrine of a central heat has usually been combined with the supposition of a central igneous fluidity, for the heat in the neighborhood of the center must be very intense, according to any law of its increase, in descending which is consistent with known principles. But to this central fluidity, it has been objected that such a fluid must be in constant circulation by the cooling of its exterior. Mr. Daniel found this to be the case in all fused metals. It has also been objected that there must be, in such a central fluid, tides produced by the moon and sun. But this inference would require several additional suppositions and calculations to give it a precise form. Again, the supposition of a central heat of the Earth, considered as the effect of a more ancient state of its mass, appeared to indicate that its cooling must still be going on. But if this were so, the Earth might contract, as most bodies do when they cool, and this contraction might lead to mechanical results as the shortening of the day. Laplace satisfied himself, by reference to ancient astronomical records, that no such 555 alteration in the length of the day had taken place, even to the amount of 1/200th of a second. And thus, there was here no confirmation of the hypothesis of a primitive heat of the Earth. Though we find no evidence of the secular contraction of the Earth in the observations with which astronomy deals, there are some geological facts which at first appear to point to the reality of a refrigeration within geological periods, as the existence of the remains of plants and shells of tropical climates, in the strata of countries which are now near to or within the frigid zones. These facts, however, have given rise to theories of the changes of climate, which we must consider separately. But we may notice, as connected with the doctrine of central heat, the manner in which this hypothesis has been applied to explain volcanic and geological phenomena. It does not enter into my plan to consider explanations in which this central heat is supposed to give rise to an expansive force, without any distinct reference to known physical laws. But we may notice, as more likely to become useful materials of the science now before us, such speculations as those of Mr. Babbage, in which he combines the doctrine of central heat with other physical laws. As that solid rocks expand by being heated, but that clay contracts, that different rocks and strata conduct heat differently, that the Earth radiates heat differently or at different parts of its surface, according as it is covered with forests, with mountains, with deserts, or with water. These principles, applied to large masses, such as those which constitute the crust of the Earth, might give rise to changes as great as any which geology discloses. For example, when the bed of a sea is covered by a thick deposit of new matter worn from the shores, the strata below the bed, being protected by a bad conductor of heat, will be heated, and being heated may be expanded. Or, as Sir J. Herschel has observed, may produce explosion by the conversion of their moisture into steam. Such speculations, when founded on real data and sound calculations, may hereafter be of material use in geology. Note 70/18 on the Temple of Serapis, 1834. See also Journal of the Royal Inst. Volume Roman 2, quoted in Canib and Ph. P. Roman 15, Lyell B. Roman 2, C. Roman 19, p. 383, 4th ed., on expansion of stone. The doctrine of central heat and fluidity has been rejected by some eminent philosophers. Mr. Lyell's reasons for this rejection belong 556 rather to theoretical geology, but I may here notice M. Poisson's opinion. He does not assent to the conclusion of Fourier that once the temperature increases in descending, there must be some primitive central heat. On the contrary, he considers that such an increase may arise from this, that the Earth, at some former period, passed, by the motion of the solar system in the universe, through a portion of space which was warmer than the space in which it now revolves, by reason, it may be, of the heat of other stars to which it was then nearer. He supposes that, since such a period, the surface has cooled down by the influence of the surrounding circumstances, while the interior, for a certain unknown depth, retains the trace of the former elevation of temperature. But this assumption is not likely to expel the belief is the terrestrial origin of the subterraneous heat. For the supposition of such an inequality in the temperature of the different regions in which the solar system is placed at different times is altogether arbitrary, and, if pushed to the amount to which it must be carried, in order to account for the phenomenon, is highly improbable. The doctrine of central heat, on the other hand, which need not be conceived as implying the universal fluidity of the mass, is not only naturally suggested by the subterraneous increase of temperatures, but explains the spheroidal figure of the Earth, and falls in with almost any theory which can be devised, of volcanoes, earthquakes, and great geological changes. Note 71/18. For this hypothesis would make it necessary to suppose that the Earth has, at some former period, derived from some other star or stars more heat than she now derives from the Sun. But this would imply, as highly probable, that at some period some other star or stars must have produced also a mechanical effect upon the solar system, greater than the effect of the Sun. Now such a past operation of forces, fitted to obliterate all order and symmetry, is quite inconsistent with the simple, regular, and symmetrical relation which the whole solar system, as far as Uranus, bears to the present central body. Sect 5 Problems respecting elevations and crystalline forces. Other problems respecting the forces by which great masses of the Earth's crust have been displaced have also been solved by various mathematicians. It has been maintained by von Buch that there occur, in various places, craters of elevation. That is, mountain masses resembling the craters of volcanoes, but really produced by an expansive force from below, bursting an aperture through horizontal strata, 557, and elevating them in a conical form. Against this doctrine, as exemplified in the most noted instances, strong arguments have been adduced by other geologists. Yet the protrusion of fused rock by subterraneous forces upon a large scale is not denied, and how far the examples of such operations may, in any cases, be termed craters of elevation must be considered as a question not yet decided. On the supposition of the truth of von Buch's doctrine, M. de Beaumont has calculated the relations of position, the fissures, and C, which would arise. And Mr. Hopkins of Cambridge has investigated in a much more general manner, upon mechanical principles, the laws of the elevations, fissures, faults, veins, and other phenomena which would result from an elevatory force, acting simultaneously at every point beneath extensive portions of the crust of the earth. An application of mathematical reasoning to the illustration of the phenomena of veins had before been made in Germany by Schmidt and Zimmermann. The conclusion which Mr. Hopkins has obtained, respecting the two sets of fissures, at right angles to each other, which would in general be produced by such forces as he supposes, may suggest interesting points of examination respecting the geological phenomena of fissured districts. The theory of craters of elevation probably errs rather by making the elevation of a point into a particular class of volcanic agency, than by giving volcanic agency too great a power of elevation. A mature consideration of the subject will make us hesitate to ascribe much value to the labors of those writers who have applied mathematical reasoning to geological questions. Such reasoning, when it is carried to the extent which requires symbolical processes, has always been, I conceive, a source not of knowledge but of error and confusion. For in such applications the real questions are slurred over in the hypothetical assumptions of the mathematician, while the calculation misleads its followers by a false aspect of demonstration. All symbolical reasonings concerning the fissures of a semi-rigid mass produced by elevatory or other forces appear to me to have turned out valueless. At the same time, it cannot be too strongly borne in mind that mathematical and mechanical habits of thought are requisite to all clear thinking on such subjects. Other forces, still more secure in their nature and laws, have played a very important part in the formation of the Earth's crust. I speak of the forces by which the crystalline, slaty, and jointed structure of 558 mineral masses has been produced. These forces are probably identical, on the one hand, with the cohesive forces from which rocks derive their solidity and their physical properties, while, on the other hand, they are closely connected with the forces of chemical attraction. No attempts of any lucid and hopeful kind have yet been made to bring such forces under definite mechanical conceptions, and perhaps mineralogy, to which science, as the point of junction of chemistry and crystallography, such attempts would belong, is hardly yet ripe for such speculations. But when we look at the universal prevalence of crystalline forms and cleavages, at the extent of the phenomena of slaty cleavage, and at the segregation of special minerals into veins and nodules, which has taken place in some unknown manner, we cannot doubt that the forces of which we now speak have acted very widely and energetically. Any elucidation of their nature would be an important step in geological dynamics. A point of geological dynamics of great importance is the change which rocks undergo in structure after they are deposited, either by the action of subterraneous heat or by the influence of crystalline or other corpuscular forces. By such agencies, sedimentary rocks may be converted into crystalline, the traces of organic fossils may be obliterated, a slaty cleavage may be produced, and other like effects. The possibility of such changes was urged by Dr. Hutton in his theory, and Sir James Hall's very instructive and striking experiments were made for the purpose of illustrating this theory. In these experiments, powdered chalk was, by the application of heat under pressure, converted into crystalline calcspar. Afterwards, Dr. McCulloch's labors had an important influence in satisfying geologists of the reality of corresponding changes in nature. Dr. McCulloch, by his very lively and copious descriptions of volcanic regions, by his representations of them, by his classification of igneous rocks, and his comprehensive views of the phenomena which they exhibit, probably was the means of converting many geologists from the Wernerian opinions. Rocks which have undergone changes since they were deposited are termed by Mr. Lyell metamorphic. The great extent of metamorphic rock changed by heat is now uncontested. The internal changes which are produced by the crystalline forces of mountain masses have been the subjects of important and comprehensive speculations by Professor Sedgwick. 559. Sect 6 Theories of Changes of Climate. As we have already stated, geology offers to us strong evidence that the climate of the ancient periods of the Earth's history was hotter than that which now exists in the same countries. This, and other circumstances, have led geologists to the investigation of the effects of any hypothetical causes of such changes of condition in respect of heat. The love of the contemplation of geometrical symmetry, as well as other reasons, suggested the hypothesis that the Earth's axis had originally no obliquity, but was perpendicular to the equator. Such a construction of the world had been thought of before the time of Milton, as what might be supposed to have existed when man was expelled from paradise. And Burnet, in his Sacred Theory of the Earth, 1690, adopted this notion of the paradisiacal condition of the globe. The spring perpetual smiled on earth with verdant flowers, equal in days and nights. Note 74/18. Some said he bade his angels turn askance the poles of earth twice 10 degrees and more from the sun's axle, and see paradise lost, x 214. In modern times, too, some persons have been disposed to adopt this hypothesis, because they have conceived that the present polar distribution of light is inconsistent with the production of the fossil plants which are found in those regions, even if we could, in some other way, account for the change of temperature. But this alteration in the axes of a revolution could not take place without a subversion of the equilibrium of the surface, such as does not appear to have occurred. And the change has of late been generally declared impossible by physical astronomers. The effects of other astronomical changes have been calculated by Sir John Herschel. He has examined, for instance, the thermotical consequences of the diminution of the eccentricity of the Earth's orbit, which has been going on for ages beyond the records of history. He finds that, on this account, the annual effect of solar radiation would increase as we go back to remoter periods of the past, but probably at least, not in a degree sufficient to account for the apparent past, 560 changes of climate. He finds, however, that though the effect of this change on the mean temperature of the year may be small, the effect on the extreme temperature of the seasons will be much more considerable, so as to produce alternately, in the same latitude of either hemisphere, a perpetual spring, or the extreme vicissitudes of a burning summer and a rigorous winter. Mr. Lyell has traced the consequences of another hypothesis on this subject, which appears at first sight to promise no very striking results, but which yet is found, upon examination, to involve adequate causes of very great changes. I refer to the supposed various distribution of land and water at different periods of the Earth's history. If the land were all gathered into the neighborhood of the poles, it would become the seat of constant ice and snow, and would thus very greatly reduce the temperature of the whole surface of the globe. If, on the other hand, the polar regions were principally water, while the tropics were occupied with a belt of land, there would be no part of the Earth's surface on which the frost could fasten a firm hold, while the torrid zone would act like a furnace to heat the whole. And supposing a cycle of terrestrial changes in which these conditions should succeed each other, the winter and summer of this great year might differ much more than the elevated temperature which we are led to ascribe to former periods of the globe can be judged to have differed from the present state of things. The ingenuity and plausibility of this theory cannot be doubted, and perhaps its results may hereafter be found not quite out of the reach of calculation. Some progress has already been made in calculating the movement of heat into, through, and out of the Earth. But when we add to this the effects of the currents of the ocean and the atmosphere, the problem, thus involving so many thermotical and atmological laws, operating under complex conditions, is undoubtedly one of extreme difficulty. Still, it is something, in this as in all cases, to have the problem even stated, and none of the elements of the solution appears to be of such a nature that we need allow ourselves to yield to despair, respecting the possibility of dealing with it in a useful manner as our knowledge becomes more complete and definite. 561. Chapter 6. Progress of the Geological Dynamics of Organized Beings. Sect 1. Objects of this science. Perhaps in extending the term geological dynamics to the causes of changes in organized beings, I shall be thought to be employing a forced and inconvenient phraseology. But it will be found that, in order to treat geology in a truly scientific manner, we must bring together all the classes of speculations concerning known causes of change. And the organic dynamics of geology, or of geography, if the reader prefers the word, appears not an inappropriate phrase for one part of this body of researches. As has already been said, the species of plants and animals which are found embedded in the strata of the earth are not only different from those which now live in the same regions, but, for the most part, different from any now existing on the face of the earth. The remains which we discover imply a past state of things different from that which now prevails. They imply also that the whole organic creation has been renewed, and that this renewal has taken place several times. Such extraordinary general facts have naturally put in activity very bold speculations. But it has already been said, we cannot speculate upon such facts in the past history of the globe without taking a large survey of its present condition. Does the present animal and vegetable population differ from the past, in the same way in which the products of one region of the existing earth differ from those of another? Can the creation and diffusion of the fossil species be explained in the same manner as the creation and diffusion of the creatures among which we live? And these questions lead us onwards another step, to ask, what are the laws by which the plants and animals of different parts of the earth differ? What was the manner in which they were originally diffused? Thus we have to include, as portions of our subject, 562, the geography of plants and of animals, and the history of their change and diffusion, intending by the latter subject, of course, paleontological history, the examination of the causes of what has occurred, and the inference of past events from what we know of causes. It is unnecessary for me to give at any length a statement of the problems which are included in these branches of science, or of the progress which has been made in them, since Mr. Lyell, in his Principles of Geology, has treated these subjects in a very able manner, and in the same point of view in which I am thus led to consider them. I will only briefly refer to some points, availing myself of his labors and his ideas. Sect 2, Geography of Plants and Animals. With regard both to plants and animals, it appears that besides such differences in the products of different regions as we may naturally suppose to be occasioned by climate and other external causes, an examination of the whole organic population of the globe leads us to consider the earth as divided into provinces, each province being occupied by its own group of species, and these groups not being mixed or interfused among each other to any great extent. And thus, as the earth is occupied by various nations of men, each appearing at first sight to be of a different stock, so each other tribe of living things is scattered over the ground in a similar manner, and distributed into its separate nations in distant countries. The places where species are thus peculiarly found are, in the case of plants, called their stations. Yet each species in its own region loves and selects some peculiar conditions of shade or exposure, soil or moisture. Its place, defined by the general description of such conditions, is called its habitation. Not only each species thus placed in its own province has its position further fixed by its own habits, but more general groups and assemblages are found to be determined in their situation by more general conditions. Thus, it is the character of the flora of a collection of islands, scattered through a wide ocean in a tropical and humid climate, to contain an immense preponderance of tree ferns. In the same way, the situation and depth at which certain genera of shells are found have been tabulated by Mr. Brodripp. Such general inferences, if 563, they can be securely made, are of extreme interest in their bearing on geological speculations. The means by which plants and animals are now diffused from one place to another have been well described by Mr. Lyell, and he has considered also, with due attention, the manner in which they become embedded in mineral deposits of various kinds. He has thus followed the history of organized bodies, from the germ to the tomb, and thence to the cabinet of the geologist. But besides the fortunes of individual plants and animals, there is another class of questions, of great interest but of great difficulty, the fortunes of each species. In what manner do species which were not begin to be? As geology teaches us that they many times have done, and, as even our own reasonings convince us they must have done, at least in the case of the species among which we live. We here obviously place before us, as a subject of research, the creation of living things, a subject shrouded in mystery and not to be approached without reverence. But though we may conceive, that, on this subject, we are not to seek our belief from science alone, we shall find, it is asserted within the limits of allowable and unavoidable speculation, many curious and important problems which may well employ our physiological skill. For example, we may ask, how we are to recognize the species which were originally created distinct, whether the population of the Earth at one geological epoch could pass to the form which it has at a succeeding period, by the agency of natural causes alone, and, if not, what other account we can give of the succession which we find to have taken place. The most remarkable point in the attempts to answer these and the like questions is the controversy between the advocates and the opponents of the doctrine of the transmutation of species. This question is, even from its mere physiological import, one of great interest, and the interest is much enhanced by our geological researches, which again bring the question before us in a striking form and on a gigantic scale. We shall, therefore, briefly state the point at issue. Sect 3. Question of the transmutation of species. We see that animals and plants may, by the influence of breeding, and of external agents operating upon their constitution, be greatly, 564 modified, so as to give rise to varieties and races different from what before existed. How different, for instance, is one kind and breed of dog from another? The question, then, is whether organized beings can, by the mere working of natural causes, pass from the type of one species to that of another. Whether the wolf may, by domestication, become the dog. Whether the orangutan may, by the power of external circumstances, be brought within the circle of the human species. And the dilemma in which we are placed is this, that if species are not thus interchangeable, we must suppose the fluctuations of which each species is capable, and which are apparently indefinite, to be bounded by rigorous limits. Whereas, if we allow such a transmutation of species, we abandon that belief in the adaptation of the structure of every creature to its destined mode of being, which not only most persons would give up with repugnance, but which, as we have seen, has constantly and irresistibly impressed itself on the minds of the best naturalists as the true view of the order of the world. But the study of geology opens to us the spectacle of many groups of species which have, in the course of the Earth's history, succeeded each other at vast intervals of time. One set of animals and plants disappearing, as it would seem, from the face of our planet, and others, which did not before exist, becoming the only occupants of the globe. And the dilemma then presents itself to us anew. Either we must accept the doctrine of the transmutation of species, and must suppose that the organized species of one geological epoch were transmuted into those of another by some long-continued agency of natural causes. Or else, we must believe in many successive acts of creation and extinction of species, out of the common course of nature. Acts which, therefore, we may properly call miraculous. This latter dilemma, however, is a question concerning the facts which have happened in the history of the world. The deliberation respecting it belongs to physical geology itself, and not to that subsidiary science which we are now describing, and which is concerned only with such causes as we know to be in constant and orderly action. The former question, of the limited or unlimited extent of the modifications of animals and plants, has received full and careful consideration from eminent physiologists, and in their opinions we find, I think, an indisputable preponderance to that decision which rejects the transmutation of species, and which accepts the former side of the dilemma, namely, that the changes of which each species is 565 susceptible, though difficult to define in words, are limited in fact. It is extremely interesting and satisfactory thus to receive an answer in which we can confide, to inquiries seemingly so wide and bold as those which this subject involves. I refer to Mr. Lyell, Dr. Pritchard, Mr. Lawrence, and others for the history of the discussion and for the grounds of the decision, and I shall quote very briefly the main points and conclusions to which the inquiry has led. It may be considered, then, as determined by the overbalance of physiological authority, that there is a capacity in all species to accommodate themselves, to a certain extent, to a change of external circumstances, this extent varying greatly according to the species. There may thus arise changes of appearance or structure, and some of these changes are transmissible to the offspring. But the mutations thus superinduced are governed by constant laws and confined within certain limits. Indefinite divergence from the original type is not possible, and the extreme limit of possible variation may usually be reached in a brief period of time. In short, species have a real existence in nature, and a transmutation from one to another does not exist. Thus, for example, Cuvier remarks that notwithstanding all the differences of size, appearance, and habits, which we find in the dogs of various races and countries, and though we have, in the Egyptian mummies, skeletons of this animal as it existed 3,000 years ago, the relation of the bones to each other remains essentially the same. And, with all the varieties of their shape and size, there are characters which resist all the influences both of external nature, of human intercourse, and of time. Sect 4 Hypothesis of progressive tendencies. Within certain limits, however, as we have said, external circumstances produce changes in the forms of organized beings. The causes of change, and the laws and limits of their effects, as they obtain in the existing state of the organic creation, are in the highest degree interesting. And, as has been already intimated, the knowledge thus obtained has been applied with a view to explain the origin of the existing population of the world and the succession of its past conditions. But those who have attempted such an explanation have found it necessary to assume certain additional laws in order to enable themselves to 566 deduce from the tenet of the transmutability of the species of organized beings such a state of things as we see about us, and such a succession of states as is evidenced by geological researches. And here, again, we are brought to questions of which we must seek the answers from the most profound physiologists. Now referring, as before, to those which appear to be the best authorities, it is found that these additional positive laws are still more inadmissible than the primary assumption of indefinite capacity of change. For example, in order to account, on this hypothesis, for the seeming adaptation of the endowments of animals to their wants, it is held that the endowments are the result of the wants. That the swiftness of the antelope, the claws and teeth of the lion, the trunk of the elephant, the long neck of the giraffe have been produced by a certain plastic character in the constitution of animals, operated upon, for a long course of ages, by the attempts which these animals made to attain objects which their previous organization did not place within their reach. In this way, it is maintained that the most striking attributes of animals, those which apparently imply most clearly the providing skill of their creator, have been brought forth by the long-repeated efforts of the creatures to attain the object of their desire. Thus, animals with the highest endowments have been gradually developed from ancestral forms of the most limited organization. Thus, fish, bird, and beast have grown from small gelatinous bodies, Petty's core gelatinux, possessing some obscure principle of life and the capacity of development. And thus man himself, with all his intellectual and moral, as well as physical privileges, has been derived from some creature of the ape or baboon tribe, urged by a constant tendency to improve, or at least to alter his condition. As we have said, in order to arrive even hypothetically at this result, it is necessary to assume, besides a mere capacity for change, other positive and active principles, some of which we may notice. Thus, we must have as the direct productions of nature on this hypothesis certain monads or rough drafts, the primary rudiments of plants and animals. We must have, in these, a constant tendency to progressive improvement, to the attainment of higher powers and faculties than they possess, which tendency is again perpetually modified and controlled by the force of external circumstances. And in order to account for the simultaneous existence of animals in every stage of this imaginary progress, we must suppose that nature is compelled to be constantly producing those elementary beings, from which all animals are successively developed. 567. I need not stay to point out how extremely arbitrary every part of this scheme is, and how complex its machinery would be, even if it did account for the facts. It may be sufficient to observe, as others have done, that the capacity of change and of being influenced by external circumstances, such as we really find it in nature, and therefore such as in science we must represent it, is a tendency not to improve, but to deteriorate. When species are modified by external causes, they usually degenerate and do not advance. And there is no instance of a species acquiring an entirely new sense, faculty, or organ in addition to, or in the place of, what it had before. Not only, then, is the doctrine of the transmutation of species in itself disproved by the best physiological reasonings, but the additional assumptions which are requisite to enable its advocates to apply it to the explanation of the geological and other phenomena of the Earth are altogether gratuitous and fantastical. Such is the judgment to which we are led by the examination of the discussions which have taken place on this subject. Yet in certain speculations, occasioned by the discovery of the Civathurium, a new fossil animal from the sub-Himalaya mountains of India, M. Jeffre, Saint Hilaire speaks of the belief in the immutability of species as a conviction which is fading away from men's minds. He speaks too of the termination of the age of Cuvier, la clôture du cycle de Cuvier, and of the commencement of a better zoological philosophy. But though he expresses himself with great animation, I do not perceive that he adduces, in support of his peculiar opinions, any arguments in addition to those which he urged during the lifetime of Cuvier. And the reader may recollect that the consideration of that controversy led us to very different anticipations from his, respecting the probable future progress of physiology. The discovery of the Civathurium supplies no particle of proof to the hypothesis that the existing species of animals are descended from extinct creatures which are specifically distinct, and we cannot act more wisely than in listening to the advice of that eminent naturalist, M. de Blainville. Against this hypothesis, which up to the present time I regard as purely gratuitous and likely to turn geologists out of the sound and excellent road in which they now are, I willingly raise my voice with the most absolute conviction of being in the right. 568. The hypothesis of the progressive development of species has been urged recently in connection with the physiological tenet of Tiedemann and de Serres, noticed in B. Romans 17. See Romans 7. Sect. 3. Namely, that the embryo of the higher forms of animals passes by gradations through those forms which are permanent in inferior animals. Assuming this tenet as exact, it has been maintained that the higher animals which are found in the more recent strata may have been produced by an ulterior development of the lower forms in the embryo state, the circumstances being such as to favor such a development. But all the best physiologists agree in declaring that such an extraordinary development of the embryo is inconsistent with physiological possibility. Even if the progression of the embryo in time have a general correspondence with the order of animal forms as more or less perfectly organized, which is true in an extremely incomplete and inexact degree, this correspondence must be considered not as any indication of causality, but as one of those marks of universal analogy and symmetry which are stamped upon every part of the creation. Mr. Lyell notices this doctrine of Tiedemann and de Serres, and observes that though nature presents us with cases of animal forms degraded by incomplete development, she offers none of forms exalted by extraordinary development. Mr. Lyell's own hypothesis of the introduction of new species upon the Earth, not having any physiological basis, hardly belongs to this chapter. Sect. 5. Question of creation as related to science. But since we reject the production of new species by means of external influence, do we then, it may be asked, accept the other side of the dilemma which we have stated, and admit a series of creations of species by some power beyond that which we trace in the ordinary course of nature? To this question, the history and analogy of science, I conceive teach us to reply as follows. All paleontological sciences, all speculations which attempt to ascend from the present to the remote past, by the chain of causation, do also, by an inevitable consequence, urge us to look for the beginning of the state of things which we thus contemplate. But in none of these cases have men been able, by the aid of science, to arrive at a beginning which is homogeneous with the 569 known course of events. The first origin of language, of civilization, of law and government, cannot be clearly made out by reasoning and research. Just as little, we may expect, will a knowledge of the origin of the existing and extinct species of plants and animals be the result of physiological and geological investigation. But though philosophers have never yet demonstrated, and perhaps never will be able to demonstrate, what was that primitive state of things in the social and material worlds from which the progressive state took its first departure, they can still, in all the lines of research to which we have referred, go very far back, determine many of the remote circumstances of the past sequence of events, ascend to a point which, from our position at least, seems to be near the origin, and exclude many suppositions respecting the origin itself. Whether, by the light of reason alone, men will ever be able to do more than this, it is difficult to say. It is, I think, no irrational opinion, even on grounds of philosophical analogy alone, that in all those sciences which look back and seek a beginning of things, we may be unable to arrive at a consistent and definite belief, without having recourse to other grounds of truth, as well as to historical research and scientific reasoning. When our thoughts would apprehend steadily the creation of things, we find that we are obliged to summon up other ideas than those which regulate the pursuit of scientific truths, to call in other powers than those to which we refer natural events. It cannot, then, be considered as very surprising if, in this part of our inquiry, we are compelled to look for other than the ordinary evidence of science. Geology, forming one of the paleontological class of sciences, which trace back the history of the Earth and its inhabitants on philosophical grounds, is thus associated with a number of other kinds of research, which are concerned about language, law, art, and consequently about the internal faculties of man, his thoughts, his social habits, his conception of right, his love of beauty. Geology being thus brought into the atmosphere of moral and mental speculations, it may be expected that her investigations of the probable past will share an influence common to them, and that she will not be allowed to point to an origin of her own, a merely physical beginning of things, but that, as she approaches towards such a goal, she will be led to see that it is the origin of many trains of events, the point of convergence of many lines. It may be that instead of being allowed to travel up to this focus of being, we are only able to estimate its place and nature, and 570 to form of it such a judgment as this, that it is not only the source of mere vegetable and animal life, but also of rational and social life, language and arts, law and order. In short, of all the progressive tendencies by which the highest principles of the intellectual and moral world have been and are developed, as well as of the succession of organic forms, which we find scattered, dead, or living over the earth. This reflection concerning the natural scientific view of creation, it will be observed, has not been sought for, from a wish to arrive at such conclusions, but it has flowed spontaneously from the manner in which we have had to introduce geology into our classification of the sciences, and this classification was framed from an unbiased consideration of the general analogies and guiding ideas of the various portions of our knowledge. Such remarks as we have made may on this account be considered more worthy of attention, but such a train of thought must be pursued with caution. Although it may not be possible to arrive at a right conviction respecting the origin of the world, without having recourse to other than physical considerations and to other than geological evidence, yet extraneous considerations and extraneous evidence respecting the nature of the beginning of things must never be allowed to influence our physics or our geology. Our geological dynamics, like our astronomical dynamics, may be inadequate to carry us back to an origin of that state of things, of which it explains the progress. But this deficiency must be supplied, not by adding supernatural to natural geological dynamics, but by accepting, in their proper place, the views supplied by a portion of knowledge of a different character and order. If we include in our theology the speculations to which we have recourse for this purpose, we must exclude from them our geology. The two sciences may conspire, not by having any part in common, but because, though widely diverse in their lines, both point to a mysterious and invisible origin of the world. All that which claims our assent on those higher grounds of which theology takes cognizance must claim such assent as is consistent with those grounds. That is, it must require belief in respect of all that bears upon the highest relations of our being, those on which depend our duties and our hopes. Doctrines of this kind may and must be conveyed and maintained by means of information concerning the past history of man and his social and material, as well as moral and spiritual fortunes. He who believes that a providence has, 571, ruled the affairs of mankind, will also believe that a providence has governed the material world. But any language in which the narrative of this government of the material world can be conveyed must necessarily be very imperfect and inappropriate, being expressed in terms of those ideas which have been selected by men, in order to describe appearances and relations of created things as they affect one another. In all cases, therefore, where we have to attempt to interpret such a narrative, we must feel that we are extremely liable to err. And most of all, when our interpretation refers to those material objects and operations which are most foreign to the main purpose of a history of providence. If we have to consider a communication containing a view of such a government of the world, imparted to us, as we may suppose, in order to point out the right direction for our feelings of trust, and reverence, and hope towards the governor of the world, we may expect that we shall be in no danger of collecting from our authority erroneous notions with regard to the power and wisdom and goodness of his government, or with respect to our own place, duties, and prospects, and the history of our race so far as our duties and prospects are concerned, but that we shall rightly understand the detail of all events in the history of man, or of the skies, or of the earth, which are narrated for the purpose of thus giving a right direction to our minds, is by no means equally certain. And I do not think it would be too much to say that an immunity from perplexity and error in such matters is, on general grounds, very improbable. It cannot then surprise us to find that parts of such narrations, which seem to refer to occurrences like those of which astronomers and geologists have attempted to determine the laws, have given rise to many interpretations, all inconsistent with one another, and most of them at variance with the best established principles of astronomy and geology. It may be urged that all truths must be consistent with all other truths, and that therefore the results of true geology or astronomy cannot be irreconcilable with the statements of true theology. And this universal consistency of truth with itself must be assented to, but it by no means follows that we must be able to obtain a full insight into the nature and manner of such a consistency. Such an insight would only be possible if we could obtain a clear view of that central body of truth, the source of the principles which appear in the separate lines of speculation. To expect that we should see clearly how the providential government of the world is consistent with the unvarying laws, 572, by which its motions and developments are regulated, is to expect to understand thoroughly the laws of motion, of development, and of providence. It is to expect that we may ascend from geology and astronomy to the creative and legislative center, from which proceeded earth and stars, and then descend again into the moral and spiritual world, because its source and center are the same as those of the material creation. It is to say that reason, whether finite or infinite, must be consistent with itself, and that, therefore, the finite must be able to comprehend the infinite, to travel from any one province of the moral and material universe to any other, to trace their bearing, and to connect their boundaries. One of the advantages of the study of the history and nature of science in which we are now engaged is that it warns us of the hopeless and presumptuous character of such attempts to understand the government of the world by the aid of science, without throwing any discredit upon the reality of our knowledge, that while it shows how solid and certain each science is, so long as it refers its own facts to its own ideas, it confines each science within its own limits, and condemns it as empty and helpless, when it pronounces upon those subjects which are extraneous to it. The error of persons who should seek a geological narrative in theological records would be rather in the search itself than in their interpretation of what they might find. And in like manner, the error of those who would conclude against a supernatural beginning or a providential direction of the world upon geological or physiological reasonings would be that they had expected those sciences alone to place the origin or the government of the world in its proper light. Though these observations apply generally to all the paleontological sciences, they may be permitted here, because they have an especial bearing upon some of the difficulties which have embarrassed the progress of geological speculation. And though such difficulties are, I trust, nearly gone by, it is important for us to see them in their true bearing. From what has been said, it follows that geology and astronomy are, of themselves, incapable of giving us any distinct and satisfactory account of the origin of the universe, or of its parts. We need not wonder, then, at any particular instance of this incapacity, as, for example, that of which we have been speaking, the impossibility of accounting by any natural means for the production of all the successive tribes of plants and animals which have peopled the world in the 573 various stages of its progress, as geology teaches us. That they were, like our own animal and vegetable contemporaries, profoundly adapted to the condition in which they were placed, we have ample reason to believe. But when we inquire whence they came into this our world, geology is silent. The mystery of creation is not within the range of her legitimate territory. She says nothing, but she points upwards. Sect 6. The hypothesis of the regular creation and extinction of species. One creation of species we have already seen, how untenable, as a physiological doctrine, is the principle of the transmutability and progressive tendency of species. And therefore, when we come to apply to theoretical geology the principles of the present chapter, this portion of the subject will easily be disposed of. I hardly know whether I can state that there is any other principle which has been applied to the solution of the geological problem, and which therefore, as a general truth, ought to be considered here. Mr. Lyell, indeed, has spoken of an hypothesis that the successive creation of species may constitute a regular part of the economy of nature. But he has nowhere, I think, so described this process as to make it appear in what department of science we are to place the hypothesis. Are these new species created by the production, at long intervals, of an offspring different in species from the parents? Or are the species so created produced without parents? Are they gradually evolved from some embryo substance? Or do they suddenly start from the ground, as in the creation of the poet? Perfect forms limbed and full-grown, out of the ground up rose as from his lair, the wild beast where he wons in forest wild, in thicket, brake, or den. The grassy clods now calved, now half appeared the tawny lion, pawing to get free his hinder parts, then springs as broke from bounds, and rampant shakes his brinded mane, and see. A Paradise Lost, B. Roman 7. Some selection of one of these forms of the hypothesis, rather than the others, with evidence for the selection, is requisite to entitle us to 574, place it among the known causes of change which in this chapter we are considering. The bare conviction that a creation of species has taken place, whether once or many times, so long as it is unconnected with our organical sciences, is a tenet of natural theology rather than of physical philosophy. By supposing man to people a great desert, introducing into it living plants and animals, and he has traced, in a very interesting manner, the results of such a hypothesis on the distribution of vegetable and animal species. But he supposes the agents who do this, before they import species into particular localities, to study attentively the climate and other physical conditions of each spot, and to use various precautions. It is on account of the notion of design, thus introduced, that I have, above, described this opinion as rather a tenet of natural theology than of physical philosophy. Mr. Edward Forbes has published some highly interesting speculations on the distribution of existing species of animals and plants. It appears that the manner in which animal and vegetable forms are now diffused requires us to assume centers from which the diffusion took place, by no means limited by the present divisions of continents and islands. The changes of land and water which have thus occurred since the existing species were placed on the earth must have been very extensive, and perhaps reach into the glacial period of which I have spoken above. Note 91/18. C. In Memoirs of the Geological Survey of Great Britain, Volume IP 336, Professor Forbes' memoir, on the connection between the distribution of the existing fauna and flora of the British Isles and the geological changes which have affected their area, especially during the epoch of the Northern Drift. According to Mr. Forbes' views, for which he has offered a great body of very striking and converging reasons, the present vegetable and animal population of the British Isles is to be accounted for by the following series of events. The marine deposits of the Miocene Formation were elevated into a great Atlantic continent, yet separate from what is now America, and having its western shore where now the great semicircular belt of Gulfweed ranges from the 15th to the 45th parallel of latitude. This continent then became stocked with life, and of its vegetable population, the flora of the west of Ireland, which has many points in common with the flora of Spain and the 575 Atlantic islands, the Asturian flora, is the record. The region between Spain and Ireland and the rest of this Miocene continent was destroyed by some geological movement, but there were left traces of the connection which still remain. Eastwards of the flora just mentioned, there is a flora common to Devon and Cornwall, to the southeast part of Ireland, the Channel Isles, and the adjacent provinces of France, a flora passing to a southern character, and having its course marked by the remains of a great rocky barrier, the destruction of which probably took place anterior to the formation of the narrower part of the channel. Eastward from this Devon or Norman flora, again, we have the Kentish flora, which is an extension of the flora of northwestern France, insulated by the breach which formed the Straits of Dover. Then came the glacial period. When the east of England and the north of Europe were submerged, the northern drift was distributed, and England was reduced to a chain of islands or ridges formed by the mountains of Wales, Cumberland, and Scotland, which were connected with the land of Scandinavia. This was the period of glaciers, of the dispersion of boulders, of the grooving and scratching of rocks as they are now found. The climate being then much colder than it now is, the flora, even down to the water's edge, consisted of what are now alpine plants, and this alpine flora is common to Scandinavia and to our mountain summits. And these plants kept their places when, by the elevation of the land, the whole of the present German Ocean became a continent connecting Britain with Central Europe. For the increased elevation of their stations counterbalanced the diminished cold of the succeeding period. Along the dry bed of the German Sea, thus elevated, the principal part of the existing flora of England, the Germanic flora, migrated. A large portion of our existing animal population also came over through the same region, and along with those came hyenas, tigers, rhinoceros, aurochs, elk, wolves, beavers, which are extinct in Britain, and other animals which are extinct altogether, as the primigenian elephant or mammoth. But then, again, the German Ocean and the Irish Channel were scooped out, and the climate again changed. In our islands, so detached, many of the larger beasts perished, and their bones were covered up in peat mosses and caves where we find them. This distinguished naturalist has further shown that the population of the sea lends itself to the same view. Mr. Forbes says that the writings of Mr. Smith, of Jordanhill, on the last changes in the relative levels of the land and sea in the British Islands, published in the memoirs of the 576 Wernerian Society for 1837-8, must be esteemed the foundation of a critical investigation of this subject in Britain. 2. Extinction of species. With regard to the extinction of species, Mr. Lyell has propounded a doctrine which is deserving of great attention here. Brockey, when he had satisfied himself, by examination of the subapennines, that about half the species which had lived at the period of their deposition had since become extinct, suggested as a possible cause for this occurrence, that the vital energies of a species, like that of an individual, might gradually decay in the progress of time and of generations, till at last the prolific power might fail, and the species wither away. Such a property would be conceivable as a physiological fact, for we see something of the kind in fruit trees propagated by cuttings. After some time, the stalk appears to wear out and loses its peculiar qualities. But we have no sufficient evidence that this is the case in generations of creatures continued by the reproductive powers. Mr. Lyell conceives that, without admitting any inherent constitutional tendency to deteriorate, the misfortunes to which plants and animals are exposed by the change of the physical circumstances of the earth, by the alteration of land and water, and by the changes of climate, must very frequently occasion the loss of several species. We have historical evidence of the extinction of one conspicuous species, the dodo, a bird of large size and singular form, which inhabited the Isle of France when that island was first discovered, and which now no longer exists. Several other species of animals and plants seem to be in the course of vanishing from the face of the earth, even under our own observation. And taking into account the greater changes of the surface of the globe, which geology compels us to assume, we may imagine many or all the existing species of living things to be extirpated. If, for instance, that reduction of the climate of the earth which appears, from geological evidence, to have taken place already, be supposed to go on much further, the advancing snow and cold of the polar regions may destroy the greater part of our plants and animals, and drive the remainder, or those of them which possess the requisite faculties of migration and accommodation, to seek an asylum near the equator. And if we suppose the temperature of the Earth to be still further reduced, this zone of now existing life, having no further place of refuge, will perish, and the whole Earth will be tenanted, if at all, by a new creation. Other causes might produce the same effect as a change of climate, and without supposing such causes to affect the whole globe, it is easy to 577 imagine circumstances such as might entirely disturb the equilibrium, which the powers of diffusion of different species have produced, might give to some the opportunity of invading and conquering the domain of others, and in the end, the means of entirely suppressing them and establishing themselves in their place. That this extirpation of certain species, which, as we have seen, happens in a few cases under common circumstances, might happen upon a greater scale, if the range of external changes were to be much enlarged, cannot be doubted. The extent, therefore, to which natural causes may account for the extinction of species will depend upon the amount of change which we suppose in the physical conditions of the Earth. It must be a task of extreme difficulty to estimate the effect upon the organic world, even if the physical circumstances were given. To determine the physical condition to which a given state of the Earth would give rise, I have already noted as another very difficult problem. Yet these two problems must be solved, in order to enable us to judge of the sufficiency of any hypothesis of the extinction of species. And in the meantime, for the mode in which new species come into the places of those which are extinguished, we have, as we have seen, no hypothesis which physiology can, for a moment, sanction. Sect 7. The embedding of organic remains. There is still one portion of the dynamics of geology, a branch of great and manifest importance, which I have to notice, but upon which I need only speak very briefly. The mode in which the spoils of existing plants and animals are embedded in the deposits now forming is a subject which has naturally attracted the attention of geologists. During the controversy which took place in Italy respecting the fossils of the sub-Apennine hills, Vitaliano Donati, in 1750, undertook an examination of the Adriatic, and found that deposits containing shells and corals, extremely resembling the strata of the hills, were there in the act of formation. But without dwelling on other observations of like kind, I may state that Mr. Lyell has treated this subject, and all the topics connected with it, in a very full and satisfactory manner. He has explained by an excellent collection of illustrative facts how deposits of various substance and contents are formed, how plants and animals become fossil in peat, in blown sand, in volcanic matter, in 578 alluvial soil, in caves, and in the beds of lakes and seas. This exposition is of the most instructive character, as a means of obtaining right conclusions concerning the causes of geological phenomena. Indeed, in many cases, the similarity of past effects with operations now going on is so complete that they may be considered as identical, and the discussion of such cases belongs, at the same time, to geological dynamics and to physical geology, just as the problem of the fall of meteorites may be considered as belonging alike to mechanics and to physical astronomy. The growth of modern peat mosses, for example, fully explains the formation of the most ancient. Objects are buried in the same manner in the ejections of active and of extinct volcanoes. Within the limits of history, many estuaries have been filled up, and in the deposits which have occupied these places are strata containing shells, as in the older formations. Note 94/18, Lyell, B. Roman 3, C. Roman 17, p. 286. See also his address to the Geological Society in 1837 for an account of the researches of Mr. Stokes and of Professor Goppert on the lapidification of vegetables. 579. Physical Geology. Chapter 7. Progress of Physical Geology. Sect 1. Object and distinctions of physical geology. Being, in consequence of the steps which we have attempted to describe, in possession of two sciences, one of which traces the laws of action of known causes, and the other describes the phenomena which the Earth's surface presents, we are now prepared to examine how far the attempts to refer the facts to their causes have been successful. We are ready to enter upon the consideration of theoretical or physical geology, as, by analogy with physical astronomy, we may term this branch of speculation. The distinction of this from other portions of our knowledge is sufficiently evident. In former times, geology was always associated with mineralogy and sometimes confounded with it. But the mistake of such an arrangement must be clear, from what has been said. Geology is connected with mineralogy only so far as the latter science classifies a large portion of the objects which geology employs as evidence of its statements. To confound the two is the same error as it would be to treat philosophical history as identical with the knowledge of metals. Geology procures evidence of her conclusions wherever she can, from minerals or from seas, from inorganic or from organic bodies, from the ground or from the skies. The geologist's business is to learn the past history of the Earth, and he is no more limited to one or a few kinds of documents as his sources of information than is the historian of man in the execution of a similar task. Physical geology, of which I now speak, may not be always easily separable from descriptive geology. In fact, they have generally been combined, for few have been content to describe without attempting in some measure to explain. Indeed, if they had done so, it is 580 probable that their labors would have been far less zealous and their expositions far less impressive. We by no means regret, therefore, the mixture of these two kinds of knowledge which has so often occurred, but still it is our business to separate them. The works of astronomers before the rise of sound physical astronomy were full of theories, but these were advantageous, not prejudicial, to the progress of the science. Geological theories have been abundant and various, but yet our history of them must be brief. For our object is, as must be borne in mind, to exhibit these, only so far as they are steps discoverably tending to the true theory of the Earth, and in most of them we do not trace this character. Or rather, the portions of the labors of geologists which do merit this praise belong to the two preceding divisions of the subject and have been treated of there. The history of physical geology, considered as the advance towards a science as real and stable as those which we have already treated of, and this is the form in which we ought to trace it. Hitherto consists of few steps. We hardly know whether the progress is begun. The history of physical astronomy almost commences with Newton, and few persons will venture to assert that the Newton of geology has yet appeared. Still, some examination of the attempts which have been made is requisite, in order to explain and justify the view which the analogy of scientific history leads us to take of the state of the subject. Though far from intending to give even a sketch of all past geological speculations, I must notice some of the forms such speculations have at different times assumed. Sect 2 of fanciful geological opinions. Real and permanent geological knowledge, like all other physical knowledge, can be obtained only by inductions of classification and law from many clearly seen phenomena. The labor of the most active, the talent of the most intelligent, are requisite for such a purpose. But far less than this is sufficient to put in busy operation the inventive and capricious fancy. A few appearances hastily seen and arbitrarily interpreted are enough to give rise to a wondrous tale of the past, full of strange events and supernatural agencies. The mythology and early poetry of nations afford sufficient evidence of man's love of the wonderful and of his inventive powers in early stages of intellectual development. The scientific faculty, on the other hand, 581, and especially that part of it which is requisite for the induction of laws from facts, emerges slowly and with difficulty from the crowd of adverse influences, even under the most favorable circumstances. We have seen that in the ancient world, the Greeks alone showed themselves to possess this talent, and what they thus attained to amounted only to a few sound doctrines in astronomy and one or two extremely imperfect truths in mechanics, optics, and music, which their successors were unable to retain. No other nation, till we come to the dawn of a better day in modern Europe, made any positive step at all in sound physical speculation. Empty dreams or useless exhibitions of ingenuity formed the whole of their essays at such knowledge. It must, therefore, independently of positive evidence, be considered as extremely improbable that any of these nations should, at an early period, have arrived, by observation and induction, at wide general truths, such as the philosophers of modern times have only satisfied themselves of by long and patient labor and thought. If resemblances should be discovered between the assertions of ancient writers and the discoveries of modern science, the probability in all cases, the certainty in most, is that these are accidental coincidences, that the ancient opinion is no anticipation of the modern discovery, but is one guess among many, not a whit the more valuable because its expression agrees with a truth. The author of the guess could not intend the truth, because his mind was not prepared to comprehend it. Those of the ancients who spoke of the harmony which binds all things together could not mean the Newtonian gravitation, because they had never been led to conceive an attractive force, governed by definite mathematical laws in its quantity and operation. In agreement with these views, we must, I conceive, estimate the opinions which we find among the ancients, respecting the changes which the earth's surface has undergone. These opinions, when they are at all of a general kind, are arbitrary fictions of the fancy, showing man's love of generality indeed, but indulging it without that expense of labor and thought which alone can render it legitimate. We might, therefore, pass by all the traditions and speculations of Oriental, Egyptian, and Greek cosmogony as extraneous to our subject. But since these have recently been spoken of, as conclusions collected, however vaguely, from observed facts, we may make a remark or two upon them. 582. The notion of a series of creations and destructions of worlds, which appears in the sacred volume of the Hindus, which formed part of the traditionary lore of Egypt, and which was afterwards adopted into the poetry and philosophy of Greece, must be considered as a mythological, not a physical, doctrine. When this doctrine was dwelt upon, men's thoughts were directed, not to the terrestrial facts which it seemed to explain, but to the attributes of the deities which it illustrated. The conception of a supreme power, impelling and guiding the progress of events, which is permanent among all perpetual change, and regular among all seeming chance, was readily entertained by contemplative and enthusiastic minds. And when natural phenomena were referred to this doctrine, it was rather for the purpose of fastening its impressiveness upon the senses, than in the way of giving to it authority and support. Hence we perceive that in the exposition of this doctrine, an attempt was always made to fill and elevate the mind with the notions of marvelous events, and of infinite times in which vast cycles of order recurred. The great year, in which all celestial phenomena come round, offered itself as capable of being calculated, and a similar great year was readily assumed for terrestrial and human events. Hence they were to be brought round by great cycles, not only deluges and conflagrations which were to destroy and renovate the earth, but also the series of historical occurrences. Not only the sea and land were to recommence their alternations, but there was to be another Argo, which should carry warriors on the first sea foray, and another succession of heroic wars. Looking at the passages of ancient authors which refer to terrestrial changes in this view, we shall see that they are addressed almost entirely to the love of the marvelous and the infinite, and cannot with propriety be taken as indications of a spirit of physical philosophy. For example, if we turn to the celebrated passage in Ovid, where Pythagoras is represented as asserting that land becomes sea, and sea land, and many other changes which geologists have verified, we find that these observations are associated with many fables. As being matter of exactly the same kind, the fountain of Ammon which was cold by day and warm by night, the waters of Salmacis which effeminate men, the Clitorian spring which makes them loathe wine, the Symplegades islands which were once movable, the Tritonian lake which covered men's bodies with feathers, and many similar marvels. And the general purport of 583, the whole is, to countenance the doctrine of the metempsychosis, and the Pythagorean injunction of not eating animal food. It is clear, I think, that facts so introduced must be considered as having been contemplated rather in the spirit of poetry than of science. We must estimate in the same manner the very remarkable passage brought to light by M. Elie de Beaumont from the Arabian writer Keswiri, in which we have a representation of the same spot of ground as being at successive intervals of 500 years, a city, a sea, a desert, and again a city. This invention is adduced, I conceive, rather to feed the appetite of wonder than to fix it upon any reality, as the title of his book, The Marvels of Nature, obviously intimates. The speculations of Aristotle, concerning the exchanges of land and sea which take place in long periods, are not formed in exactly the same spirit, but they are hardly more substantial, and seem to be quite as arbitrary since they are not confirmed by any examples and proofs. After stating that the same spots of the earth are not always land and always water, he gives the reason. The principle and cause of this is, he says, that the inner parts of the earth, like the bodies of plants and animals, have their ages of vigor and of decline. But in plants and animals, all the parts are in vigor, and all grow old at once. In the earth, different parts arrive at maturity at different times by the operation of cold and heat. They grow and decay on account of the sun and the revolution of the stars, and thus the parts of the earth acquire different power, so that for a certain time they remain moist, and then become dry and old, and then other places are revivified and become partially watery. We are, I conceive, doing no injustice to such speculations by classing them among fanciful geological opinions. We must also, I conceive, range in the same division another class of writers of much more modern times. I mean those who have trained their geology by interpretations of Scripture. I have already endeavored to show that such an attempt is a perversion of the purpose of a divine communication and cannot lead to any physical truth. I do not here speak of geological speculations in which the Mosaic account of the deluge has been referred to. For whatever errors may have been committed on that subject, it would be as absurd to disregard the most ancient historical record in attempting to trace back the history of the earth, as it would be gratuitously to reject any other 584 source of information. But the interpretations of the account of the creation have gone further beyond the limits of sound philosophy. And when we look at the arbitrary and fantastical inventions by which a few phrases of the writings of Moses have been molded into complete systems, we cannot doubt that these interpretations belong to the present section. I shall not attempt to criticize, nor even to enumerate, these scriptural geology sacred theories of the earth, as Burnet termed his. Ray, Woodward, Whiston, and many other persons to whom science has considerable obligations were involved, by the speculative habits of their times, in these essays, and they have been resumed by persons of considerable talent and some knowledge on various occasions up to the present day. But the more geology has been studied on its own proper evidence, the more have geologists seen the unprofitable character of such labors. I proceed now to the next step in the progress of theoretical geology. Sect 3 of premature geological theories. While we were giving our account of descriptive geology, the attentive reader would perceive that we did, in fact, state several steps in the advance towards general knowledge. But when, in those cases, the theoretical aspect of such discoveries softened into an appearance of mere classification, the occurrence was assigned to the history of descriptive rather than of theoretical geology. Of such a kind was the establishment, by a long and vehement controversy, of the fact that the impressions in rocks are really the traces of ancient living things. Such, again, were the division of rocks into primitive, secondary, tertiary, the ascertainment of the orderly succession of organic remains, the consequent fixation of a standard series of formations and strata, the establishment of the igneous nature of trap rocks, and the like. These are geological truths which are assumed and implied in the very language which geology uses, thus showing how in this, as in all other sciences, the succeeding steps involve the preceding. But in the history of geological theory, we have to consider the wider attempts to combine the facts and to assign them to their causes. The close of the last century produced two antagonist theories of this kind, which long maintained a fierce and doubtful struggle, that of Werner and that of Hutton. The one termed Neptunian, from its 585, ascribing the phenomena of the Earth's surface mainly to aqueous agency, the other Plutonian or Vulcanian, because it employed the force of subterraneous fire as its principal machinery. The circumstance which is most worthy of notice in these remarkable essays is the endeavor to give, by means of such materials as the authors possessed, a complete and simple account of all the facts of the Earth's history. The Saxon professor, proceeding on the examination of a small district in Germany, maintained the existence of a chaotic fluid, from which a series of universal formations had been precipitated, the position of the strata being broken up by the falling in of subterraneous cavities in the intervals between these depositions. The Scotch philosopher, who had observed in England and Scotland, thought himself justified in declaring that the existing causes were sufficient to spread new strata on the bottom of the ocean, and that they are consolidated, elevated, and fractured by volcanic heat, so as to give rise to new continents. It will hardly be now denied that all that is to remain as permanent science in each of these systems must be proved by the examination of many cases and limited by many conditions and circumstances. Theories so wide and simple were consistent only with a comparatively scanty collection of facts and belong to the early stage of geological knowledge. In the progress of the science, the theory of each part of the earth must come out of the examination of that part, combined with all that is well established, concerning all the rest, and a general theory must result from the comparison of all such partial theoretical views. Any attempt to snatch it before its time must fail, and therefore we may venture at present to designate general theories, like those of Hutton and Werner, as premature. This, indeed, is the sentiment of most of the good geologists of the present day. The time for such general systems, and for the fierce wars to which the opposition of such generalities gives rise, is probably now past forever, and geology will not again witness such a controversy as that of the Wernerian and Huttinian schools. As when two black clouds with heaven's artillery fraught come rattling on over the Caspian, then stand front to front, hovering a space till winds the signal blow to join their dark encounter in midair. So frowned the mighty combatants, that hell grew darker at their frown, so matched they stood, for never but once more was either like to meet so great a foe. 586. The main points really affecting the progress of sound theoretical geology will find a place in one of the two next sections. I think I do no injustice to Dr. Hutton in describing his theory of the earth as premature. Prof. Playfair's elegant work, Illustrations of the Huttinian Theory, 1802, so justly admired, contains many doctrines which the more mature geology of modern times rejects, such as the igneous origin of chalk flints, siliceous pudding stone, and the like, the universal formation of riverbeds by the rivers themselves, and other points. With regard to this last-mentioned question, I think all who have read Deluxe Geology, 1810, will deem his refutation of Playfair complete. But though Hutton's theory was premature, as well as Werner's, the former had a far greater value as an important step on the road to truth. Many of its boldest hypotheses and generalizations have become a part of the general creed of geologists, and its publication is perhaps the greatest event which has yet occurred in the progress of physical geology. Chapter 8. The two antagonist doctrines of geology. Sect 1 of the doctrine of geological catastrophes. That great changes, of a kind and intensity quite different from the common course of events, and which may therefore properly be called catastrophes, have taken place upon the earth's surface, was an opinion which appeared to be forced upon men by obvious facts. Rejecting, as a mere play of fancy, the notions of the destruction of the earth by cataclysms or conflagrations, of which we have already spoken, we find that the first really scientific examination of the materials of the earth, that of the sub-Apennine hills, led men to draw this inference. Leonardo da Vinci, whom we have already noticed for his early and strenuous assertion of the real marine origin of fossil impressions of shells, also maintained that the bottom of the sea had become the top of the mountain. Yet his mode of explaining this may perhaps be claimed by the modern advocates of uniform causes as more allied to their 587 opinion than to the doctrine of catastrophes. But Steno, in 1669, approached nearer to this doctrine, for he asserted that Tuscany must have changed its face at intervals so as to acquire 6 different configurations by the successive breaking down of the older strata into inclined positions and the horizontal deposit of new ones upon them. Strabo, indeed, at an earlier period had recourse to earthquakes to explain the occurrence of shells in mountains, and Hooke published the same opinion later. But the Italian geologists prosecuted their researches under the advantage of having, close at hand, large collections of conspicuous and consistent phenomena. Lazzaro Mauro, in 1740, attempted to apply the theory of earthquakes to the Italian strata, but both he and his expositor, Cirillo Generelli, inclined rather to reduce the violence of these operations within the ordinary course of nature, and thus lent to the doctrine of uniformity, of which we have afterwards to speak. Morrow was encouraged in this line of speculation by the extraordinary occurrence, as it was deemed by most persons, of the rise of a new volcanic island from a deep part of the Mediterranean near Santorino in 1707. But in other countries, as the geological facts were studied, the doctrine of catastrophes appeared to gain ground. Thus in England, where, through a large part of the country, the coal measures are extremely inclined and contorted, and covered over by more horizontal fragmentary beds, the opinion that some violent catastrophe had occurred to dislocate them before the superincumbent strata were deposited was strongly held. It was conceived that a period of violent and destructive action must have succeeded to one of repose, and that, for a time, some unusual and paroxysmal forces must have been employed in elevating and breaking the pre-existing strata, and wearing their fragments into smooth pebbles before nature subsided into a new age of tranquility and vitality. In like manner, Cuvier, from the alternations of freshwater and saltwater species in the Strata of Paris, collected the opinion of a series of great revolutions, in which the thread of induction was broken. Deluc and others, to whom we owe the first steps in geological dynamics, attempted carefully to distinguish between causes now in action and those which have ceased to act, in which latter class they reckon the causes which have, 588, elevated the existing continents. This distinction was assented to by many succeeding geologists. The forces which have raised into the clouds the vast chains of the Pyrenees, the Alps, the Andes, must have been, it was deemed, something very different from any agencies now operating. Note 101/18. Here is a part of the earth which has become more light and which rises, while the opposite part approaches nearer to the center, and what was the bottom of the sea is become the top of the mountain. Venturi's Leonardo da Vinci. This opinion was further confirmed by the appearance of a complete change in the forms of animal and vegetable life, in passing from one formation to another. The species of which the remains occurred were entirely different. It was said, in 2 successive epochs. A new creation appears to have intervened, and it was readily believed that a transition, so entirely out of the common course of the world, might be accompanied by paroxysms of mechanical energy. Such views prevail extensively among geologists up to the present time. For instance, in the comprehensive theoretical generalizations of Elie de Beaumont and others respecting mountain chains, it is supposed that, at certain vast intervals, systems of mountains, which may be recognized by the parallelism of course of their inclined beds, have been disturbed and elevated, lifting up with them the aqueous strata which had been deposited among them in the intervening periods of tranquility, and which are recognized and identified by means of their organic remains. And according to the adherents of this hypothesis, these sudden elevations of mountain chains have been followed, again and again, by mighty waves, desolating whole regions of the earth. The peculiar bearing of such opinions upon the progress of physical geology will be better understood by attending to the doctrine of uniformity, which is opposed to them, and with the consideration of which we shall close our survey of this science, the last branch of our present task. Sect 2 of the doctrine of geological uniformity. The opinion that the history of the earth had involved a series of catastrophes, confirmed by the 2 great classes of facts, the symptoms of mechanical violence on a very large scale, and of complete changes in the living things by which the earth had been tenanted, took strong hold of the geologists of England, France, and Germany. Hutton, though he denied that there was evidence of a beginning of the present state of things, and referred many processes in the formation of strata to existing causes, did not assert that the elevatory forces which raise continents from the bottom of the ocean were of the same order, 589, as well as of the same kind, with the volcanoes and earthquakes which now shake the surface. His doctrine of uniformity was founded rather on the supposed analogy of other lines of speculation than on the examination of the amount of changes now going on. The author of nature, it was said, has not permitted in his works any symptom of infancy or of old age, or any sign by which we may estimate either their future or their past duration. And the example of the planetary system was referred to in illustration of this. and a general persuasion that the champions of this theory were not disposed to accept the usual opinions on the subject of creation, was allowed, perhaps very unjustly, to weigh strongly against them in the public opinion. While the rest of Europe had a decided bias towards the doctrine of geological catastrophes, the phenomena of Italy, which, as we have seen, had already tended to soften the rigor of that doctrine, in the progress of speculation from Steno to Generelli, were destined to mitigate it still more, by converting to the belief of uniformity Transalpine geologists who had been bred up in the catastrophist creed. This effect was, indeed, gradual. For a time, the distinction of the recent and the tertiary period was held to be marked and strong. Brocchi asserted that a large portion of the subapennine fossil shells belonged to a living species of the Mediterranean Sea, but the geologists of the rest of Europe turned an incredulous ear to this Italian tenet, and the persuasion of the distinction of the tertiary and the recent period was deeply impressed on most geologists by the memorable labors of Cuvier and Brongniart on the Paris Basin. Still, as other tertiary deposits were examined, it was found that they could by no means be considered as contemporaneous, but that they formed a chain of posts, advancing nearer and nearer to the recent period. Above the strata of the basins of London and Paris lie the newer strata of Touraine, of Bordeaux, of the valley of the Bormida and the Superga near Turin, and of the basin of Vienna, explored by M. Constant Provost. Newer and higher still than these are found the subapennine formations of northern Italy, and probably of the same period, the English crag of Norfolk and Suffolk. And most of these marine formations are associated with volcanic products and freshwater deposits, so as to imply apparently a long train of alternations of corresponding processes. It may easily be supposed that, when the subject had assumed this form, the boundary of the present and past condition of the Earth, 590, was in some measure obscured. But it was not long before a very able attempt was made to obliterate it altogether. In 1828, Mr. Lyell set out on a geological tour through France and Italy. He had already conceived the idea of classing the tertiary groups by reference to the number of recent species, which were found in a fossil state. But as he passed from the north to the south of Italy, he found, by communication with the best fossil conchologists, Borelli at Turin, Guidati at Parma, Costa at Naples, that the number of extinct species decreased, so that the last-mentioned naturalist, from an examination of the fossil shells of Otranto and Calabria, and of the neighboring seas, was of opinion that few of the tertiary shells were of extinct species. To complete the series of proof, Mr. Lyell himself explored the strata of Ischia, and found, 2,000 feet above the level of the sea, shells which were all pronounced to be of species now inhabiting the Mediterranean, and soon after, he made collections of a similar description on the flanks of Etna, in the Val di Noto, and in other places. The impression produced by these researches is described by himself. In the course of my tour, I had been frequently led to reflect on the precept of Descartes, that a philosopher should once in his life doubt everything he had been taught. But I still retained so much faith in my early geological creed as to feel the most lively surprise on visiting Sortino, Pentalica, Syracuse, and other parts of the Val di Noto, at beholding a limestone of enormous thickness, filled with recent shells, or sometimes with mere casts of shells, resting on marl in which shells of Mediterranean species were embedded in a high state of preservation. All idea of attaching a high antiquity to a regularly stratified limestone, in which the casts and impressions of shells alone were visible, vanished at once from my mind. At the same time, I was struck with the identity of the associated igneous rocks of the Val di Noto with well-known varieties of trap in Scotland and other parts of Europe, varieties which I had also seen entering largely into the structure of Etna. I occasionally amused myself, Mr. Lyell adds, with speculating on the different rate of progress which geology might have made, had it been first cultivated with success at Catania, where the phenomena above alluded to, and the great elevation of the modern tertiary beds in the Val di Noto, and the changes produced in the historical era by the Calabrian earthquakes, would have been familiarly known. 591. Before Mr. Lyell entered upon his journey, he had put into the hands of the printer the first volume of his Principles of Geology, being an attempt to explain the former changes of the Earth's surface by reference to the causes now in operation. And after viewing such phenomena as we have spoken of, he, no doubt, judged that the doctrine of catastrophes of a kind entirely different from the existing course of events would never have been generally received if geologists had at first formed their opinions upon the Sicilian strata. The boundary separating the present from the anterior state of things crumbled away. The difference of fossil and recent species had disappeared, and, at the same time, the changes of position which marine strata had undergone, although not inferior to those of earlier geological periods, might be ascribed, it was thought, to the same kind of earthquakes as those which still agitate that region. Both the supposed proofs of catastrophic transition, the organical and the mechanical changes, failed at the same time, the one by the removal of the fact, the other by the exhibition of the cause. The powers of earthquakes, even such as they now exist, were, it was supposed, if allowed to operate for an illimitable time, adequate to produce all the mechanical effects which the strata of all ages display. And it was declared that all evidence of a beginning of the present state of the earth, or of any material alteration in the energy of the forces by which it has been modified at various epochs, was entirely wanting. Other circumstances in the progress of geology tended the same way. Thus, in cases where there had appeared in one country a sudden and violent transition from one stratum to the next, it was found that by tracing the formations into other countries, the chasm between them was filled up by intermediate strata, so that the passage became as gradual and gentle as any other step in the series. For example, though the conglomerates, which in some parts of England overlie the coal measures, appear to have been produced by a complete discontinuity in the series of changes, yet in the coalfields of Yorkshire, Durham, and Cumberland, the transition is smoothed down in such a way that the two formations pass into each other. A similar passage is observed in central Germany, and in Thuringia is so complete that the coal measures have sometimes been considered as subordinate to the Totley gens. Upon such evidence and such arguments, the doctrine of 592 catastrophes was rejected with some contempt and ridicule, and it was maintained that the operation of the causes of geological change may properly and philosophically be held to have been uniform through all ages and periods. On this opinion, and the grounds on which it had been urged, we shall make a few concluding remarks. It must be granted at once, to the advocates of this geological uniformity, that we are not arbitrarily to assume the existence of catastrophes. The degree of uniformity and continuity with which terramotive forces have acted must be collected, not from any gratuitous hypothesis, but from the facts of the case. We must suppose the causes which have produced geological phenomena to have been as similar to existing causes and as dissimilar as the effects teach us. We are to avoid all bias in favor of powers deviating in kind and degree from those which act at present, a bias which, Mr. Lyell asserts, has extensively prevailed among geologists. But when Mr. Lyell goes further and considers it a merit in a course of geological speculation that it rejects any difference between the intensity of existing and of past causes, we conceive that he errs no less than those whom he censures. An earnest and patient endeavor to reconcile the former indication of change with any restricted class of causes habit which he enjoins is not, we may suggest, the temper in which science ought to be pursued. The effects must themselves teach us the nature and intensity of the causes which have operated, and we are in danger of error if we seek for slow and shun violent agencies further than the facts naturally direct us, no less than if we were parsimonious of time and prodigal of violence. Time, inexhaustible and ever accumulating his efficacy, can undoubtedly do much for the theorist in geology. But force, whose limits we cannot measure, and whose nature we cannot fathom, is also a power never to be slighted. And to call in the one to protect us from the other is equally presumptuous, to whichever of the two our superstition leans. To invoke time, with 10,000 earthquakes, to overturn and set on edge a mountain chain, should the phenomena indicate the change to have been sudden and not successive, would be ill excused by pleading the obligation of first appealing to known causes. 593. I have in the text quoted the 4th edition of Mr. Lyell's Principles, in which he recommends an earnest and patient endeavor to reconcile the former indications of change with the evidence of gradual mutation now in progress. In the sixth edition, in that which is, I presume, the corresponding passage, although it is transferred from the fourth to the first book, B.I.C. Roman 13. p. 325. He recommends, instead, an earnest and patient inquiry how far geological appearances are reconcilable with the effective changes now in progress. But while Mr. Lyell has thus softened the advocate's character in his language in this passage, the transposition which I have noticed appears to me to have an opposite tendency. For in the former edition, the causes now in action were first described in the second and third books, and the great problem of geology, stated in the first book, was attempted to be solved in the fourth. But by incorporating this fourth book with the first, and thus prefixing to the study of existing causes arguments against the belief of their geological insufficiency, there is an appearance as if the author wished his reader to be prepared by a previous pleading against the doctrine of catastrophes before he went to the study of existing causes. The doctrines of catastrophes and of uniformity, and the other leading questions of the paleontological sciences, are further discussed in the Philosophy of the Inductive Sciences, Book 10. In truth, we know causes only by their effects, and in order to learn the nature of the causes which modify the earth, we must study them through all ages of their action, and not select arbitrarily the period in which we live as the standard for all other epochs. The forces which have produced the Alps and Andes are known to us by experience, no less than the forces which have raised Etna to its present height, for we learn their amount in both cases by their results. Why, then, do we make a merit of using the latter case as a measure for the former? Or how can we know the true scale of such force, except by comprehending in our view all the facts which we can bring together? In reality, when we speak of the uniformity of nature, are we not obliged to use the term in a very large sense in order to make the doctrine at all tenable? It includes catastrophes and convulsions of a very extensive and intense kind. What is the limit to the violence which we must allow to these changes? In order to enable ourselves to represent geological causes as operating with uniform energy through all time, we must measure our time by long cycles, in which repose and violence alternate. How long may we extend this cycle of change, the repetition of which we express by the word uniformity? And why must we suppose that all our experience, geological as well as historical, includes more than one such cycle? Why must we insist upon it that man has been long enough an observer to obtain the average of forces which are changing through immeasurable time? 594. The analogy of other sciences has been referred to as sanctioning this attempt to refer the whole train of facts to known causes. To have done this, it has been said, is the glory of astronomy. She seeks no hidden virtues, but explains all by the force of gravitation, which we witness operating at every moment. But let us ask whether it would really have been a merit in the founders of physical astronomy to assume that the celestial revolutions resulted from any selected class of known causes. When Newton first attempted to explain the motions of the moon by the force of gravity, and failed because the measures to which he referred were erroneous, would it have been philosophical in him to insist that the difference which he found ought to be overlooked, since otherwise we should be compelled to go to causes other than those which we usually witness in action? Or was there any praise due to those who assumed the celestial forces to be the same with gravity, rather than to those who assimilated them with any other known force, as magnetism, till the calculation of the laws and amount of these forces, from the celestial phenomena, had clearly sanctioned such an identification? We are not to select a conclusion now well proved, to persuade ourselves that it would have been wise to assume it anterior to proof, and to attempt to philosophize in the method thus recommended. Again, the analogy of astronomy has been referred to as confirming the assumption of perpetual uniformity. The analysis of the heavenly motions, it has been said, supplies no trace of a beginning, no promise of an end. But here, also, this analogy is erroneously applied. Astronomy, as the science of cyclical motions, has nothing in common with geology. But look at astronomy where she has an analogy with geology. Consider our knowledge of the heavens as a paleontological science, as the study of a past condition, from which the present is derived by causes acting in time. Is there then no evidence of a beginning or of a progress? What is the import of the nebular hypothesis? A luminous matter is condensing, solid bodies are forming, are arranging themselves into systems of cyclical motion. In short, we have exactly what we are told, on this analogy, we ought not to have, the beginning of a world. I will not, to justify this argument, maintain the truth of the nebular hypothesis. But if geologists wish to borrow maxims of philosophizing from astronomy, such speculations as have led to that hypothesis must be their model. Or let them look at any of the other provinces of paleontological speculation, at the history of states, of civilization, of languages. We 595 may assume some resemblance or connection between the principles which determined the progress of government, or of society, or of literature in the earliest ages and those which now operate. But who has speculated successfully, assuming an identity of such causes? Where do we now find a language in the process of formation, unfolding itself in inflections, terminations, changes of vowels by grammatical relations, such as characterize the oldest known languages? Where do we see a nation, by its natural faculties, inventing writing or the arts of life, as we find them in the most ancient civilized nations? We may assume hypothetically that man's faculties develop themselves in these ways, but we see no such effects produced by these faculties in our own time and now in progress without the influence of foreigners. Is it not clear, in all these cases, that history does not exhibit a series of cycles, the aggregate of which may be represented as a uniform state, without indication of origin or termination? Does it not rather seem evident that, in reality, the whole course of the world, from the earliest to the present times, is but one cycle, yet unfinished, offering, indeed, no clear evidence of the mode of its beginning, but still less entitling us to consider it as a repetition or series of repetitions of what had gone before? Thus we find, in the analogy of the sciences, no confirmation of the doctrine of uniformity, as it has been maintained in geology. Yet we discern, in this analogy, no ground for resigning our hope that future researches, both in geology and in other paleontological sciences, may throw much additional light on the question of the uniform or catastrophic progress of things, and on the earliest history of the earth and of man. But when we see how wide and complex is the range of speculation to which our analogy has referred us, we may well be disposed to pause in our review of science, to survey from our present position the ground that we have passed over, and thus to collect, so far as we may, guidance and encouragement to enable us to advance in the track which lies before us. Before we quit the subject now under consideration, we may, however, observe that what the analogy of science really teaches us, as the most promising means of promoting this science, is the strenuous cultivation of the two subordinate sciences, geological knowledge of facts and geological dynamics. These are the two provinces of knowledge corresponding to phenomenal astronomy and mathematical mechanics which may lead on to the epoch of the Newton of 596, geology. We may, indeed, readily believe that we have much to do in both these departments. While so large a portion of the globe is geologically unexplored, while all the general views which are to extend our classifications satisfactorily from one hemisphere to another, from one zone to another, are still unformed, while the organic fossils of the tropics are almost unknown, and their general relation to the existing state of things has not even been conjectured, how can we expect to speculate rightly and securely respecting the history of the whole of our globe? And if geological classification and description are thus imperfect, the knowledge of geological causes is still more so. As we have seen, the necessity and the method of constructing a science of such causes are only just beginning to be perceived. Here, then, is the point where the labors of geologists may be usefully applied, and not in premature attempts to decide the widest and abstrusest questions which the human mind can propose to itself. It has been stated that when the Geological Society of London was formed, their professed object was to multiply and record observations, and patiently to await the result at some future time, and their favorite maxim was, it is added, that the time was not yet come for a general system of geology. This was a wise and philosophical temper, and a due appreciation of their position. And even now, their task is not yet finished, their mission is not yet accomplished. They have still much to do in the way of collecting facts, and in entering upon the exact estimation of causes, they have only just thrown open the door of a vast labyrinth, which it may employ many generations to traverse, but which they must needs explore, before they can penetrate to the oracular chamber of truth. I rejoice, on many accounts, to find myself arriving at the termination of the task which I have attempted. One reason why I am glad to close my history is, that in it I have been compelled, especially in the latter part of my labors, to speak as a judge respecting eminent philosophers whom I reverence as my teachers in those very sciences on which I have had to pronounce a judgment, if, indeed, even the appellation of pupil be not too presumptuous. But I doubt not that such men are as full of candor and tolerance as they are of knowledge and thought. And if they deem, as I did, that such a history of 597 science ought to be attempted, they will know that it was not only the historian's privilege, but his duty, to estimate the import and amount of the advances which he had to narrate. And if they judge, as I trust they will, that the attempt has been made with full integrity of intention and no want of labor, they will look upon the inevitable imperfections of the execution of my work with indulgence and hope. There is another source of satisfaction in arriving at this point of my labors. If, after our long wandering through the region of physical science, we were left with minds unsatisfied and unraised, to ask, whether this be all? Our employment might well be deemed weary and idle. If it appeared that all the vast labor and intense thought which has passed under our review had produced nothing but a barren knowledge of the external world, or a few arts ministering merely to our gratification, or if it seemed that the methods of arriving at truth, so successfully applied in these cases, aid us not when we come to the higher aims and prospects of our being, this history might well be estimated as no less melancholy and unprofitable than those which narrate the wars of states and the wiles of statesmen. But such, I trust, is not the impression which our survey has tended to produce. At various points, the researches which we have followed out have offered to lead us from matter to mind, from the external to the internal world. And it was not because the thread of investigation snapped in our hands, but rather because we were resolved to confine ourselves, for the present, to the material sciences, that we did not proceed onwards to subjects of a closer interest. It will appear, also, I trust, that the most perfect method of obtaining speculative truth of which I have had to relate the result is, by no means confined to the least worthy subjects, but that the methods of learning what is really true, though they must assume different aspects in cases where a mere contemplation of external objects is concerned, and where our own internal world of thought, feeling, and will supplies the matter of our speculations, have yet a unity and harmony throughout all the possible employments of our minds. To be able to trace such connections as this is the proper sequel, and would be the high reward of the labor which has been bestowed on the present work. And if a persuasion of the reality of such connections, and a preparation for studying them, have been conveyed to the reader's mind while he has been accompanying me through our long survey, his time may not have been employed on 598 these pages in vain. However vague and hesitating and obscure may be such a persuasion, it belongs, I doubt not, to the dawning of a better philosophy, which it may be my lot, perhaps, to develop more fully hereafter, if permitted by that superior power to whom all sound philosophy directs our thoughts. 599. Additions to the third edition. Book 8. Acoustics. Chapter 3. Sound. The velocity of sound in water. The science of which the history is narrated in this book has for its objects the minute vibrations of the parts of bodies, such as those by which sounds are produced, and the properties of sounds. The vibrations of bodies are the result of a certain tension of their structure, which we term elasticity. The elasticity determines the rate of vibration. The rate of vibration determines the audible note. The elasticity determines also the velocity with which the vibration travels through the substance. These points of the subject, elasticity, rate of vibration, velocity of propagation audible note, are connected in each substance, and are different in different substances. In the history of this science, considered as tending to a satisfactory general theory, the problems which have obviously offered themselves were to explain the properties of sounds by the relations of their constituent vibrations, and to explain the existence of vibrations by the elasticity of the substances in which they occurred. As in optics, philosophers have explained the phenomenon of light and colors by the undulatory theory, and are still engaged in explaining the requisite modulations by means of the elasticity of the ether. But the undulatory theory of sound was seen to be true at an early period of the science, and the explanation, in a general way at least, of all kinds of such undulations by means of the elasticity of the vibrating substances has been performed by a series of mathematicians of whom I have given an account in this book. Hence the points of the subject already mentioned, elasticity, vibrations and their propagations, 600 and note, have a known material dependence, and each may be employed in determining the other. For instance, the note may be employed in determining the velocity of sound and the elasticity of the vibrating substance. Chladni and the Webers had made valuable experimental inquiries on such subjects, but more complete investigations of this kind have been conducted with care and skill by M. Wertheim. For instance, he has determined the velocity with which sound travels in water by making an organ pipe to sound by the passage of water through it. This is a matter of some difficulty, for the mouthpiece of an organ pipe, if it be not properly and carefully constructed, produces sounds of its own, which are not the genuine musical note of the pipe. And though the note depends mainly upon the length of the pipe, it depends also, in a small degree, on the breadth of the pipe and the size of the mouthpiece. If the pipe were a mere line, the time of a vibration would be the time in which a vibration travels from one end of the pipe to the other. And thus the note for a given length, which is determined by the time of vibration, is connected with the velocity of vibration. He thus found that the velocity of a vibration along the pipe in seawater is 1157 meters per second. But M. Wertheim conceived that he had previously shown, by general mathematical reasoning, that the velocity with which sound travels in an unlimited expanse of any substance is to the velocity with which it travels along a pipe or linear strip of the same substance as the square root of 3 to the square root of 2. Hence the velocity of sound in seawater would be 1454 meters a second. The velocity of sound in air is 332 meters. M. Wertheim also employed the vibrations of rods of steel and other metals in order to determine their modulus of elasticity, that is the quantity which determines for each substance the extent to which, in virtue of its elasticity, it is compressed and expanded by given pressures or tensions. For this purpose, he caused the rod to vibrate near to a tuning fork of given pitch, so that both the rod and the tuning fork by their vibrations traced undulating curves on a revolving disc. The curves traced by the two could be compared so as to give their relative rate, and thus to determine the elasticity of the substance. 601, Book 9. Physical Optics. Photography. I have, at the end of Chapter 11, stated that the theory of which I have endeavored to sketch the history professes to explain only the phenomena of radiant visible light, and that though we know that light has other properties, for instance, that it produces chemical effects, these are not contemplated as included within the domain of the theory. The chemical effects of light cannot as yet be included in exact and general truths, such as those which constitute the undulatory theory of radiant visible light. But though the present age has not yet attained to a science of the chemistry of light, it has been enriched with a most exquisite art, which involves the principles of such a science, and may hereafter be made the instrument of bringing them into the view of the philosopher. I speak of the art of photography, in which chemistry has discovered the means of producing surfaces almost as sensitive to the modifications of light as the most sensitive of organic textures, the retina of the eye, and has given permanence to images which in the eye are only momentary impressions. Hereafter, when the laws shall have been theoretically established, which connect the chemical constitution of bodies with the action of light upon them, the prominent names in the prelude to such an epoch must be those who, by their insight, invention, and perseverance, discovered and carried to their present marvelous perfection the processes of photographic art, Niepce and Daguerre in France, and our own accomplished countryman, Mr. Fox Talbot. Fluorescence. As already remarked, it is not within the province of the undulatory theory to explain the phenomena of the absorption of light, which take place in various ways when the light is transmitted through various 602 mediums. I have, at the end of Chapter 3, given the reasons which prevent my assenting to the assertion of a special analysis of light by absorption. In the same manner, with regard to other effects produced by media upon light, it is sufficient for the defense of the theory that it should be consistent with the possibility of the laws of phenomena which are observed, not that it should explain those laws, for they belong, apparently, to another province of philosophy. Some of the optical properties of bodies which have recently attracted notice appear to be of this kind. It was noticed by Sir John Herschel that a certain liquid, sulfate of quinine, which is under common circumstances colorless, exhibits in certain aspects and under certain incidences of light a beautiful celestial blue color. It appeared that this color proceeded from the surface on which the light first fell, and color thus produced Sir J. Herschel called epipolic colors and spoke of the light as epipolized. Sir David Brewster had previously noted effects of color in transparent bodies which he ascribed to internal dispersion, and he conceived that the colors observed by Sir J. Herschel were of the same class. Professor Stokes of Cambridge applied himself to the examination of these phenomena and was led to the conviction that they arise from a power which certain bodies possess, of changing the color, and with it, the refrangibility of the rays of light which fall upon them. And he traced this property in various substances into various remarkable consequences. As this change of refrangibility always makes the rays less refrangible, it was proposed to call it a degradation of the light, or again dependent emission, because the light is emitted in the manner of self-luminous bodies, but only in dependence upon the active rays, and so long as the body is under their influence. In this respect, it differs from phosphorescence, in which light is emitted without such dependence. The phenomenon occurs in a conspicuous and beautiful manner in certain kinds of fluorspar, and the term fluorescence, suggested by Professor Stokes, has the advantage of inserting no hypothesis, and will probably be found the most generally acceptable. It may be remarked that Professor Stokes rejects altogether the doctrine that light of definite refrangibility may still be compound, and may be analyzed by absorption. He says, "I have not overlooked the remarkable effect of absorbing media in causing apparent changes, 603 of color in a pure spectrum. But this I believe to be a subjective phenomenon depending upon contrast." Chapter 13. Undulatory Theory. Direction of the transverse vibrations in polarization. In the conclusion of Chapter 13, I have stated that there is a point in the undulatory theory which was regarded as left undecided by Young and Fresnel, and on which the two different opinions have been maintained by different mathematicians, namely, whether the vibrations of polarized light are perpendicular to the plane of polarization or in that plane. Professor Stokes of Cambridge has attempted to solve this question in a manner which is, theoretically, exceedingly ingenious, though it is difficult to make the requisite experiments in a decisive manner. The method may be briefly described. If polarized light be diffracted, see chapters I sect. 2. Each ray will be bent from its position, but will still be polarized. The original ray and the diffracted ray, thus forming a broken line, may be supposed to be connected at the angle by a universal joint, called a Hooke's joint, such that when the original ray turns about its axis, the diffracted ray also turns about its axis, as in the case of the long handle of a telescope and the screw which is turned by it. Now, if the motion of the original ray round its axis be uniform, the motion of the diffracted ray round its axis is not uniform. And hence, if, in a series of cases, the planes of polarization of the original ray differ by equal angles, in the diffracted ray, the planes of polarization will differ by unequal angles. Then, if vibrations be perpendicular to the plane of polarization, the planes of polarization in the diffracted rays will be crowded together in the neighborhood of the plane in which the diffraction takes place, and will be more rarely distributed in the neighborhood of the plane perpendicular to this, in which is the diffracting thread or groove. On making the experiment, Prof. Stokes conceived that he found, in his experiments, such a crowding of the planes of diffracted polarization towards the plane of diffraction, and thus he held that the 604 hypothesis that the transverse vibrations which constitute polarization are perpendicularly transverse to the plane of polarization was confirmed. But Mr. Holtzmann, who, assenting to the reasoning, has made the experiment in a somewhat different manner, has obtained an opposite result, so that the point may be regarded as still doubtful. Final disproof of the emission theory. As I have stated in the history, we cannot properly say that there ever was an emission theory of light, which was the rival of the undulatory theory. For while the undulatory theory provided explanations of new classes of phenomena as fast as they arose, and exhibited a consilience of theories in these explanations, the hypothesis of emitted particles required new machinery for every new set of facts, and soon ceased to be capable even of expressing the facts. The simple cases of the ordinary reflection and refraction of light were explained by Newton on the supposition that the transmission of light is the motion of particles. And though his explanation includes a somewhat harsh assumption that a refracting surface exercises an attractive force through a fixed finite space, the authority of his great name gave it a sort of permanent notoriety and made it to be regarded as a standard point of comparison between a supposed emission theory and the undulation theory. And the way in which the theories were to be tested in this case was obvious. In the Newtonian theory, the velocity of light is increased by the refracting medium. In the undulatory theory, it is diminished. On the former hypothesis, the velocity of light in air and in water is as 3 to 4, in the latter, as 4 to 3. But the immense velocity of light made it appear impossible to measure it, within the limits of any finite space which we can occupy with refracting matter. The velocity of light is known from astronomical phenomena, from the eclipses of Jupiter's satellites, by which it appears that light occupies 8 minutes in coming from the sun to the earth, and from the aberration of light, by which its velocity is shown to be 10,000 times the velocity of the earth in its orbit. Is it, then, possible to make apparent so small a difference as that between its passing through a few yards of air and of water? Mr. Wheatstone, in 1831, invented a machine by which this could, 605, be done. His object was to determine the velocity of the electric shock. His apparatus consisted in a small mirror, turning with great velocity about an axis which is in its own plane, like a coin spinning on its edge. The velocity of spinning may be made so great that an object reflected shall change its place perceptibly after an almost inconceivably small fraction of a second. The application of this contrivance to measure the velocity of light was, at the suggestion of Arago, who had seen the times of the rival theories of light, undertaken by younger men at Paris, his eyesight not allowing him to prosecute such a task himself. It was necessary that the mirrors should turn more than 1,000 times in a second, in order that the two images produced, one by light coming through air and the other by light coming through an equal length of water, should have places perceptibly different. The mechanical difficulties of the experiment consisted in keeping up this great velocity by the machinery without destroying the machinery, and in transmitting the light without too much enfeebling it. These difficulties were overcome in 1850 by M. Fies and M. Léon Foucault separately, and the result was that the velocity of light was found to be less in water than in air. And thus the Newtonian explanation of refraction, the last remnant of the emission theory, was proved to be false. 606, Book 10. Thermotics Atmology. Chapter 3. The relation of vapor and air. Sect 4, Force of steam. The experiments on the elastic force of steam made by the French Academy are fitted in an especial manner to decide the question between rival formulae, in consequence of the great amount of force to which they extend. Namely, 60 feet of mercury or 24 atmospheres, for formulae which give results almost indistinguishable in the lower part of the scale diverge widely at those elevated points. Mr. Waterston has reduced both these and other experiments to a rule in the following manner. He takes the zero of gaseous tension, determined by other experimenters, Rudberg, Magnus, and Regnault, to be 461 degrees below the zero of Fahrenheit, or 274 degrees below the zero of the centigrade scale. And temperatures reckoned from this zero he calls G temperatures. The square root of the G temperatures is the element to which the elastic force is referred for certain theoretical reasons, and it is found that the density of steam is as the sixth power of this element. The agreement of this rule with the special results is strikingly close. A like rule was found by him to apply generally to many other gases in contact with their liquids. But M. Rignault has recently investigated the subject in the most complete and ample manner, and has obtained results somewhat different. He has led to the conclusion that no formula proceeding by 607, a power of the temperature, can represent the experiments. He also finds that the rule of Dalton, that as the temperatures increase in arithmetical progression, the elastic force increases in geometric progression, deviates from the observations, especially at high temperatures. Dalton's rule would be expressed by saying that the variable part of the elastic force is as a T, where T is the temperature. This failing, M. Rignault makes trial of a formula suggested by M. Biot, consisting of a sum of two terms, one of which is as a T and the other is Bt, and in this way satisfies the experiments very closely. But this can only be considered as a formula of interpolation and has no theoretical basis. M. Roch had proposed a formula in which the force is as a z depending upon the temperature, by an equation to which he had been led by theoretical considerations. This agrees better with observation than any other formula, which includes only the same number of coefficients. Note 11/B, Mame, de l'Institut, Volume Roman 21, 1847. M. Rignault's memoir occupies 767 pages. Among the experimental thermotical laws referred to by M. Rignault are the law of Watt, that the quantity of heat which is required to convert a pint of water at a temperature of 0 into steam is the same whatever be the pressure. Also, the law of Southern, that the latent heat of vaporization, that is the heat absorbed in the passage from the liquid to the gaseous consistence, is constant for all purposes, and that we obtain the total heat in adding to the constant latent heat the number which represents the latent heat of steam. Southern found the latent heat of the steam of water to be represented by about 950 degrees of Fahrenheit. Sect 5 Temperature of the atmosphere. I may notice, as important additions to our knowledge on this subject, the results of 4 balloon ascents made in 1852 by the Committee of the Meteorological Observatory established at Kew by the British Association for the Advancement of Science. In these ascents, the observers mounted to more than 13,000, 18,000, and 19,000 feet, and in the last to 22,370, by which ascent the temperature fell from 49 degrees to nearly 10 degrees below zero, and the dew point fell from 37 degrees to 12 degrees. Perhaps the most marked result of these observations is the 608 following. The temperature of the air decreases uniformly as we ascend above the Earth's surface, but this decrease does not go on continuously. At a certain elevation, varying on different days, the decrease is arrested, and for a depth of 2,000 or 3,000 feet of air, the temperature decreases little or even increases in ascending. Above this, the diminution again takes place at nearly the same rate as in the lower regions. This intermediate region of undecreasing temperature extended in the various ascents, from about altitude 4,000 to 6,000 feet, 6,500 to 10,000, 2,000 to 4,500, and 4,000 to 8,000. This interruption in the decrease of temperature is accompanied by a large and abrupt fall in the temperature of the dew point, or by an actual condensation of vapor. Thus, this region is the region of the clouds, and the increase of heat appears to arise from the latent heat liberated when aqueous vapor is formed into clouds. Chapter 4. Theories of heat. The dynamical theory of heat. That the transmission of radiant heat takes place by means of the vibrations of a medium, as the transmission of sound certainly does, and the transmission of light most probably, is a theory which, as I have endeavored to explain, has strong arguments and analogies in its favor. But that heat itself, in its essence and quantity, is a hypothesis of quite another kind. This hypothesis has been recently asserted and maintained with great ability. The doctrine thus asserted is that motion may be converted into heat, and heat into motion, that heat and motion may produce each other, as we see in the rarefaction and condensation of air, in steam engines, and the like, and that in all such cases the motion produced and the heat expended exactly measure each other. The foundation of this theory is conceived to have been laid by Mr. Joule of Manchester in 1844, and it has since been prosecuted by him and by Professor Thomson of Glasgow by experimental investigations of various kinds. It is difficult to make these experiments so as to be quite satisfactory, for it is 609 difficult to measure all the heat gained or lost in any of the changes here contemplated. That friction, agitation of fluids, condensation of gases, conversion of gases into fluids and liquids into solids, produce heat, is undoubted, and that the quantity of such heat may be measured by the mechanical force which produces it, or which it produces, is a generalization which will very likely be found a fertile source of new propositions and probably of important consequences. As an example of the conclusions which Professor Thomson draws from this doctrine of the mutual conversion of motion and heat, I may mention his speculations concerning the cause which produces and sustains the heat of the sun. He conceives that the support of the solar heat must be meteoric matter, which is perpetually falling towards the globe of the sun, and has its motion converted into heat. He inclines to think that the meteors containing the stores of energy for future sunlight must be principally within the Earth's orbit, and that we actually see them there as the zodiacal light, an illuminated shower, or rather tornado, of stones. The inner parts of this tornado are always getting caught in the sun's atmosphere and drawn to his mass by gravitation. Note 16b on the mechanical energies of the solar system, Eden by Trans, Volume Roman 21, Part 1, 1854, p. 67. 610, Book 11. Electricity. General remarks. Electricity in the form in which it was originally studied, Franklinic, frictional, or statical electricity, has been so completely identified with electricity in its more comprehensive form voltaic, chemical, or dynamical electricity that any additions we might have to make to the history of the earlier form of the subject are included in the later science. There are, however, several subjects which may still be regarded rather as branches of electricity than of the cognate sciences. Such are, for instance, atmospheric electricity, with all that belongs to thunderstorms and lightning conductors. The observation of atmospheric electricity has been prosecuted with great zeal at various meteorological observatories, and especially at the observatory established by the British Association at Kew. The aurora borealis, again, is plainly an electrical phenomenon, but probably belonging rather to dynamical than to statical electricity, for it strongly affects the magnetic needle, and its position has reference to the direction of magnetism, but it has not been observed to affect the electroscope. The general features of this phenomenon have been described by M. de Humboldt and more recently by M. de Bravais, and theories of the mode of its production have been propounded by Biot, de la Rive, Kempis, and others. Again, there are several fishes which have the power of giving an electrical shock: the torpedo, the gymnotus, and the silurus. The agency of these creatures has been identified with electricity in the most general sense. The peculiar energy of the animal has been made to produce the effects which are produced by an electrical discharge or a voltaic current, not only to destroy life in small animals, but to 611, deflect a magnet, to make a magnet to decompose water, and to produce a spark. Dr. Faraday's views of statical electric induction. According to the theories of electricity of Eponus and Coulomb, which in this book of our history are regarded as constituting a main part of the progress of this portion of science, the particles of the electric fluid or fluids exert forces, attractive and repulsive, upon each other in straight lines at a distance, in the same way in which, in the Newtonian theory of the universe, the particles of matter are conceived as exerting attractive forces upon each other. An electrized body presented a conducting body of any form determines a new arrangement of the electric fluids in the conductor, attracting the like fluid to its own side and repelling the opposite fluid to the opposite side. This is electrical induction. And as, by the theory, the attraction is greater at the smaller distances, the distribution of the fluid upon the conductor in virtue of this induction will not be symmetrical, but will be governed by laws which it will require a complex and difficult calculation to determine, as we have seen was the case in the investigations of Coulomb, Poisson, and others. Instead of this action at a distance, Dr. Faraday has been led to conceive electrical induction to be the result of an action taking place between the electrized body and the conductor through lines of contiguous particles in the mass of the intermediate body, which he calls the dielectric. And the irregularities of the distribution of the electricity in these cases of induction, and indeed the existence of an action in points protected from direct action by the protuberant sides of the conductor, are the causes, I conceive, which lead him to the conclusion that induction takes place in curved lines of such contiguous particles. With reference to this, I may remark that, as I have said, the distribution of electricity on a conductor in the presence of an electrized body is so complex a mathematical problem that I do not conceive any merely popular way of regarding the result can entitle us to say that the distribution which we find cannot be explained by the Coulombian theory, and must force us upon the assumption of an action in curved lines, which is, indeed, itself a theory, and so vague a 612, that it requires to be made much more precise before we can say what consequences it does or does not lead to. Professor W. Thomson has arrived at a mathematical proof that the effect of induction on the view of Coulomb and of Faraday must, under certain conditions, be necessarily and universally the same. With regard to the influence of different dielectrics upon induction, the inquiry appears to be of the highest importance, and may certainly necessitate some addition to the theory. 613, Book 12. Magnetism. Recent progress of terrestrial magnetism. In Chapter 2, I have noticed the history of terrestrial magnetism, Hansstein's map published in 1819, the discovery of magnetic storms about 1825, the chain of associated magnetic observations suggested by M. de Humboldt and promoted by the British Association and the Royal Society, the demand for the continuation of these till 1848, the magnetic observations made in several voyages, the magnetic surveys of various countries. And I have spoken also of Gauss's theory of terrestrial magnetism and his directions and requirements concerning the observations to be made. I may add a few words with regard to the more recent progress of the subject. The magnetic observations made over large portions of the Earth's surface by various persons, and on the ocean by British officers, have been transmitted to Woolwich, where they have been employed by General Sabine in constructing magnetic maps of the Earth for the year 1840. Following the course of inquiry described in the part of the history referred to, these maps exhibit the declination, inclination, and intensity of the magnetic force at every point of the Earth's surface. The curves which mark equal amounts of each of these three elements, the lines of equal declination, inclination, and force, the isogonal, the isoclinal, and the isodynamic lines, are, in their general form, complex and irregular, and it has been made a matter of question, the facts being agreed upon, whether it be more proper to say that they indicate 4 poles, as Halley and as Hansstein said, or only 2 poles, as Gauss asserts. The matter appears to become more clear if we draw magnetic meridians, that is, lines obtained by following the directions or pointings of the magnetic needle to the north or to 614, the south, till we arrive at the points of convergence of all their directions. For there are only 2 such poles, one in the Arctic and one in the Antarctic region. But in consequence of the irregularity of the magnetic constitution of the Earth, if we follow the inclination of the magnetic force round the Earth on any parallel of latitude, we find that it has 2 maxima and 2 minima, as if there were 4 magnetic poles. The isodynamic map is a new presentation of the facts of this subject, the first having been constructed by Colonel Sabine in 1837. Note 18/B. These maps are published in Mr. Keith Johnstone's Physical Atlas. I have stated also that the magnetic elements at each place are to be observed in such a manner as to bring into view both their periodical, their secular, and their irregular or occasional changes. The observations made at Toronto in Canada and at Hobart Town in Van Diemen's Land, 2 stations at equal distances from the 2 poles of the Earth, and also at St. Helena, a station within the tropics, have been discussed by General Sabine with great care, and with an amount of labor approaching to that employed upon reductions of astronomical observations. And the results have been curious and unexpected. The declination was first examined. This magnetical element is, as we have already seen, P232, liable both to a diurnal and to an annual inequality, and also to irregular perturbations which have been termed magnetic storms. Now it was found that all these inequalities went on increasing gradually and steadily from 1843 to 1848, so as to become, at the end of that time, above twice as large as they were at the beginning of it. A new periodical change in all these elements appeared to be clearly established by this examination. M. Lamont of Munich had already remarked indications of a decennial period in the diurnal variation of the declination of the needle. The duration of the period from minimum to maximum being about 5 years, and therefore the whole period about 10 years. The same conclusion was found to follow still more decidedly from the observations of the dip and intensity. This period of 10 years had no familiar meaning in astronomy, and if none such had been found for it, its occurrence as a magnetic period must have been regarded, as General Sabine says, in the light of a fragmentary fact. But it happened about this time that the scientific world was made aware of the existence of a like period in a 615 phenomenon which no one would have guessed to be connected with terrestrial magnetism, namely, the spots in the sun. M. Schwabe of Dessau had observed the sun's disk with immense perseverance for 24 years, often examining it more than 300 days in the year, and had found that the spots had, as to their quantity and frequency, a periodical character. The years of maximum are 1828, 1838, 1848, in which there were respectively 225, 282, 330 groups of spots. The minimum years, 1833, 1843, had only 33 and 34 such groups. This curious fact was first made public by M. de Humboldt in the third volume of his Cosmos, 1850. The coincidence of the periods and epochs of these two classes of facts was pointed out by General Sabine in a memoir presented to the Royal Society in March, 1852. Note 22/B. The observations up to 1844 were published in Poggendorff's Annalen. Of course, it was natural to suppose, even before this discovery, that the diurnal and annual inequalities of the magnetic element at each place depend upon the action of the sun, in some way or other. Dr. Faraday had endeavored to point out how the effect of the solar heat upon the atmosphere would, according to the known relations of heat and magnetism, explain many of the phenomena. But this new feature of the phenomena, their quinquennial increase and decrease, makes us doubt whether such an explanation can really be the true one. Of the secular changes in the magnetic elements, not much more is known than was known some years ago. These changes go on, but their laws are imperfectly known, and their causes not even conjectured. M. Hanstein, in a recent memoir, says that the decrease of the inclination goes on progressively diminishing. With us, this rate of decrease appears to be at present nearly uniform. We cannot help conjecturing that the sun, which has so plain a connection with the diurnal, annual, and occasional movements of the needle, must also have some connection with its secular movements. In 1840, the observations made at various places had to a great extent enabled Gauss, in connection with W. Weber, to apply his theory to the actual condition of the Earth. And he calculated the declination, inclination, and intensity at above 100 places, and found 616, the agreement, as he says, far beyond his hopes. They show, he says, that the theory comes near to the truth. Note 24/B. Atlas des Erdmagnetismus nach den Elementen der Theorie entworfen. See preface. Correction of ship's compasses. The magnetic needle had become of importance when it was found that it always pointed to the north. Since that time, the history of magnetism has had its events reflected in the history of navigation. The change of the declination arising from a change of place terrified the companions of Columbus. The determination of the laws of this change was the object of the voyage of Halley, and has been pursued with the utmost energy in the Arctic and Antarctic regions by navigators up to the present time. Probably the dependence of the magnetic declination upon place is now known well enough for the purposes of navigation. But a new source of difficulty has in the meantime come into view, the effect of the iron in the ship upon the compass. And this has gone on increasing as guns, cables, stays, knees have been made of iron, then steam engines with funnels, wheels, and screws have been added, and finally the whole ship has been made of iron. How can the compass be trusted in such cases? I have already said in the history that Mr. Barlow proposed to correct the error of the compass by placing near to the compass an iron plate, which from its proximity to the compass might counterbalance magnetically the whole effect of the ship's iron upon the compass. This correction was not effectual, because the magnetic forces of the plate and of the ship do not change their direction and value according to the same law, with the change of position. I have further stated that Mr. Airy devised other means of correcting the error. I may add a few words on the subject, for the subject has been further examined by Mr. Airy and by others. It appears by mathematical reasoning that the magnetic effect of the iron in a ship may be regarded as producing two kinds of deviation which are added together. A polar magnet deviation, which changes from positive to negative as the direction of the ship's keel in a horizontal revolution passes from semicircle to semicircle, and a quadrantal deviation, which changes from positive to negative as the keel turns from quadrant to quadrant. The latter deviation may be remedied completely by a mass of unmagnetized iron placed on a level 617 with the compass, either in the athwartship line or in the fore and aft line, according to circumstances. The polar magnet deviation may be corrected at any given place by a magnet or magnets, but the magnets thus applied at one place will not always correct the deviation in another magnetic latitude. For it appears that this deviation arises partly from a magnetism inherent in the materials of the ship, not changing with the change of magnetic position, and partly from the effect of terrestrial magnetism upon the ship's iron. But the errors arising from both sources may be remedied by adjusting, at a new locality, the positions of the corrective magnets. The inherent magnetism of the ship, of which I have spoken, may be much affected by the position in which the ship was built, and may change from time to time, for instance, by the effect of the battering of the waves and other causes. Hence it is called by Mr. Airy subpermanent magnetism. Another method of correcting the errors of a ship's compass has been proposed, and is used to some extent, namely, by swinging the ship round in harbor to all points of azimuth, and thus constructing a table of compass errors for that particular ship. But to this method, it is objected that the table loses its value in a new magnetic latitude much more than the correction by magnets does, besides the inconveniences of steering a ship by a table. 618, Book 13. Voltaic Electricity. Chapter 7. Magnetoelectric Induction. Faraday's discovery that, in combinations like those in which a voltaic current was known to produce motion, motion would produce a voltaic current, naturally excited great attention among the scientific men of Europe. The general nature of his discovery was communicated by letter to M. Hachette at Paris, in December, 1831, and experiments having the like results were forthwith made by M.M. Becquerel and Ampere at Paris, and Nobili and Antinori at Florence. It was natural also that in a case in which the relations of space which determine the results are so complicated, different philosophers should look at them in different ways. There had been, from the first discovery by Ørsted of the effect of a voltaic current upon a magnet, two rival methods of regarding the facts. Electric and magnetic lines exert an effort to place themselves transverse to each other, see Chapter 4. Of this book, and as I have already said, two ways offered themselves of simplifying this general truth: to suppose an electric current made up of transverse magnetic lines, or to suppose magnetic lines made up of transverse electric currents. On either of these assumptions, the result was expressed by saying that like currents or lines, electric or magnetic, tend to place themselves parallel, which is a law more generally intelligible than the law of transverse position. Faraday had adopted the former view, had taken the lines of magnetic force for the fundamental lines of his system, and defined the direction of the magnetoelectric current of induction by the relation 619 of the motion to these lines. Ampere, on the other hand, supposed the magnet to be made up of transverse electric currents, chapter Roman 6, and had deduced all the facts of electrodynamical action with great felicity from this conception. The question naturally arose: in what manner, on this view, were the new facts of magnetoelectric induction by motion to be explained, or even expressed? Various philosophers attempted to answer this question. Perhaps the form in which the answer has obtained most general acceptance is that in which it was put by Lentz, who discoursed on the subject to the Academy of St. Petersburg in 1833. His general rule is to this effect: when a wire moves in the neighborhood of an electric current or a magnet, a current takes place in it, such as, existing independently, would have produced a motion opposite to the actual motion. Thus, two parallel forward currents move towards each other. Hence, if a current move towards a parallel wire, it produces in it a backward current. A movable wire conducting a current downwards will move round the north pole of a magnet in the direction N, W, S, E. Hence, if, when the wire have in it no current, we move it in the direction N, W, S, E, we produce in the wire an upward current. And thus, as M. de la Rive remarks, in cases in which the mutual action of two currents produces a limited motion, as attraction or repulsion, or a deviation right or left, the corresponding magnetoelectric induction produces an instantaneous current only. But when the electrodynamic action produces a continued motion, the corresponding motion produces, by induction, a continued current. Note 27/B, Acad. Petrop. Nov. 29, 1833. Pog. Ann. Volume Roman 31, p. 483. Looking at this mode of stating the law, it is impossible not to regard this effect as a sort of reaction, and accordingly, this view was at once taken of it. Professor Ritchie said, in 1833, the law is founded on the universal principle that action and reaction are equal. Thus, if voltaic electricity induce magnetism under certain arrangements, magnetism will, by similar arrangements, react on a conductor and induce voltaic electricity. Note 29/B, on the reduction of Mr. Faraday's discoveries in magnetoelectric induction to a general law, trans of R.S. in Phil. Mag. N.S. Volume Roman 3, 37 and Volume Roman 4, p. 11. In the second edition of this history, I used the like expressions. There are still other ways of looking at this matter. I have elsewhere pointed out that where polar properties coexist, they are 620, generally found to be connected, and have illustrated this law in the case of electrical, magnetical, and chemical polarities. If we regard motion backwards and forwards, to the right and the left, and the like, as polar relations, we see that magnetoelectric induction gives us a new manifestation of connected polarities. Diamagnetic polarity. But the manifestation of coexistent polarities, which are brought into view in this most curious department of nature, is not yet exhausted by those which we have described. I have already spoken, chapter *** Roman 7, of Dr. Faraday's discovery that there are diamagnetic as well as magnetic bodies, bodies which are repelled by the pole of a magnet, as well as bodies which are attracted. Here is a new opposition of properties. What is the exact definition of this opposition in connection with other polarities? To this, at present, different philosophers give different answers. Some say that diamagnetism is completely the opposite of ordinary magnetism, or, as Dr. Faraday has termed it for the sake of distinction, of paramagnetism. They say that as a north pole of a magnet gives to the neighboring extremity of a piece of soft iron a south pole, so it gives to the neighboring extremity of a piece of bismuth a north pole, and that the bismuth becomes for a time an inverted magnet, and hence arranges itself across the line of magnetized force, instead of along it. Dr. Faraday himself at first adopted this view, but he now conceives that the bismuth is not made polar, but is simply repelled by the magnet, and that the transverse position which it assumes arises merely from its elongated form, each end trying to recede as far as possible from the repulsive pole of the magnet. Several philosophers of great eminence, however, who have examined the subject with great care, adhere to Dr. Faraday's first view of the nature of diamagnetism as W. Weber, Plucker, and Mr. Tyndall among ourselves. If we translate this view into the language of Ampere's theory, it comes to this: that as currents are induced in iron and magnetics parallel to those existing in the inducing magnet or battery wire, so in bismuth, heavy glass, and other diamagnetic bodies, the currents induced are in the contrary, 621 directions, these hypothetical currents being in non-conducting diamagnetic, as in magnetic bodies, not in the mass, but round the particles of the matter. Magneto-optic effects and magnocrystallic polarity. Not even yet have we terminated the enumeration of the coexistent polarities which in this province of nature have been brought into view. Light has polar properties. The very term polarization is the record of the discovery of these. The forces which determine the crystalline forms of bodies are of a polar nature. Crystalline forms, when complete, may be defined as those forms which have a certain degree of symmetry in reference to opposite poles. Now, has this optical and crystalline polarity any relation to the electrical polarity of which we have been speaking? However much we might be disposed beforehand to conjecture that there is some relation between these two groups of polar properties, yet in this, as in the other parts of this history of discoveries respecting polarities, no conjecture hits the nature of the relation, such as experiment showed it to be. In November 1846, Faraday announced the discovery of what he then called the action of magnets on light. But this action was manifested not on light directly, but on light passing through certain kinds of glass. When this glass, subjected to the action of the powerful magnets which he used, transmitted a ray of light parallel to the line of magnetic force, an effect was produced upon the light. But of what nature was this effect? When light was ordinary light, no change in its condition was discoverable. But if the light were light polarized in any plane, the plane of polarization was turned round through a certain angle while the ray passed through the glass, a greater angle, in proportion as the magnetic force was greater and the thickness of the glass greater. Note 33/B, silicated borate of lead. See Researches, section 2151 and C, also flint glass, rock salt, water 2215. A power in some respects of this kind, namely, a power to rotate the plane of polarization of a ray passing through them, is possessed by some bodies in their natural state. For instance, quartz crystals and oil of turpentine. But yet, as Dr. Faraday remarks, there is a great difference in the two cases. When polarized rays pass through oil of turpentine, in whatever direction they pass, they all of them have their 622 plane of polarization rotated in the same direction. That is, all to the right or all to the left. But when a ray passes through the heavy glass, the power of rotation exists only in a plane perpendicular to the magnetic line, and its direction as right or left-handed is reversed by reversing the magnetic polarity. In this case, we have optical properties, which do not depend on crystalline form, affected by the magnetic force. But it has also been found that crystalline form, which is so fertile a source of optical properties, affords indications of magnetic forces. In 1847, M. Plucker, of the University of Bonn, using a powerful magnetic apparatus, similar to Faraday's, found that crystals in general are magnetic, in this sense, that the axes of crystalline form tend to assume a certain position with reference to the magnetic lines of force. The possession of one optic axis, or of two, is one of the broad distinctions of the different crystalline forms. And using this distinction, M. Plucker found that a crystal having a single optic axis tends to place itself with this axis transverse to the magnetic line of force, as if its optic axis were repelled by each magnetic pole. And crystals with two axes act as if each of these axes were repelled by the magnetic poles. This force is independent of the magnetic or diamagnetic character of the crystal, and is a directive more properly than an attractive or repulsive force. Soon afterwards, in 1848, Faraday also discovered an effect of magnetism depending on crystalline form, which at first sight appeared to be different from the effects observed by M. Plucker. He found that a crystal of bismuth, of which the form is nearly a cube, but more truly a rhombohedron with one diagonal a little longer than the others, tends to place itself with this diagonal in the direction of the lines of magnetic force. At first, he conceived the properties thus detected to be different from those observed by M. Plucker, since in this case the force of a crystalline axis is axial, whereas in those it was equatorial. But a further consideration of the subject led him to a conviction that these forces must be fundamentally identical, for it was easy to conceive a combination of bismuth crystals which would behave in the magnetic field as a crystal of calcspar does, or a combination of calcspar crystals which would behave as a crystal of bismuth does. And thus we have fresh examples to show that the connection of coexistent polarities is a thought deeply seated in the minds of the 623 profoundest and most sagacious philosophers, and perpetually verified and illustrated by unforeseen discoveries in unguessed forms through the labors of the most skillful experimenters. Magnetoelectric machines. The discovery that a voltaic wire moved in presence of a magnet has a current generated in it was employed as the ground of the construction of machines to produce electrical effects. In Saxton's machine, two coils of wire including a core of soft iron revolved opposite to the ends of a horseshoe magnet, and thus, as the two coils came opposite to the N and S and to the S and N poles of the magnet, currents were generated alternately in the wires in opposite directions. But by arranging the connections of the ends of the wires, the successive currents might be made to pass in corresponding directions. The alternations or successions of currents in such machines are governed by a contrivance which alternately interrupts and permits the action. This contrivance has been called a rheatom. Clarke gave a new form to a machine of the same nature as Saxton's, but the like effect may be produced by using an electromagnet instead of a common magnet. When this is done, a current is produced which by induction produces a current in another wire, and the action is alternately excited and interrupted. When the inducing current is interrupted, a momentary current in an opposite direction is produced in the induced wire. And when this current stops, it produces in the inducing wire a current in the original direction, which may be adjusted so as to reinforce the resumed action of the original current. This was pointed out by M. de la Rive in 1843. Machines have been constructed on such principles by him and others. Of such machines, the most powerful hitherto known is that constructed by M. Ruhmkorff. The effects of this instrument are exceedingly energetic. Applications of electrodynamic discoveries. The great series of discoveries of which I have had to speak have been applied in many important ways to the uses of life. The electric telegraph is one of the most remarkable of these. By wires extended to the most distant places, the electric current is transmitted, 624, thither in an imperceptible time, and by means of well-devised systems of operation, is made to convey from man to man words, which are now most emphatically winged words. In the most civilized states, such wires now form a network across the land, which is familiar to our thoughts as the highway is to our feet. And wide seas have such pathways of human thought buried deep in their waves from shore to shore. Again, by using the chemical effects of electrodynamic action, of which we shall have to speak in the next book, a new means has been obtained of copying, with an exactness unattainable before, any forms which art or nature has produced, and of covering them with a surface of metal. The electrotype process is now one of the great powers which manufacturing art employs. But these discoveries have also been employed in explaining natural phenomena, the causes of which had before been altogether inscrutable. This is the case with regard to the diurnal variation of the magnetic needle, a fact which, as to its existence, is universal in all places, and which yet is so curiously diverse in its course at different places. Dr. Faraday has shown that some of the most remarkable of these diversities, and probably all, seem to be accounted for by the different magnetic effects of air at different temperatures. Although, as I have already said, Book 12, the discovery of a decennial period in the diurnal changes of magnetic declination shows that any explanation of those changes which refers them to causes existing in the atmosphere must be very incomplete. 625, Book 14. Chemistry. Chapter 9. The electrochemical theory. Among the consequences of the electrochemical theory must be ranged the various improvements which have been made in the voltaic battery. Daniel introduced between the two metals a partition permeable by chemical action, but such as to allow of two different acid solutions being in contact with the two metals. Mr. Grove's battery, in which the partition is of porous porcelain, and the metals are platinum and amalgamated zinc, is one of the most powerful hitherto known. Another has been constructed by Dr. Callan, in which the negative or conducting plate is a cylinder of cast iron, and the positive element a cylinder of amalgamated zinc placed in a porous cell. This also has great energy. The number of elementary substances. There have not been, I believe, any well-established additions to the list of the simple substances recognized by chemists. Indeed, the tendency at present appears to be rather to deny the separate elementary character of some already announced as such substances. Pelopium and niobium were, as I have said, two of the new metals. But Naumann, in his Element der Mineralogie, 4th ed. 1855, says in a footnote, page 25, Pelopium is happily again got rid of, for pelopic acid and niobic acid possess the same radical, denarium had a still shorter existence. In the same way, when Hermann imagined that he had discovered a new simple metallic substance in the mineral samarskite from Maersk, the discovery was disproved by H. Rose, Pog. Ann, B73, S449. 626. In general, the insulation of the new simple substances, the metallic bases of the earths, and the like their separation from their combinations, and the exhibition of them in a metallic form has been a difficult chemical process, and has rarely been executed on any considerable scale. But in the case of aluminum, the basis of the earth alumina, the process of its extraction has recently been so much facilitated that the metal can be produced in abundance. This being the case, it will probably soon be applied to special economical uses, for which it is fitted by possessing special properties. 626, Book 15. Mineralogy. By the kindness of W. H. Miller, Esquire, Professor of Mineralogy in the University of Cambridge, I am able to add to this part the following notices of books and memoirs. 1. Crystallography. Element der Kristallographie, nebst einer tabellarischen Übersicht der Mineralien nach der Kristallformen, von Gustav Rose 2. Auflage. Berlin, 1838. The crystallographic method here adopted is, for the most part, that of Weiss. The method of this work has been followed in A System of Crystallography, with its applications to mineralogy, by John Joseph Griffin. Glasgow, 1841. Mr. Griffin has, however, modified the notation of Rose. He has constructed a series of models of crystalline forms. Frankenheim's System der Kristall. 1842. This work adopts nearly the Mosian systems of crystallization. It contains tables of the chemical constitution, inclinations of the axis, and magnitude of the axes of all the crystals of which a description was to be found, including those formed in the laboratory, as well as those usually called minerals, 713 in all. Fr. Aug. Quenstedt, Methode der Kristallographie, 1840, employs a fanciful method of representing a crystal by projecting upon one face of the crystal all the other faces. This invention appears to be more curious than useful. Dr. Karl Naumann, who is spoken of in chapter Roman 9. Of this book, as the author of the best of the mixed systems of classification, published also Grundriss der Kristallographie, Leipzig, 1826. In this and other works he modifies the notation of Mohs in a very advantageous manner. 628. Professor Dana, in his System of Mineralogy, New Haven, U.S., 1837, follows Naumann for the most part, both in crystallography and in mineral classification. In the latter part of the subject, he has made the attempt, which in all cases is a source of confusion and of failure, to introduce a whole system of new names of the members of his classification. The geometry of crystallography has been investigated in a very original manner by M. Bravies in papers published in the Journal of the École Polytechnique, entitled Mémoires sur les systèmes formés par des points. 1850. Études crystallographiques. 1851. Hermann Kopp, Einleitung in die Kristallographie, Braunschweig, 1849, has given the description and measurement of the angles of a large number of laboratory crystals. Rammelsberg, Kristallographische Chemie, Berlin, 1855, has collected an account of the systems, simple forms and angles of all the laboratory crystals of which he could obtain descriptions. Schabas of Vienna, Bestimmung der Kristallgestalten in chemischen Laboratorien Untersuchten Produkt, Wien, 1855. A successful prize essay has given a description, accompanied by measurements, of 90 crystalline species from his own observations. To these attempts made in other countries to simplify and improve crystallography, I may add a remarkable essay very recently made here by Mr. Brooke, and suggested to him by his exact and familiar knowledge of mineralogy. It is to this effect. All the crystalline forms of any given mineral species are derived from the primitive form of that species, and the degree of symmetry and the parameters of this form determine the angles of all derivative forms. But how is this primitive form selected and its parameters determined? The selection of the kind of the primitive form depends upon the degree of symmetry which appears in all the derivative forms, according to which they belong to the rhombohedral, prismatic, square pyramidal, or some other system, and this determination is commonly clear. But the parameters, or the angles of the primitive form, are commonly determined by the cleavage of the mineral. Is this a sufficient and necessary ground of such determination? May not a simplification be effected, in some cases, by taking some other parameters? By taking a primitive form which belongs to the proper system, but which has some other angles than those given by cleavage. Mr. Brooke has tried whether, for instance, crystals of the rhombohedral system may not be referred with advantage to primitive rhombohedrons which have, in all 629 the species, nearly the same angles. The advantage to be obtained by such a change would be the simplification of the laws of derivation in the derivative forms, and therefore we have to ask whether the indices of derivation are smaller numbers in this way or with the hitherto accepted fundamental angles. It appears to me, from the examples given, that the advantage of simplicity in the indices is on the side of the old system. But whether this be so or not, it was a great benefit to crystallography to have the two methods compared. Mr. Brooke's essay is a memoir presented to the Royal Society in 1856. 2. Optical properties of minerals. The Handbuch der Optik, von F. W. G. Radek, Berlin, 1839, contains a chapter on the optical properties of crystals. The author's chief authority is Sir D. Brewster, as might be expected. M. Haidinger has devoted much attention to experiments on the pleochroism of minerals. He has invented an instrument which makes the dichroism of minerals more evident by exhibiting the two colors side by side. The pleochroism of minerals, and especially the remarkable clouds that in the cases of iolite, andalusite, augite, epidote, and axonite border the positions of either optical axis, have been most successfully imitated by M. de Senarmont by means of artificial crystallizations. Anne de Chim, 3 Sir, Roman 41, p. 319. M. Pasteur has found that racemic acid consists of two different acids, having the same density and composition. The salts of these acids, with bases of ammonia and of potassa, are hemihedral, the hemihedral faces which occur in the one being wanting in the other. The acids of these different crystals have circular polarization of opposite kinds. Anne de Chim, 3 Sir, Roman 28, 5699. This discovery was marked by the assignation of the Rumford medal to M. Pasteur in 1856. M. Marbach has discovered that crystals of chlorate of soda, which apparently belongs to the cubic or tessular system, exhibit hemihedral faces of a peculiar character, and that the crystals have circular polarization of opposite kinds in accordance with the differences of the plagiahedral faces. Poggendorf's Aniline, XCI, 482. M. Seibold of Vienna has found a means of detecting plagiahedral faces in quartz crystals which do not reveal them externally. Akkad, Die Wissenschaft zu Wien, B. Roman 15, S. 59, 630. 3. Classification of minerals. In the philosophy of the Inductive Sciences, B. Roman 8, C. Roman 3, I have treated of the application of the natural history method of classification to mineralogy, and have spoken of the systems of this kind which have been proposed. I have there especially discussed the system proposed in the treatise of M. Necker, Le Rigne Mineral Ramne aux Méthodes de Histoire Naturelle, Paris, 1835. More recently have been published M. Budensker's Élémentaire de Histoire Naturelle, Minéralogie, Paris, 1841, and M. A. Dufresnoy's Traité de Minéralogie, Paris, 1845. Both these works are so far governed by mere chemical views that they lapse into the inconveniences and defects which are avoided in the best systems of German mineralogists. The last mineral system of Berzelius has been developed by M. Rammelsberg, Nuremberg, 1847. It is in principle such as we have described it in the history. M. Nordenskiold system, 3rd ed. 1849, has been criticized by G. Rose, who observes that it removes the defects of the system of Berzelius only in part. He himself proposes what he calls a crystallochemisches system, in which the crystalline form determines the genus and the chemical composition the species. His classes are 1. Simple substances, 2. Combinations of sulfur, selenium, titanium, arsenic, antimony, 3. Chlorides, fluorides, bromides, iodides. 4. Combinations with oxygen. We have already said that for us, all chemical compounds are minerals, insofar that they are included in our classifications. The propriety of this mode of dealing with the subject is confirmed by our finding that there is really no tenable distinction between native minerals and the products of the laboratory. A great number of eminent chemists have been employed in producing, by artificial means, crystals which had before been known only as native products. 631, Book 16. Classificatory Sciences. Botany. For the purpose of giving to my reader some indication of the present tendency of botanical science, I conceive that I cannot do better than direct his attention to the reflections, procedure, and reasonings which have been suggested by the most recent extensions of man's knowledge of the vegetable world. And as a specimen of these, I may take the labors of Dr. Joseph Hooker on the flora of the Antarctic regions, and especially of New Zealand. Dr. Hooker was the botanist to an expedition commanded by Sir James Ross, sent out mainly for the purpose of investigating the phenomena of terrestrial magnetism near the South Pole, but directed also to the improvement of natural history. The extension of botanical descriptions and classifications to a large mass of new objects necessarily suggests wider views of the value of classes, genera, species, and and the conclusions to be drawn from their constancy or inconstancy. A few of Dr. Hooker's remarks may show the nature of the views taken under such circumstances. Note 41-B, the botany of the Antarctic voyage of H.M. Discovery ships Erebus and Terror in the years 1839-40, published 1847, Flora Nova Zelandiae, 1853. I may notice, in the first place, since this work is intended for general rather than for scientific readers, Dr. Hooker's testimony to the value of a technical descriptive language for a classificatory scienza terminology, as it is called. He says, "It is impossible to write botanical descriptions which a person ignorant of botany can understand, although it is supposed by many unacquainted with science that this can and should be done." And hence, he says, the state of botanical science demands Latin descriptions of the plants, and this is a lesson which he especially urges upon the colonists who study the indigenous plants. 632. Dr. Hooker's remarks on the limits of species, their dispersion and variation, are striking and instructive. He is of opinion that species vary more and are more widely diffused than is usually supposed. Hence he conceives that the number of species has been needlessly and erroneously multiplied by distinguishing the specimens which occur in different places and vary in unessential features. He says that though, according to the lowest estimate of compilers, 100,000 is the commonly received number of known plants, he thinks that half that number is much nearer the truth. This, he says, may be well conceived, when it is notorious that 19 species have been made of the common potato, and many more of Solanum nigrum alone. Pteris aquilina has given rise to numerous book species, Vernonia cinerea of India to 15 at least. Many more plants are common to most countries than is supposed. I have found 60 New Zealand flowering plants and 9 ferns to be European ones, besides inhabiting numerous intermediate countries. So long ago as 1814, Mr. Brown drew attention to the importance of such considerations and gave a list of 150 European plants common to Australia. As an example of the extent to which unessential differences may go, he says, p. Roman 17. The few remaining native cedars of Lebanon may be abnormal states of the tree which was once spread over the whole of the Lebanon, for there are now growing in England varieties of it which have no existence in a wild state. Some of them closely resemble the cedars of Atlas and of the Himalayas deodar, and the absence of any valid botanical differences tends to prove that all, though generally supposed to be different species, are one. Still, the great majority of the species of plants in those southern regions are peculiar. There are upwards of 100 genera, subgenera, or other well-marked groups of plants, entirely or nearly confined to New Zealand, Australia, and extratropical South America. They are represented by one or more species in two or more of those countries, and thus affect a botanical relationship or affinity between them, all which every botanist appreciates. In reference to the history of botany, I have received corrections and remarks from Dr. Hooker, with which I am allowed to enrich my pages. p. 359, Note 3, equals Note 3/16 Nelumbium speciosum, the lotus of India. The nelumbium does not float but raises both leaf and flower several feet above the water. The Nymphea lotus has floating leaves. Both enter largely into the symbolism of the Hindus and are often confounded. 633. p. 362, Note 5, equals Note 13/16 for Arachnes red arachis. The arachidna of Theophrastus cannot, however, be the arachis or ground nut. pp. 388 and 394 for Harlecamp red hardicamp. p. 394 for Curlin red calm. p. 394 for Aspech red auspeck. p. 386. John Ray. Ray was further the author of the present natural system in its most comprehensive sense. He first divided plants into flowerless and flowering, and the latter into monocotyledonous and dicotyledonous. Floriferas dividemus in dicotyledons, quorum semina sata binis foliis, seminalibus dictis, qui cotyledonorum usum prestant, itera exeunt, velen binos saltum lobos dividentur, quamvis ius supra terram foliarum specie non efferent. Et monocotyledons, qui nec folia bina seminalia, efferent nec lobos binos condunt. Hic divisio ad arbors etiam extendi potest. Siquidem pommi et congeners hoc respectu eadem modo, a reliquis arboribus different quo, monocotyledons a reliquis herbis. p. 408. Endogenous and exogenous growth. The exact course of the wood fibers which traverse the stems of both monocotyledonous and dicotyledonous plants has been only lately discovered. In the monocotyledons, those fibers are collected in bundles, which follow a very peculiar course. From the base of each leaf they may be followed downwards and inwards, towards the axis of the trunk, when they form an arch with the convexity to the center, and curving outwards again reach the circumference, where they are lost amongst the previously deposited fibers. The intrusion of the bases of these bundles amongst those already deposited causes the circumference of the stem to be harder than the center. And as all these arcs have a short course, their chords being nearly equal, the trunk does not increase in girth and grows at the apex only. The wood bundles are here definite. In the dicotyledonous trunks, the layers of wood run in parallel courses from the base to the top of the trunk, each externally to that last formed, and the trunk increases both in height and girth. The wood bundles are here indefinite. With regard to the cotyledons, though it is often difficult to distinguish a monocotyledonous embryo from a dicotyledonous, they may always be discriminated when germinating. The cotyledons, when two or more, and primordial leaves, when no cotyledons are visible, of a monocotyledon, are alternate. Those of a dicotyledon are opposite. A further physiological distinction between monocotyledons and 634 dicotyledons is observed in germination, when the dicotyledonous radicle elongates and forms the root of the young plant. The monocotyledonous radicle does not elongate, but pushes out rootlets from itself at once. Hence the not very good terms, exorhizal for dicotyledonous and endorhizal for monocotyledonous. The highest physiological generalization in the vegetable kingdom is between phenogama and cryptogama. In the former, fertilization is effected by a pollen tube touching the nucleus of an ovule. In cryptogams, the same process is effected by the contact of a sperm cell, usually ciliated anthrozoid, upon another kind of cell called a germ cell. In phenogams, further, the organs of fructification are all modified leaves. Those of cryptogams are not homologous. J.D.H. Zoology. I have exemplified the considerations which govern zoological classification by quoting the reflections which Cuvier gives us, as having led him to his own classification of fishes. Since the varieties of quadrupeds, or mammals, omitting whales and sea, are more familiar to the common reader than those of fishes, I may notice some of the steps in their classification, the more so as some curious questions have recently arisen thereupon. Linnaeus first divides mammals into two groups as they have claws or hoofs unguiculata ungulata. But he then again divides them into 6 orders omitting whales and sea, according to their number of incisor, lanyary, and molar teeth, namely primates: man, monkey, and sea bruta; rhinoceros, elephant, and sea fairy; dog, cat, bear, mole, and sea glires; mouse, squirrel, hare, and sea pecora; camel, giraffe, stag, goat, sheep, ox, and sea beluwi; horse, hippopotamus, tapir, sow, and sea. In the place of these, Cuvier, as I have stated in the Philosophy, on the Language of Sciences, aphorism Romans 16, introduced the following orders: bimanes, quadrumanes, carniceers, rongeurs, edentates, pachyderms, ruminants. Of these, the carniceers correspond to the fairy of Linnaeus, the rongeurs to his glires. The edentates are a new order, taking the sloths, anteaters, and sea from the bruta of Linnaeus, the megatherium from extinct animals, and the ornithorhynchus and sea from the new animals of Australia. The ruminants agree with the 635 pecora. The pachyderms include some of the bruta and the beluwi, comprehending also extinct animals, as Anoplotherium and Paleotherium. But the two orders of hoofed animals, the pachyderms and the ruminants, form a group which is held by Mr. Owen to admit of a better separation, on the ground of a character already pointed out by Cuvier, namely, as to whether they are two-toed or three-toed. According to this view, the horse is connected with the tapir, the Paleotherium, and the rhinoceros not only by his teeth, but by his feet, for he has really 3 digits. And Cuvier notices that in the two-toed or even-toed pachyderms, the astragalus bone has its face divided into 2 equal parts by a ridge, while in the uneven-toed pachyderms, it has a narrow cuboid face. Mr. Owen has adopted this division of pachyderms and ruminants, giving the names Artiodactyla and Perissodactyla to the two groups, the former including the ox, hog, peccary, hippopotamus, and sea, the latter comprehending the horse, tapir, rhinoceros, hyrax, and sea, and thus the ruminants take their place as a subordinate group of the great natural even-toed division of the hoofed section of mammals, and the horse is widely separated from them, inasmuch as he belongs to the odd-toed division. As we have seen, these modern classifications are so constructed as to include extinct as well as living species of animals, and indeed the species which have been discovered in a fossil state have tended to fill up the gaps in the series of zoological forms which had marred the systems of modern zoologists. This has been the case with the division of which we are speaking. Mr. Owen had established 2 genera of extinct herbivorous animals on the strength of fossil remains brought from South America, Toxodon and Nesodon. In a recent communication to the Royal Society, he has considered the bearing of these genera upon the divisions of odd-toed and even-toed animals. He had already been led to the opinion that the 3 sections, Proboscidea, Perissodactyla, and Artiodactyla, formed a natural division of Ungulata, and he is now led to think that this division implies another group, a distinct division of the Ungulata, of equal value, if not with the Perissodactyla and Artiodactyla, at least with the Proboscidea. This group he proposes to call Toxodonta. 636, Book 17. Physiology and Comparative Anatomy. Vegetable Morphology. Morphology in Linnaeus. I have stated that Linnaeus had some views on this subject. Dr. Hooker conceives these views to be more complete and correct than is generally allowed, though unhappily clothed in metaphorical language and mixed with speculative matter. By his permission, I insert some remarks which I have received from him. The fundamental passage on this subject is in the Systema Naturae, in the introduction to which work the following passage occurs. Prolepsis, anticipation, exhibits the mystery of the metamorphosis of plants, by which the herb, which is the larva or imperfect condition, is changed into the declared fructification. For the plant is capable of producing either a leafy herb or a fructification. When a tree produces a flower, nature anticipates the produce of 5 years where these come out all at once, forming of the bud leaves of the next year bracts, of those of the following year the calyx, of the following the corolla, of the next the stamina, of the subsequent the pistils filled with the granulated marrow of the seed, the terminus of the life of a vegetable. Dr. Hooker says, I derive my idea of his having a better knowledge of the subject than most botanists admit, not only from the prolepsis, but from his paper called Reformatio Botanics Ammon, Acad, Volume Roman 6. A remarkable work in respect of his candor in speaking of his predecessor's labors and the sagacity he shows in indicating researches to be undertaken or completed. Amongst the latter is V. Prolepsis plantarum, ulterius extendenda per eram metamorphoses. The last word occurs rarely in his prolepsis, but when it does, it seems to me that he uses it as indicating a normal change and not an accidental one. 637. In the prolepsis, the speculative matter, which Linnaeus himself carefully distinguishes as such, must be separated from the rest, and this may, I think, be done in most of the sections. He starts with explaining clearly and well the origin and position of buds, and their constant presence, whether developed or not, in the axil of the leaf, adding abundance of acute observations and experiments to prove his statements. The leaf he declares to be the first effort of the plant in spring. He proceeds to show, successively, that bracts, calyx, corolla, stamens, and pistil are each of them metamorphosed leaves, in every case giving many examples, both from monsters and from characters presented by those organs in their normal condition. The, to me, obscure and critical part of the prolepsis was that relating to the change of the style of cardus into two leaves. Mr. Brown has explained this. He says it was a puzzle to him, till he went to Uppsala and consulted Fries and Wallenberg, who informed him that such monstrous cardui grew in the neighborhood and procured him some. Considering how minute and masked the organs of compositae are, it shows no little skill in Linnaeus, and a very clear view of the whole matter, to have traced the metamorphosis of all their floral organs into leaves, except their stamens, of which he says, Sexti anni folia e staminibus me non in compositus vitis fader, sed alorum loco folia pistillacea, qui in compositus aut plenis sunt frequentissima. I must say that nothing could well be clearer to my mind than the full and accurate appreciation which Linnaeus shows of the whole series of phenomena and their rationale. He over and over again asserts that these organs are leaves. Every one of them. I do not understand him to say that the prolepsis is an accidental change of leaves into bracts, of bracts into calyx, and so forth. Even were the language more obscure, much might be inferred from the wide range and accuracy of the observations he details so scientifically. It is inconceivable that a man should have traced the sequence of the phenomena under so many varied aspects, and shown such skill, knowledge, ingenuity, and accuracy in his methods of observing and describing, and yet missed the rationale of the whole. Eliminate the speculative parts, and there is not a single error of observation or judgment. Whilst his history of the development of buds, leaves, and floral organs, and of various other obscure matters of equal interest and importance, are of a very high order of merit, are, in fact, for the time profound. There is nothing in all this that detracts from the merit of Goethe's 638 rediscovery. With Goethe it was, I think, a deductive process, with Linnaeus an inductive. Analyze Linnaeus's observations and method, and I think it will prove a good example of inductive reasoning. p. 473. Perhaps Professor Auguste Saint-Hilaire of Montpellier should share with de Candolle the honor of contributing largely to establish the metamorphic doctrine. Their labors were contemporaneous. p. 474. Linnaeus pointed out that the pappus was calyx, et papum gigni ex quarti anni foliis in jam nominatis carduis, prol. Plant, 338. J.D.H. Chapter 7. Animal Morphology. The subject of animal morphology has recently been expanded into a form strikingly comprehensive and systematic by Mr. Owen, and supplied by him with a copious and carefully chosen language, which in his hands facilitates vastly the comparison and appreciation of the previous labors of physiologists, and opens the way to new truths and philosophical generalizations. Though the steps which have been made had been prepared by previous anatomists, I will borrow my view of them mainly from him, with the less scruple, inasmuch as he has brought into full view the labors of his predecessors. I have stated in the history that the skeletons of all vertebrate animals are conceived to be reducible to a single type, and the skull reducible to a series of vertebrae. But inasmuch as this reduction includes not only a detailed correspondence of the bones of man with those of beasts, but also with those of birds, fishes, and reptiles, it may easily be conceived that the similarities and connections are of a various and often remote kind. The views of such relations, held by previous comparative anatomists, have led to the designations of the bones of animals which have been employed in anatomical descriptions. And these designations having been framed and adopted by anatomists looking at the subject from different sides, and having different views of analogies and relations, have been very various and unstable, besides being often of cumbrous length and inconvenient form. The corresponding parts in different animals are called homologs. 639, a term first applied to anatomy by the philosophers of Germany, and this term Mr. Owen adopts, to the exclusion of terms more loosely denoting identity or similarity. And the homology of the various bones of vertebrates having been in a great degree determined by the labors of previous anatomists, Mr. Owen has proposed names for each of the bones. The condition of such names being that the homologs in all vertebrates shall be called by the same name, and that these names shall be founded upon the terms and phrases in which the great anatomists of the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries expressed the results of their researches. Respecting the human skeleton. These names, thus selected, so far as concerned the bones of the head of fishes, one of the most difficult cases of this special homology, he published in a table in which they were compared in parallel columns, with the names or phrases used for the like purpose by Cuvier, Agassiz, Jeffrey, Hallman, Soemmerring, Meckel, and Wagner. As an example of the considerations by which this selection of names was determined, I may quote what he says with regard to one of these bones of the skull. Note 44/B, Lectures on Vertebrates, 1846, p. 158, and on the archetype and homologies of the vertebrate skeleton, 1848, p. 172. With regard to the squamosal, squamosum, lat. Pars squamosa ossis temporis, Soemmerring, it might be asked why the term temporal might not be retained for this bone. I reply because that term has long been and is now universally understood in human anatomy to signify a peculiarly anthropotomical coalesced congeries of bones, which includes the squamosal together with the petrosal, the tympanic, the mastoid, and the styloid. It seems preferable, therefore, to restrict the signification of the term temporal to the whole in man of which the squamosal is a part. To this part, Cuvier has unfortunately applied the term temporal in one class and jugal in another, and he has also transferred the term temporal to a third equally distinct bone in fishes, while to increase the confusion M. Agassiz has shifted the name to a fourth different bone in the skull of fishes. Whatever, therefore, may be the value assigned to the arguments which will be presently set forth, as to the special homologies of the pars squamosa ossis temporis, I have felt compelled to express the conclusion by a definite term, and in the present instance, have selected that which recalls the best accepted anthropomorphical designation of the part. Although squamosal must be understood and applied in an arbitrary sense, and not as descriptive of a scale-like 640 form, which in reference to the bone so called, is rather its exceptional than normal figure in the vertebrate series. The principles which Mr. Owen here adopts in the selection of names for the parts of the skeleton are wise and temperate. They agree with the aphorisms concerning the language of science which I published in the Philosophy of the Inductive Sciences, and Mr. Owen does me the great honor of quoting with approval some of those aphorisms. I may perhaps take the liberty of remarking that the system of terms which he has constructed may, according to our principles, be called rather a terminology than a nomenclature. That is, they are analogous more nearly to the terms by which botanists describe the parts and organs of plants than to the names by which they denote genera and species. As we have seen in the history, plants as well as animals are subject to morphological laws, and the names which are given to organs in consequence of those laws are a part of the terminology of the science. Nor is this distinction between terminology and nomenclature without its use, for the rules of prudence and propriety in the selection of words in the two cases are different. The nomenclature of genera and species may be arbitrary and casual, as is the case to a great extent in botany and in zoology, especially of fossil remains. names being given, for instance, simply as marks of honor to individuals. But in a terminology, such a mode of derivation is not admissible. Some significant analogy or idea must be adopted, at least as the origin of the name, though not necessarily true in all its applications, as we have seen in the case of the squamosal just quoted. This difference in the rules respecting two classes of scientific words is stated in the aphorisms Roman 13 and Roman 14, concerning the language of science. Such a terminology of the bones of the skeletons of all vertebrates, as Mr. Owen has thus propounded, cannot be otherwise than an immense acquisition to science, and a means of ascending from what we know already to wider truths and new morphological doctrines. With regard to one of these doctrines, the resolution of the human head into vertebrae, Mr. Owen now regards it as a great truth, and replies to the objections of Cuvier and M. Agassiz in detail. He gives a table in which the bones of the head are resolved into 4 vertebrae, which he terms the occipital, parietal, frontal, and nasal vertebra, respectively. These 4 vertebrae agree in general with what Oken called the ear vertebra, the jaw vertebra, the eye vertebra, and 641, the nose vertebra in his work on the signification of the bones of the skull, published in 1807, and in various degrees with similar views promulgated by Spix, 1815, Bogenus, 1818, Jeffrey, 1824, Carus Asterisk, 1828. And I believe that these views, bold and fanciful as they at first appeared, have now been accepted by most of the principal physiologists of our time. Note 45-B, Archetype and Homologies of the Vertebrate Skeleton, 1848, p. 141. But another aspect of this generalization has been propounded among physiologists, and has, like the others, been extended, systematized, and provided with a convenient language by Mr. Owen. Since animal skeletons are thus made up of vertebrae, and their parts are to be understood as developments of the parts of vertebrae, Jeffrey, 1822, Carus, 1828, Muller, 1834, Cuvier, 1836, had employed certain terms while speaking of such developments. Mr. Owen, in the Geological Transactions, in 1838, while discussing the osteology of certain fossil saurians, used terms of this kind, which are more systematic than those of his predecessors, and to which he has given currency by the quantity of valuable knowledge and thought which he has embodied in them. According to his terminology, a vertebra in its typical completeness consists of a central part or centrum. At the back of this, 2 plates, the neural apophyses, and a third outward projecting piece, the neural spine, which 3, with the centrum, form a canal for the spinal marrow. At the front of the centrum, 2 other plates, the hemal apophyses, and a projecting piece, forming a canal for a vascular trunk. Further lateral elements, pleuropophyses, and other projections, are in a certain sense dependent on these principal bones, besides which the vertebra may support diverging appendages. These parts of the vertebra are fixed together, so that a vertebra is by some anatomists described as a single bone. But the parts now mentioned are usually developed from distinct and independent centers, and are therefore called by Mr. Owen autogenous elements. Note 46-B, Archetype and Homologies of the Vertebrate Skeleton, 1848, p. 81. The general homology of the vertebral skeleton is the reference of all the parts of a skeleton to their true types in a series of vertebrae. And thus, as special homology refers all the parts of skeletons to a given type of skeleton, say that of man, general homology refers all the parts of every skeleton, say that of man, to the parts of a series of vertebrae. And thus, as Oken propounded his views of the head as a resolution of the problem of the signification of the bones of the head, 642, so have we in like manner, for the purposes of general homology, to solve the problem of the signification of limbs. The whole of the animal being a string of vertebrae, what are arms and legs, hands and paws, claws and fingers, wings and fins, and the like. This inquiry Mr. Owen has pursued as a necessary part of his inquiries. In giving a public lecture upon the subject in 1849, he conceived that the phrase which I have just employed would not be clearly apprehended by an English audience, and entitled his discourse, On the Nature of Limbs. And in this discourse, he explained the modifications by which the various kinds of limbs are derived from their rudiments in an archetypal skeleton, that is, a mere series of vertebrae without head, arms, legs, wings, or fins. Note 47/B. On the Nature of Limbs, a discourse delivered at a meeting of the Royal Institution, 1849. Final causes. It has been mentioned in the history that in the discussions which took place concerning the unity of plan of animal structure, this principle was in some measure put in opposition to the principle of final causes. Morphology was opposed to teleology. It is natural to ask whether the recent study of morphology has affected this antithesis. If there be advocates of final causes in physiology who would push their doctrines so far as to assert that every feature and every relation in the structure of animals have a purpose discoverable by man, such reasoners are liable to be perpetually thwarted and embarrassed by the progress of anatomical knowledge. For this progress often shows that an arrangement which had been explained and admired with reference to some purpose exists also in cases where the purpose disappears. And again, that what had been noted as a special teleological arrangement is the result of a general morphological law. Thus, to take an example given by Mr. Owen, that the ossification of the head originates in several centers and thus in its early stages admits of compression, has been pointed out as a provision to facilitate the birth of viviparous animals. But our view of this provision is disturbed when we find that the same mode of the formation of the bony framework takes place in animals which are born from an egg. And the number of points from which ossification begins depends in a wider sense on the general homology of the animal frame, according to which each part is composed of a certain number of autogenous vertebral elements. In this 643 way, the admission of a new view as to unity of plan will almost necessarily displace or modify some of the old views respecting final causes. But though the view of final causes is displaced, it is not obliterated, and especially if the advocate of purpose is also ready to admit visible correspondences which have not a discoverable object, as well as contrivances which have. And in truth, how is it possible for the student of anatomy to shut his eyes to either of these two evident aspects of nature? The arm and hand of man are made for taking and holding, the wing of the sparrow is made for flying, and each is adapted to its end with subtle and manifest contrivance. There is plainly design, but the arm of man and the wing of the sparrow correspond to each other in the most exact manner, bone for bone. Where is the use or the purpose of this correspondence? If it be said that there may be a purpose though we do not see it, that is granted. But final causes for us are contrivances of which we see the end, and nothing is added to the evidence of design by the perception of a unity of plan which in no way tends to promote the design. It may be said that the design appears in the modification of the plan in special ways for special purposes, that the vertebral plan of an animal being given, the forelimbs are modified in man and in sparrow, as the nature and life of each require. And this is truly said, and is indeed the truth which we are endeavoring to bring into view, that there are in such speculations two elements, one given, the other to be worked out from our examination of the case, the datum and the problem, the homology and the teleology. Mr. Owen, who has done so much for the former of these portions of our knowledge, has also been constantly at the same time contributing to the other. While he has been aiding our advances towards the unity of nature, he has been ever alive to the perception of an intelligence which pervades nature. While his morphological doctrines have moved the point of view from which he sees design, they have never obscured his view of it, but, on the contrary, have led him to present it to his readers in new and striking aspects. Thus, he has pointed out the final purposes in the different centers of ossification of the long bones of the limbs of mammals, and shown how and why they differ in this respect from reptiles' archetype, p. 104. And in this way, he has been able to point out the insufficiency of the rule laid down both by Geoffroy St. Hilaire and Cuvier for ascertaining the true number of bones in each species. 644. Final causes, or evidences of design, appear, as we have said, not merely as contrivances for evident purposes, but as modifications of a given general plan for special given ends. If the general plan be discovered after the contrivance has been noticed, the discovery may at first seem to obscure our perception of purpose, but it will soon be found that it merely transfers us to a higher point of view. The adaptation of the means to the end remains, though the means are parts of a more general scheme than we were aware of. No generalization of the means can or ought permanently to shake our conviction of the end, because we must needs suppose that the intelligence which contemplates the end is an intelligence which can see at a glance along a vista of means, however long and complex. And on the other hand, no special contrivance, however clear be its arrangement, can be unconnected with the general correspondences and harmonies by which all parts of nature are pervaded and bound together. And thus no luminous teleological point can be extinguished by homology, nor, on the other hand, can it be detached from the general expanse of homological light. The reference to final causes is sometimes spoken of as unphilosophical, in consequence of Francis Bacon's comparison of final causes in physics to Vestal virgins devoted to God and barren. I have repeatedly shown that, in physiology, almost all the great discoveries which have been made by the assumption of a purpose in animal structures. With reference to Bacon's simile, I have elsewhere said that if he had had occasion to develop its bearings, full of latent meaning as his similes so often are, he would probably have said that to those final causes barrenness was no reproach, seeing they ought to be not the mothers but the daughters of our natural sciences, and that they were barren, not by imperfection of their nature, but in order that they might be kept pure and undefiled, and so fit ministers in the temple of God. I might add that in physiology, if they are not mothers, they are admirable nurses, skillful and sagacious in perceiving the signs of pregnancy, and helpful in bringing the infant truth into the light of day. There is another aspect of the doctrine of the archetypal unity of composition of animals, by which it points to an intelligence from which the frame of nature proceeds, namely this, that the archetype of the animal structure being of the nature of an idea implies a mind in which this idea existed, and that thus homology itself points the way to the divine mind. But while we acknowledge the full, 645, value of this view of theological bearing of physiology, we may venture to say that it is a view quite different from that which is described by speaking of final causes, and one much more difficult to present in a lucid manner to ordinary minds. 646, Book 18. Geology. With regard to geology, as a paleontological science, I do not know that any new light of an important kind has been thrown upon the general doctrines of the science. Surveys and examinations of special phenomena and special districts have been carried on with activity and intelligence, and the animals of which the remains people the strata have been reconstructed by the skill and knowledge of zoologists. Of such reconstructions we have, for instance, a fine assemblage in the publications of the Paleontological Society. But the great questions of the manner of the creation and succession of animal and vegetable species upon the earth remain, I think, at the point at which they were when I published the last edition of the history. I may notice the views propounded by some chemists of certain bearings of mineralogy upon geology. As we have, in mineral masses, organic remains of former organized beings, so have we crystalline remains of former crystals. Namely, what are commonly called pseudomorphoses, the shape of one crystal in the substance of another. M. G. Biscoff considers the study of pseudomorphs as important in geology, and as frequently the only means of tracing processes which have taken place and are still going on in the mineral kingdom. I may notice also Professor Breithop's researches on the order of succession of different minerals, by observing the mode in which they occur and the order in which different crystals have been deposited, promise to be of great use in following out the geological changes which the crust of the globe has undergone. Die Paragenesis der Mineralien. Freiberg, 1849. In conjunction with these may be taken M. de Saint-Armand's experiments on the formation of minerals in veins, and besides Biscoff's 647 chemical geology, Sartorius von Walterhausen's observations on the occurrence of minerals in amygdaloid. As a recent example of speculations concerning botanical paleontology, I may give Dr. Hooker's views of the probable history of the flora of the Pacific. In speculating upon this question, Dr. Hooker is led to the discussion of geological doctrines concerning the former continuity of tracts of land which are now separate, the elevation of low lands into mountain ranges in the course of ages, and the like. We have already seen, in the speculations of the late lamented Edward Forbes, see Book 18. Chapter Romans 6. Of this history, an example of a hypothesis propounded to account for the existing flora of England, a hypothesis, namely, of a former connection of the west of the British Isles with Portugal, of the Alps of Scotland with those of Scandinavia, and of the plains of East Anglia with those of Holland. In like manner, Dr. Hooker says, p. Roman 21, that he was led to speculate on the possibility of the plants of the Southern Ocean being the remains of a flora that had once spread over a larger and more continuous tract of land than now exists in the ocean, and that the peculiar Antarctic genera and species may be the vestiges of a flora characterized by the predominance of plants, which are now scattered throughout the southern islands. He conceives this hypothesis to be greatly supported by the observations and reasonings of Mr. Darwin, tending to show that such risings and sinkings are in active progress over large portions of the continents and islands of the southern hemisphere, and by the speculations of Sir C. Lyell respecting the influence of climate on the migrations of plants and animals, and the influence of geological changes upon climate. In zoology, I may notice, following Mr. Owen, recent discoveries of the remains of the animals which come nearest to man in their structure. At the time of Cuvier's death in 1832, no evidence had been obtained of fossil quadrumana, and he supposed that these, as well as bimana, were of very recent introduction. Soon after, in the oldest Eocene, tertiary deposits of Suffolk, remains were found proving the existence of a monkey of the genus Macacus. In the Himalayan tertiaries were found petrified bones of a Semnopithecus. In Brazil, remains of an extinct platyrrhine monkey of great size. And lastly, in the middle tertiary series of the south of France, was discovered a frag meant of the jaw of the long-armed ape Hylobates, but no fossil human, 648, remains have been discovered in the regularly deposited layers of any divisions, not even the Pliocene of the tertiary series. And thus we have evidence that the placing of man on the earth was the last and peculiar act of creation. The end. Transcriber's notes. Whewell's book was originally published in 3 volumes in London in 1837. A second edition appeared in 1847 and a third in 1857. A 2-volume version of the third edition was published in New York in 1858, reprinted 1875. This Project Gutenberg text, combining both volumes in sequence, was derived from the 1875 version, relying upon resources kindly provided by the Internet Archive. 3 items have been added to the contents of the first volume. They are marked off by, as are any other additions to the text. Printed page numbers have been transcribed in, pages without a printed number have been indicated by. Where words were hyphenated across pages, the number has been placed before the word. Fractions have been transcribed as numerator-denominator, occasionally using parentheses to disambiguate. The original sometimes has numerator over a line with denominator below, at other times numerator-denominator. Superscripted characters are marked by a before the character. Footnotes in the original text were numbered by chapter. Here they have been numbered by book, the number of which is given after a backslash. For the 2 appendices to the third edition, A has been used for Volume 1, B for Volume 2. They are placed after the paragraph in which they occur and are transcribed. Footnote anchors are transcribed. All other square brackets are in the original text. One difficult item is the use of numbers within a ring as names of asteroids. Here the numbers are in. Corrections to the text have been marked with ****. They are listed below and were usually confirmed by reference to English printings of the text. Inconsistencies, especially with respect to accents and formatting, are numerous and have in general not been adjusted, though Greek quotations have been checked against other versions where available. Nor have Whewell's unbalanced quotation marks been modernized. The English versions have been used to restore Whewell's disparate emphases in some Greek passages. Location Text Correction Volume 1 p. 25 Cruikshank p. 30 p. 30 p. 33 thrice p. 36 p. 71 Aristotelians p. 75 p. 79 sigma epsilon rho mu alpha tau iota kappa omicron letter 1 F76 sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau iota kappa omicron letter 1 F76 p. 101 note 1 backslash 2 p. 175 elliptical note 1 backslash 4 Roman 4. Roman 6. Note 75 backslash 4 summa note 10 backslash 5 Roman 3. Roman 4 p. 271 twice Maslin p. 282 dialogo p. 284 semel p. 287 endeavor note 7 backslash 6. I note 8 backslash 6 dial. IP 40. p. 141. Note 9 backslash 6 speculationum p. 325 Gualter p. 341 and 342 Mersenne p. 374 of p. 377 perpendicularity p. 403 note 30 backslash 7 cosmotheros p. 415 casual causal p. 416 p. 419 p. 431. A note 69 backslash 7 note 84 backslash 7 ast. P. 463 philosophical p. 471 p. 564 prevalence volume 2 p. 50 letter 1 F51 phi iota phi alpha nu eta, letter 1 F51 psi iota phi alpha nu eta, letter 1 F04 rho iota sigma pi omicron u, letter 1 F04 rho iota sigma tau omicron u, omicron, letter 1 F54 delta iota omicron nu epsilon, letter 1 F54 delta iota omicron nu p. 84. P 85 Roman 8, Roman 7 p. 115 p. 149. P 162 footnote number missing in text p. 201 stream steam p. 213 and note 39 backslash 11 same number as the preceding note p. 240 Cruikshank note 18 backslash 13 Maspestimongen p. 264 in is note 11 backslash 14 stall p. 295 the note 78 backslash 14 the entire text of this note is missing p. 301 lectures note 87 backslash 14. Note 92 backslash 14 p. 330 angles p. 336 giving p. 343 p. 394 Surian p. 411 Coers Elementaire Curs Elementaire note 136 backslash 16 epsilon letter 1 F34 delta eta nu epsilon letter 1 F34 delta eta p. 450 dependence p. 457 sucking beasts note 80 backslash 17 onlic note 89 backslash 17 p. 477 osseous note 119 backslash 17 p. 508 lithophilici p. 511 Stukely note 18 backslash 18 gayagnostique p. 513 subapennine p. 514 Schlotheim p. 530 p. 556 Poissons p. 620 Roman 4, Roman 7 p. 624 p. 628 in not italicized in text p. 630 Nordenskjolds p. 638 p. 640 then p. 641 1828. This is the page number given in the English edition. In the only version of the text referred to that I have found, the quotation is in a footnote on page 352 of the second edition, 1805. The note was not in the first eddy. T. I. On.